Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku joined the wrong side? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The rain fell as Midoriya walked through the alley. His hair and uniform were soaked. His eyes were empty and fixed on the ground, and he shuffled his feet as if carried by something heavier than the storm. He had been like this for weeks and did not know how much longer he could keep going. Thoughts of ending it all drifted through him. Ahead, a young man walked with his hands in the pockets of a black coat, the hood pulled low over his face. He was lost in thought until their shoulders collided. Shigaraki noticed the bump and scolded Midoriya for being rude and not saying anything. He reached out a pale hand and grasped Midoriya's shoulder, keeping his index finger from actually touching the boy. When Midoriya did not respond, Shigaraki pushed him against a wall. Midoriya's body jolted from the impact but made no effort to move, practically lifeless in Shigaraki's hold. Shigaraki intended to press his finger to the boy's shoulder and do worse, but he paused when he saw Midoriya's eyes, hollow, overwhelmed with despair. Those eyes struck a chord in Shigaraki, bringing back the feeling of being abandoned until his own teacher had rescued him. Shigaraki found himself asking a question he did not expect to ask. What was wrong with Midoriya? It was not like him to care about strangers. He rarely thought of anyone other than his teacher, yet something about the boy, some vague connection, made him ask. Midoriya thought that it did not matter. He answered inwardly that he was quirkless, that the one thing that had held him up was the hope of becoming a hero, but that hope had been taken away. The words from his hero, from All Might, had torn away his last remaining light. All the negativity and pain inside him spilled outward and dragged him into a deepening depression. Accepted only into an average school's general studies program, he had retreated from the world and become more alone. Shigaraki let go and watched Midoriya slump to the ground, sitting in a puddle. He asked why Midoriya felt that way. Midoriya spoke of wanting to be a hero like All Might, of enduring years of bullying and criticism on a fragile hope that at last collapsed when All Might told him to give up. The mention of All Might made Shigaraki listen more closely. Midoriya explained that teachers and classmates had failed to stop the bullying because his dreams seemed unattainable. He apologized for rambling, ashamed of how openly he had spoken. After a pause, Shigaraki asked another question that surprised Midoriya. If given a quirk, would he become a hero? Midoriya, looking down, considered the question and slowly shook his head. To him it felt pointless to ask about something impossible. Even if he had a quirk now, it would only prove All Might right that those without strength could not matter. He answered sarcastically that maybe changing the world would be the point. Shigaraki asked Midoriya's name, and Midoriya replied that he was Midoriya Izuku. Shigaraki introduced himself as Shigaraki Tamura and extended a hand, being careful not to let all his fingers touch Midoriya. Midoriya hesitated only a moment before taking the hand, surprised that the person responsible for the attack on Yue stood before him offering this odd, quiet gesture. Shigaraki said to come along and turned away. For reasons he could not explain, Midoriya followed. They walked through the alley in an awkward silence as the rain eased. Midoriya asked why Shigaraki had attacked Yue. Shigaraki said he did not care about Yue itself, he wanted to confront All Might. He explained that All Might presented a world in which he acted as if there was no one beyond his saving, pretending away the people he could not save. Midoriya felt the same bitterness toward All Might at that moment. All his despair over the past weeks felt tinged with blame for the same figure. Midoriya admitted he had once hoped to have power to fight All Might, to take revenge on those who had bullied him, to change a society that seemed to favor the strong. Shigaraki agreed, saying he understood how All Might could be different offstage and how he could fail to consider others' feelings. Shigaraki felt a rare warmth at finding someone who shared his view. He did not care about the first group of villains he had worked with. He had no attachment to them. For some reason, however, he felt a strange connection to Midoriya that he could not explain. They continued talking until they reached a building with a bar at the back. Shigaraki checked that no one watched and opened the door. Inside, a man behind the counter, surrounded by a faint purple mist, turned and greeted Shigaraki before stopping short at the sight of Midoriya and asking who the boy was. Shigaraki introduced Midoriya as Deku and then pulled a hand over his face in his usual manner, signaling the boy's unexpected arrival. Shigaraki sat at a chair facing the bar, his gaze drifting every so often to the television that displayed only the words "sound only." Midoriya greeted nervously after being introduced. Kurogiri asked why Shigaraki had brought Midoriya here, and Shigaraki's companion slowly sat beside him. Midoriya began to calm down, but a new voice from the television sent a chill through him as the speaker said that he was curious as well. Shigaraki turned his attention toward the television and addressed the older man there as Sensei, requesting that the man grant the boy a quirk. A stunned silence fell over the room. Kurogiri's surprise came from knowing Shigaraki would not normally ask favors for anyone, much less something as significant as granting a quirk. Midoriya, hearing the voice through the screen, felt uncertain and wondered whether coming here had been wise. When Shigaraki finished explaining, the man on the television sounded intrigued by both the request and the person Shigaraki had brought. The man agreed to grant the boy a quirk and instructed Midoriya to close his eyes and not open them unless told to do so. Midoriya obeyed immediately, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation. A large hand rested on his head and a strange sensation built inside him. Pain surged from his chest and moved through his body, and Midoriya cried out in sudden distress. A few weeks later, Midoriya walked to the bar after school with a bag containing his schoolwork and an extra set of clothes to avoid drawing attention in Kamino. He had told his mother that he was meeting a friend from school to explain his late return. At a crosswalk he encountered two students from UA. He asked if they attended UA, and the bubbly girl introduced herself as Uraraka while the taller, composed boy introduced himself as Ida. Midoriya introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku and admitted that he had wanted to attend UA but had been unable to because he was quirkless. His smile faded and a quiet gloom settled over him. Uraraka expressed sympathetic regret, and Ida indicated they needed to leave. Midoriya said it had been good to meet them, and the two waved before departing. Once they were out of sight, Midoriya stepped into a nearby alley and let his thoughts spill out in frustrated reflection about hopes crushed and past hurts. He remembered how others had pitied, mocked, and rejected him, and how those betrayals had come from people he once respected. Bakugo's voice echoed in his head, berating him and calling him powerless and worthless. The taunts stirred something in Midoriya. He focused and activated the new quirk inside him. Dark, crackling energy traced along his leg as he concentrated and then kicked a large metal dumpster, sending it collapsing across the alley like a dramatic, anime-style display. He smiled, satisfied and more certain than before. The quirk manifested as Enhance. It allowed him to boost the strength of any part of his body. The duration of the enhancement depended on how intensely he used it, and pushing it beyond its limits caused pain in his chest and heart as a warning to exercise caution. As dawn approached, Midoriya was already getting out of bed, ready to begin the routine he had followed ever since receiving his quirk. He grabbed some toast and walked toward the beach, picking up the trash people dumped. Since he had started, the amount of litter had decreased, and the cleanup doubled as training to help build his strength. He kept his enhancements small during these tasks. His quirk magnified whatever state his body was in, and strengthening a weak form caused more strain than improving one that was already fit. Afterward, he planned to go home for a proper breakfast before school. The morning, however, was not like most. A shout split the air as a huge muscular man crashed down nearby, grinning broadly with blonde hair and bangs that pointed up. Midoriya found himself staring at All Might again. All Might said he had heard about a noble soul cleaning the beach early and had come to thank him personally, though he had not expected to see Midoriya again. Normally Midoriya would have been thrilled to meet his favorite hero, wanting an autograph and peppering him with questions. Now All Might felt like an annoyance. Midoriya ignored him and continued his training. All Might told Midoriya that he understood how the young man must be feeling and that he had something to say after their last meeting. Midoriya cut him off, making it clear that he was not doing this as charity and that he did not want to hear anything All Might had to say. All Might asked for a chance to explain. Midoriya, his stare cold and hard, told All Might that he had kept All Might's secret but that if All Might continued to persist he would not keep it any longer. The look in Midoriya's eyes was one All Might had seen before, bitter, guarded, and frightening in its intensity. All Might knew Midoriya was heading toward a dangerous path but felt powerless to change it. His own secret had to stay hidden for the sake of being the symbol of peace. Guilt and regret weighed on him as he left, hoping for the best. Midoriya, frustrated and pressed for time, considered the conversation a waste and rushed back home to get ready for school. At school he kept to himself, acting as though he had no quirk. The teasing was less than before, perhaps because he seemed uninterested in a hero career, but it still occurred. Midoriya continued to ignore it. During lunch, another unexpected visitor approached. She was a blonde girl about his height with messy hair tied into buns and sharp, observant eyes. The girl introduced herself as Himiko Toga. Midoriya returned the greeting and noticed something off about the encounter and about himself. He was not nervous. Instead, he felt unusually calm and capable of analyzing the situation with unnerving clarity. Himiko leaned in and asked what had changed in him, but Midoriya asked why she had suddenly come over and requested space by leaning back. Midoriya thought about how, since overcoming his earlier depression, he had begun to notice the Hero Corps students more. Himiko did not seem to be in that program, which meant she likely was in a different classroom taking a general studies track. Himiko teased that he had seemed dull earlier but now appeared different, speculating playfully about whether he was in love and noting she could not detect it. Midoriya politely asked her to leave him alone. When Himiko was brushed off, her eyes narrowed and she said she would learn everything about him and become very familiar with who he was. Then she walked away, leaving Midoriya confused. Once she was out of earshot, he murmured to himself, trying to piece together what she might have meant. After school, with a bag over his shoulder, Midoriya walked toward his favorite rundown bar. A few blocks from school he felt as if he were being followed, but each time he looked back the feeling vanished and no one was there. Remaining calm, he turned down an alley with the sun at his back and kept his gaze on the ground as he slowed his pace. When a new shadow appeared behind him, he spun around just as a knife came at him. Midoriya activated his quirk, carefully using as little enhancement as possible to keep up the illusion of being quirkless. He grabbed the arm holding the knife and used a controlled twist to make the weapon fall away. Himiko explained that she had been following him after her lunchtime comment. She had guessed his quirk related to transformations and had used the shadows to track him when she could not rely on invisibility. Midoriya kept a hold of her arm and forced the knife from her hand. Himiko teased that he should be nicer to a young woman and then produced a sharp drawing compass, swinging it in a threatening manner. Midoriya backed up as she moved fluidly, and she quickly recovered the knife from the ground. Instead of describing bloody violence, Himiko made it clear she had intended to harm him to satisfy her curiosity about him, speaking with a disturbingly cheerful tone about testing him and seeing how he would react under pressure. Midoriya found himself overwhelmed by her acrobatics while keeping his quirk's output deliberately low. When the assault intensified and he had no other way out, he increased his power slightly and aimed a controlled strike toward her midsection. The sudden improvement in his speed and precision made Himiko pull back, startled. Himiko smiled and remarked that it was a shame she had not gotten the result she wanted, but that he remained very interesting and she would meet him again tomorrow. She gave a theatrical, mocking wave as she ran out of the alley, leaving Midoriya to process the encounter. Midoriya ran out of the alley not wanting to lose her, but Himiko was already gone, likely escaped with the same technique she had used to stalk him. He sighed and continued toward the bar, moving slower and checking over his shoulder to make sure he was not being followed by Himiko Toga. Her words and actions had been so erratic that he could not make sense of them. He was lost in thought and only came to himself when he stood outside the bar. He opened the door slowly and looked around. Shigaraki sat at a table and Kurogiri stood behind the counter as usual. The television was on, muted. Kurogiri commented that Midoriya was later than usual and had thought he might not come. Midoriya replied that it was nothing. Kurogiri slid a juice across the bar as he always did when Midoriya arrived. Midoriya considered whether to mention his encounter with All Might and the strange girl, but decided not to bring them up. Either topic would raise too many questions. Midoriya asked if they were going to watch the UA Sports Festival next week, remembering he always watched it. Kurogiri suggested it would be useful to learn more about the students who had been with All Might. Shigaraki asked why he would watch it and then dismissed the idea as a pain. Seeing the conversation stall, Midoriya reached into his bag and slid a notebook across the table. The cover was burned with the number 13. Shigaraki picked it up carefully, making sure not to activate his quirk, and began to read through it. Shigaraki noted that the notebook was impressive, listing heroes' quirks, possible applications, restrictions, and even clothing functionality. He glanced to a page and pointed out information on Bakugo Katsuki, asking if Midoriya knew him. Midoriya said he did know Bakugo. Shigaraki asked if Bakugo was a friend. Midoriya explained that they had been friends in elementary school, but now they were not. To Bakugo, Midoriya was Deku, a useless, quirkless pebble. He clenched his hands into fists and told Shigaraki that Deku meant someone who could do nothing, and vowed to show Bakugo that Deku would leave him with nothing. After seeing Midoriya's intensity, Shigaraki agreed that they could watch the festival. Midoriya nodded and shifted his gaze back to his juice as a troubling thought crossed his mind. What else had been done to him besides receiving a quirk? A profile card for Shigaraki Tamura described his quirk, Decay, which causes anything his hands touch to crumble. It was noted that it was not voluntary and only activated if all 5 fingers touched an object. Later, Midoriya arrived home to find his mother making dinner. She asked if he had a good time with his friend. Midoriya answered with one word that it had been fine. When his mother mentioned the UA Sports Festival and asked if he wanted to watch it with her, Midoriya declined. The rest of the meal passed in awkward silence. He told his mother he was going to his room and thanked her for the meal. She cleaned the table slowly, feeling the distance growing between them. In his room, the torn posters of All Might barely hung on the walls, and the figures he used to collect were scattered across the floor. He sat at his computer and scanned the news despite his waning interest in Hero Society. He found mention of a villain calling himself the Hero Killer Stain who had appeared in several cities. Midoriya noticed a pattern. There were always 4 victims, with the last one left alive. It seemed like a detail to keep in mind. With nothing else of note besides the upcoming UA festival, he went to bed. The next day at school, Midoriya sat alone in the lunchroom as he often did. Himiko plopped down across from him with the familiar wide grin. She pointed out that he had not told anyone what had happened between them. Midoriya replied that it would be a pain to try to explain. Himiko leaned in and showed the compass she had used the day before, then suggested doing something extreme to prove a point. Midoriya quickly grabbed her arm and warned that doing something like that there would get her caught. Himiko's expression softened into a brief blush, and she teased that he did care. Midoriya told her that he did not have the luxury to get tangled up in anything and began to finish his food. Himiko tugged on his shirt, asking him not to leave, and said she had kept his secret. Midoriya asked what secret that was. Himiko claimed she knew he had a quirk and that she was curious how he had gotten it and why he did not tell anyone. Midoriya refused to answer. Himiko stood and moved to sit beside him. She linked her arm with his and leaned against him affectionately, whispering that they were connected in their own way and that they knew things about each other no one else did. Midoriya was surprised and unsure how to react to the clingy, unpredictable girl. When the bell rang, he used the break in the moment to slip away and head to his next class. As he walked off, Himiko reached for a knife that had been by a cafeteria tray and spun it in her hand, her grin still there as she said she hoped they would become closer someday. Later, after school, Midoriya changed into a hoodie and jeans instead of his uniform and waited in an alley for half an hour to make sure Himiko was not following him. Seeing no signs of being followed, Midoriya continued his walk toward the bar. After getting off his bus one ward from Kamino as usual, he stumbled onto a dead body and a man in a tattered mask standing over it, a dark stain on his sword. The man's black, messy hair was held back by a red headband and a matching red scarf. He wore a dark combat suit with plated armor, holsters for knives, and spikes on his shoes. Only one ward away from Kamino, Midoriya happened to run into the hero killer. Stain trained his cold eyes on Midoriya and, pointing with a bandaged arm, warned him that this was no place for children. Midoriya felt that oddly calm sensation wash over him again and smiled at Stain, noting that Stain seemed friendlier than he had expected. Stain asked who Midoriya was and observed that Midoriya's eyes were too cold for a regular student. He pointed the chipped katana at Midoriya and cautioned that even children could become his targets if they proved unworthy as heroes, declaring that heroes in it for glory or money were false and that only All Might could be called a true hero. Midoriya's grin grew darker, a faint sadness showing in his eyes as he admitted that he had once wanted to be a hero but had given up after All Might told him it was impossible. Stain dismissed the idea of villainy and asked what conviction Midoriya could possibly have, suggesting the weak were naturally weeded out. Midoriya glared at Stain, bent his knees, and felt black lightning begin to crackle around him. He declared that the weak could not accomplish their dreams and that he would destroy everything to make a place where they could. He vowed to show the resolve of someone All Might had rejected. Midoriya launched at Stain with incredible speed, aiming a kick at his face. Stain swung his blade down to cut him, but Midoriya used the walls to propel himself instead of striking directly, ending up behind the hero killer and delivering a sharp blow to Stain's back. When Stain's initial swing missed, he tracked Midoriya's movement and prepared for the follow-up. He could not keep up with Midoriya's speed and felt the kid's fist land on his back. Moving with the impact to soften it, Stain steadied himself with a hand, brought up his leg, and used the spikes on his shoes to deter Midoriya as he sprang back to his feet and resumed the chase. Dodging the blade alone was manageable, but when Stain tossed the sword into the air, he produced two knives and threw them at Midoriya. Midoriya dodged both while keeping his eye on the sword, but he did not notice Stain close in and strike his shoulder with another knife as the sword descended back into Stain's hand. Stain called Midoriya weak and brought the sword near his neck, criticizing him for moves that showed no real fighting experience and for using his quirk awkwardly, like a newborn learning to walk. Midoriya, breathing heavily, admitted that Stain was not wrong. His other hand pressed against his chest from the strain of overusing his quirk. He acknowledged that this had been the first time he had really used the quirk in a fight and asked if Stain could teach him how to fight. Stain hesitated. He had the sword at Midoriya's throat, but the kid showed no fear, anger, or the usual emotions expected at that moment. Noticing Stain's brief distraction, Midoriya reactivated his quirk, grimaced in pain, grabbed Stain's arm, and jarred Stain's head, causing Stain to drop a knife and take a step back. Midoriya deactivated his quirk and nearly collapsed from pain, letting out a strained laugh and telling Stain that he should pay more attention. Slightly impressed that Midoriya had broken free but seeing him in no position to pursue, Stain warned that Midoriya should not try that again, because he might not survive next time. Then Stain melted into the darkness. Midoriya told Stain that they would meet again the next day, surprising the hero killer. He did not linger and vanished into the alleyways. Once Stain had disappeared, Midoriya barely managed to pull himself up and tried to leave the scene before anyone found him near the fallen hero. As he dragged himself away, a text buzzed on his phone. It was Kurogiri asking where he was. Midoriya smiled inwardly, thinking Shigaraki had probably asked Kurogiri to check on him, something Shigaraki would never admit. He replied that he was delayed but would be there soon. Partway there, his chest pain subsided only to be replaced by sharp discomfort in his arm as he moved it. Finally arriving at the bar, he pushed the door open and announced that he had arrived. Shigaraki glared at Midoriya and demanded to know why he was injured. Midoriya explained that he had run into the hero killer and things had not gone well. Kurogiri began to bandage Midoriya's wound using supplies from a previous incident. Kurogiri asked whether Stain might join their group now that they had met him. Midoriya considered the idea, then said that Stain might join but would probably try to kill them instead. Shigaraki stated that he did not want someone who attacked his party to be part of his party. Midoriya admitted that he had started the encounter and, thinking back on Stain's admiration for All Might, resolved that he would meet Stain again to see if he could finish what he had started. A short neutral bridge sentence was added to maintain continuity. Stain's quirk, Blood Curdle, temporarily paralyzed a target by affecting their bloodstream. The duration of the effect varied depending on blood type. Midoriya opened his notebook and began to scribble down everything he knew about the hero killer. He muttered the details as he wrote: the killer's appearance, where he kept his weapons, his fighting style, and the possible quirk inferred from media reports. Shigaraki told Midoriya to be quiet, his annoyance at the rambling clear. Midoriya apologized and explained it was a habit, then finished his notes and set the pencil down to review his work. Kurojiiri commented that the notebook was impressive. Shigaraki admitted it was good and walked behind Midoriya, surprised at how quickly he could compile so much information. Midoriya blushed at the rare compliment and felt reassured. Being useful to the League confirmed for him that this was the right path. Midoriya said he needed to leave early to prepare for his next encounter with the hero killer. The voice from the TV All for One, the leader the others called Sensei, spoke from the screen, and Midoriya stopped in his tracks and turned. All for One warned him not to be reckless and reminded him that he was too valuable to lose. The praise made Midoriya feel needed and buoyed him. He agreed to be careful but stopped by the beach on the way home. At the shoreline, Midoriya sifted through the cleaned piles of metal from his training runs and found 2 flat pieces that would serve as bracers. Using his quirk, he bent the metal around his wrists and fastened them with string scavenged from the trash. Satisfied, he headed home. Entering the house, Midoriya noticed his mother was not in her usual place. He moved through the rooms and found her standing by his computer. The screen paused on a dramatic news clip. A commentator in the footage exclaimed disbelief that someone had already saved 100 people. The video focused on a figure emerging from behind a crashed bus amid fire and debris. All Might appeared carrying people and laughing, then struck the screen in the clip, which shocked Midoriya's mother. She stammered that she had only wanted to help and had hoped the recording would bring her son back. Instead, the footage showed a darker image, Midoriya scowling, eyes full of hatred, and the screen damaged where his hand met it, implying a sudden, violent moment. Midoriya's mother pleaded through tears, saying she did not know how to handle how much he had changed and that she only wanted things to be as they had been. Midoriya paused with his hand on the door, taking a breath as his expression hardened. He knew staying would only drag them both down. What he needed now was with the League of Villains. He turned his back on his mother, said goodbye, activated his quirk, and bolted from the house. Once he was far enough away, Midoriya walked back toward the bar, the only place he had left. He wrestled with regret over leaving so abruptly but forced himself to focus on his goals. He hid the bracers under his hoodie as he cut through familiar alleys and approached the street where the hero killer often struck. He found Stain standing over a fallen hero, the scene tense but not graphic. Stain did not look up, and he told Midoriya that if the quirkless became heroes, they would end up like the fallen person beneath them. Stain let the tip of his sword rest against the fallen figure and lectured about the danger of making the weak do the strong's work. Midoriya pushed down the turmoil from home and stepped forward to confront Stain, insisting that the strong had no right to look down on or crush the dreams of the quirkless. He spoke of the world he intended to build after destroying the current one, a place where the quirkless would not be treated as trash. Stain raised his sword and warned Midoriya that he might not survive this encounter. Midoriya laughed, narrowing his eyes as he recalled a quirkless person he had once known who had been bullied and rejected by their idol and had ultimately died. The memory steeled him as the two prepared to clash. Midoriya decided he would become the person to make the world the man he admired had wanted. He cast aside Midoriya Izuku as a name and identity he could no longer cling to. He would be Deku, the one who would change everything. Stain shouted that Deku was a fool as Deku walked into the hero killer's range. Stain swung his sword hard, preparing for Deku to dodge, but Deku did not step away. In an instant, a fist struck into Stain's midsection and the sword was deflected. Stain staggered back, clutching his side, trying to understand what had happened. Deku narrowed his eyes and refused to explain. He used his bracers to block Stain's chipped blade, then activated his quirk and delivered a heavy, decisive punch into the hero killer's stomach. Stain stumbled back, shaken but not finished, and readied himself to take the fight more seriously. He threw a dagger that Deku knocked away while advancing. When Deku closed the distance, he activated his quirk and struck again. Stain backed away with a hiss, warning that the same trick would not work twice as he swung his sword. Deku dodged this time, launching himself from the walls to aim a kick at Stain's head. Stain ducked and attempted to move his sword up. Deku jumped higher to avoid the blade and landed behind him, but Stain countered with a horizontal swing. Deku ducked and tried to uppercut, and Stain responded by driving forward, planting his foot against Deku's injured shoulder. Pain shot through Deku, and Stain drew back. The spike on Stain's footwear grazed Deku's shoulder, and the contact carried a strange effect from Stain's quirk that left Deku unable to move. Stain hovered his sword over Deku and declared that knowing the source of the effect would not help because Deku was going to die. Deku raced his thoughts, knowing he had to create an opening. He began to speak, listing details about the hero killer's fighting style and equipment, how Stain favored his right hand but was ambidextrous, how he was athletic with keen reflexes, and how the visible daggers were likely not the only ones hidden on his person. Stain paused, confused by the sudden ramble, and the brief delay was all Deku needed to act. In that small window, Deku kicked off the ground and struck Stain hard in the face, taking him by surprise and forcing him to brace against a wall. Deku studied Stain for a moment, then turned and began to walk away. Stain demanded to know where he was going. Deku told him that he was done fighting for now. He had learned what he needed and realized he could not win this fight alone. A faint smile crossed Deku's face as he admitted that someone had warned him not to be careless and had deemed him useful, so he decided to return to them because they were all he had left. Stain stood there confused. Deku acknowledged that something had changed within him. He was learning what he would have to become to achieve his convictions. The hero killer did not pursue him, and Deku left the alley to return to the bar. Kurogiri remarked with surprise that Deku had returned as Deku sat at the stool beside Shigaraki. Deku replied that he was back and turned toward the television, asking to be taught how to be stronger. All for One appeared on the screen with a grin and promised that, as long as Deku's goals aligned with Shigaraki's, he would provide everything Deku needed. Kurogiri's quirk, Warp Gate, allowed him to create dark fog that transported anything it touched to a nearby location. The portals he formed were based on coordinates, though he only needed coordinates for places he could not see. Midoriya lay face-first on the pavement, breathing hard and sore from head to toe. He felt a huge hand lift him by the head and dangle him in the air. His vision swam as he tried to focus on what had picked him up. The creature towered over him, twice his size, its gray skin and damaged skull hinting at experimental modification. Its jaw hung open and its blank eyes locked on Midoriya. Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to stop as he leaned against a wall. The Nomu released Midoriya, who flopped to the ground like a rag doll. Midoriya's vision cleared as the numbness in his body subsided. He pulled himself up slowly and stared at the Nomu, now motionless and frozen in place. Around him the factory revealed tanks where many other Nomu rested. Shigaraki told Kurogiri it was time to return, and black mist began to seep from the shadows. Kurogiri stood with the other Nomu in case he was needed to retrieve. The mist first flowed over the Nomu and guided it back to its tank, then it enveloped Midoriya and Shigaraki and transported them back to the bar. When they arrived, Midoriya leaned exhaustedly against a bar stool, panting and still aching from the beating. All for One addressed Midoriya through the television, insisting that he should not be depressed because his quirk was still developing. The villain explained that overcoming limitations would make him stronger than ordinary pro-heroes. Midoriya admitted that the heroes seemed to have so many quirks that they were hard to handle. All for One corrected him, saying the problem was efficiency. Midoriya often figured out the Nomu's abilities after the fact, by which point he had already lost ground. He used the hero killer's quirk as an example, noting that Midoriya had been defeated once the quirk activated. Midoriya asked what he should do differently, and All for One advised prediction and aggressiveness, always maintaining control of a situation and oneself, predicting an opponent's moves while analyzing and adapting as events unfolded. Without mastering those skills, All for One warned, Midoriya would never match up to the heroes he admired. Midoriya acknowledged that he understood and turned his head to look at Shigaraki. Shigaraki then reminded him that today was the UA Sports Festival. All for One's message ended and the television cut to a blank screen. Kurogiri picked up the remote and switched the broadcast to the sports festival. Shigaraki remarked that watching would be a pain. Midoriya observed that the first two events would narrow the competitors down to the ones worth watching. He studied the screen intently. Bakugo approached the stage and declared that he would be number one, drawing boos from the crowd. Shigaraki asked Midoriya if Bakugo was his friend. Midoriya reflected that he was not sure if they had ever truly been friends. Shigaraki said Bakugo might be interesting, but Midoriya warned him to stop any plans that would try to use Bakugo's pride. Midoriya explained that Bakugo's pride came from trying to be like All Might. He knew firsthand what Bakugo was capable of and believed Bakugo would go to extremes believing he could be number one. Shigaraki placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder and assured him that he would arrange a meeting soon. As the first event ended, Kurogiri narrated the students from UA as their images appeared on screen. Midoriya wrote each name into his notebook, analyzing quirks and placing a star beside Todoroki's name after Todoroki finished first, with Bakugo second. The second event was a cavalry battle with teams. Midoriya checked his notes to identify Kirishima, Uraraka, and Shiro on Bakugo's team, while Todoroki's team included Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari. Todoroki's and Bakugo's teams advanced to the finals, joined by two other teams, Tokoyami, Shinso, Ishido, and Aoyama on one side, and Hatsum, Tetsutetsu, Shiozaki, and Minoma on the other. Midoriya hurriedly recorded all the information before breathing a small sigh of relief once the cavalry battle concluded. The one-on-one matches that followed were mostly routine, with a few notable exceptions. Minoma copied Shinso's hypnotic technique, Hatsum cleverly used Ida to demonstrate her support items, and Bakugo faced off against Uraraka in a tense match. In the second round, Todoroki quickly neutralized Minoma, and Bakugo overcame Kirishima. In the semi-finals, Todoroki and Bakugo each won with relative ease, setting up the final. The final began with intense back-and-forth action as Bakugo tried to resist Todoroki's ice. Midoriya noticed something off about Bakugo's demeanor. He told Shigaraki that something felt wrong. Shigaraki asked what he meant, and Midoriya explained that while Bakugo usually approached fights with pure, earnest intensity, this time his anger seemed targeted at Todoroki's choices rather than at the match itself. As the battle continued, Bakugo's explosions grew larger and less precise. He leapt into the air and spun, using blasts to build momentum. Smoke enveloped him as he charged toward Todoroki. Todoroki lifted his left hand and summoned flames, but he hesitated. The two collided in a massive, showy burst of energy that sent Todoroki tumbling out of the ring while Bakugo remained inside. Midoriya realized in that moment that Bakugo's fury was directed at Todoroki's refusal to use his full power. He watched Bakugo run to Todoroki's side afterward and understood the source of the anger. Shigaraki looked on, puzzled, and wondered aloud whether Bakugo could be useful to them. Seeing Bakugo restrained on the pedestal during the award ceremony had given Shigaraki the impression that people were holding him back and that a different path might free him. Midoriya explained that Bakugo would not hold resentment toward those who restrained him. His anger was simply focused on Todoroki's choices in the match. Midoriya grinned and unconsciously activated his quirk, black lightning rippling across his body. He said that the other person cared about nothing but being the best, no matter what happened to him, and added that he might be able to devise a plan that would not only use him but break him. Bakugo's quirk, Explosion, allowed him to secrete a nitroglycerin-like sweat from his palms and ignite it at will to create powerful blasts. The more he produced, the stronger the explosions became, and repeated, especially large, detonations left his arms and shoulders aching. Midoriya returned to the warehouse to continue fighting another Nomu. The exchange had been going on for 10 minutes, and Midoriya had not been struck. This Nomu lacked eyes, its skin was unnaturally dark, and the top half of its head exposed its brain. Each attack was met with Midoriya's practice dodges and counterstrikes. Every hit landed with a heavy, echoing impact, but the Nomu's regenerative quirk let it recover quickly. Midoriya, having just deduced a way to counter regeneration, targeted the Nomu's shoulder and dislocated it. Midoriya explained that the Nomu's regeneration only repaired damaged or destroyed parts and could not replace an intact shoulder, then took a few steps back, aware the creature could not understand him. He prepared to strike the other shoulder, expecting another attack, but the Nomu suddenly froze. A portal opened behind Midoriya and Shigaraki stepped through holding a shopping bag. Shigaraki noted that Midoriya was improving and said their sensei needed them, offering the bag as a small thoughtful gesture so Midoriya would not have to wear his school uniform around the base. Midoriya followed Shigaraki through the portal and they appeared in the bar in front of a television. On the screen, All for One informed them that Kurogyari would receive a guest and requested that Midoriya and Shigaraki meet him. Midoriya asked who the guest was. Shigaraki responded that the guest was the hero killer Stain. Shigaraki expressed discomfort at the idea of someone who had attacked his party member being present. Midoriya was surprised. He had not expected to encounter Stain again. Kurogyari opened another portal and Stain stepped through. Stain's gaze landed on Shigaraki, leader of the League of Villains, and on Midoriya, whom he knew as Deku. Stain observed that he understood who the leader was and who Midoriya was and asked bluntly what they wanted from him. Midoriya suggested that they wanted to see if Stain would join them. He did not truly want Stain to join, but All for One had requested his presence, and Midoriya felt compelled to play along. Shigaraki added that Stain had more experience as a villain and that the match could be useful. Stain responded that for the moment his aim was to tear down what he saw as falsehoods in society and that he had no interest in joining idle causes. He made his disdain clear and began to draw his weapons, narrowing his focus on Shigaraki while remaining ready for any move from Midoriya or Kurogyari. Kurogyari, concerned, asked whether this was allowed to continue. All for One reassured the room that the confrontation should proceed. He wanted Stain to confront their motivations and grow from it. Before anyone could act, Stain launched into motion. He slipped past Shigaraki and struck Kurogyari with a quick, precise action that left Kurogyari stunned and unable to move properly. Midoriya froze when All for One ordered them not to interfere. Though he had wanted to back Shigaraki, he complied and remained seated to watch. Shigaraki lunged for Stain and was easily evaded. Stain quickly overpowered Shigaraki, pinning him to the ground and pressing a blade dangerously close to his neck while maintaining control. Stain lectured on conviction and desire, saying that the weak and insincere would be weeded out. Midoriya felt a rising irritation. Stain's words kept reminding him of All Might and Bakugo, and memories of being called weak made him clench his fist as he watched. Stain's gaze swung to Midoriya, giving off a menacing intensity that could not be ignored. He returned his attention to Shigaraki and declared that society had become overgrown with false heroes and that both counterfeit heroes and purposeless villains deserved to be purged. He brought his blade close to Shigaraki's face, but when it neared Shigaraki's hand, Shigaraki grabbed the knife and prevented it from touching his hand. Shigaraki warned that he would kill for that hand, and the contact of his quirk caused the blade to crumble where it touched. Shigaraki admitted he did not possess lofty convictions, and that his primary target was All Might and the society that idolized him. His admission gave Stain pause. The intensity Shigaraki emitted revealed a strong will and untapped potential. Stain relaxed his posture and disengaged, while Shigaraki, irritated, commented that the lack of a healer in their group made situations like this inconvenient. Stain asked rhetorically if that was who Shigaraki was, and Shigaraki, confused, stopped scratching his neck. Stain acknowledged that their goals opposed each other but observed they both sought to destroy the present order. He said Shigaraki irritated him and told him to go away, to disappear. Stain explained that he had been testing Shigaraki's true motives, that people revealed themselves near death, and that while there was a desire burning inside Shigaraki, Stain now better understood why Midoriya was with him. Stain pointed to Midoriya, who had been glaring the whole time, poised and tense, and advised Shigaraki to nurture that desire or risk being consumed by it. Stain sheathed his blade and stepped back, leaving a charged silence in the room as everyone absorbed what had just occurred. All for One announced that he was curious to see what would become of the two of them and that he would not dispose of them there. Shigaraki told Kurogyari that he did not want the newcomer as a party member. Kurogyari replied that the newcomer could be a great asset if he joined Shigaraki, and then Kurogyari suddenly realized he could move his body again. Shigaraki complained that the newcomer would be toxic to the group. Everyone in the room turned to Midoriya, who was still glaring at Stain. Midoriya said that the newcomer would not be able to become a party member. Stain narrowed his eyes at the implied threat and asked to be taken back to Hosu because he still had things to finish there. Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri to do it, and Kurogiri opened a portal for Stain to leave. After Stain departed, Shigaraki turned his attention to the television. Midoriya then asked All for One how many Nomu he had made. All for One answered that he had just finished the 6th, and that the Nomu Midoriya had used previously was also repaired. Shigaraki demanded that All for One give him the Nomu. All for One asked why, thinking less of it for his own sake and more for Shigaraki's development. Shigaraki stated bluntly that he did not like the hero killer and that he could destroy things he did not like. All for One granted 3 Nomu to Shigaraki but cautioned that he should treat it as a learning experience. Shigaraki told Kurogiri to make a portal to Hosu. Midoriya decided to go as well and quickly changed out of the uniform he had been wearing, putting on a green dress shirt with a black vest. He also prepared a black tie and gloves. All for One reminded them that he had already granted Shigaraki 3 Nomu and that there was no need for Midoriya to go, but Midoriya insisted on going and pulled on his gloves, determined to act on his own despite All for One's reservations. Kurogiri opened a portal, and Midoriya and Shigaraki stepped through. They appeared behind Stain, who was slouched on the rooftop of a building overlooking the city. Shigaraki observed that Hosu looked nicer than he had expected. Midoriya responded with a sarcastic remark, unable to hide his disdain for the hero killer, while Shigaraki turned his attention back to Stain and asked what he intended to do. Stain declared that he would reform the city and that, to do so, he needed more targets. Midoriya explained that Stain typically took down a set number of heroes in each city, and since Stain had returned he had not yet reached that number. Stain commented that one of them understood, but that both adversaries were just kids. Shigaraki bristled at being called a kid. Stain announced that hero was a title reserved for those who had accomplished great deeds and accused many of being fake heroes who cared only for themselves. Until the world understood this, he intended to keep appearing. He took his sword and leapt from the rooftop. Midoriya watched Stain's departure and memorized the direction he headed. Shigaraki mocked the grandstanding, sarcastically calling Stain so noble he could cry, and clenched the place where Stain had grazed him. Midoriya reflected that even the noblest of heroes could never fully understand the people they were supposed to save, and he recalled how All Might had once told him he was too weak to be a hero. Kurogiri noted that in the cities where Stain had appeared the crime rate had fallen, and some credited Stain's actions for that change, which only increased the ire of Shigaraki and Midoriya. Annoyed, Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri to bring out the Nomu. Kurogiri opened a portal behind them and 3 Nomu stepped out. Midoriya recognized them as the same Nomu he had used for training. Shigaraki taunted that, if Stain thought he could get away with attacking him, Shigaraki could respond in kind and crush Stain's honor and pride. Midoriya called the plan roundabout and pointless, then sprang toward the direction Stain had gone. Kurogiri tried to call Midoriya back, but Shigaraki stopped him and declared that the competition had become more interesting and that they should let Midoriya go. The Nomu were described as obedient tools of the League of Villains, given quirks by All for One and bound to follow any command. They lacked emotions and behaved like dolls when not ordered. Midoriya moved across rooftops following the trail Stain had left. After several minutes he looked down an alley and saw Stain with a hero on the ground. From his vantage point Midoriya identified the hero as Native, a relatively unimpressive hero whom Midoriya still had noted in his analysis guide. Midoriya muttered to himself that he needed a pawn, someone obedient who would act exactly as he wanted, because even using Native as a distraction would likely lead to his defeat. Before he could act, a loud voice came from the alley proclaiming that someone had finally found the hero killer and attacking Stain. Midoriya glanced down and recognized the suit of the attacker as Ingenium, the hero who had previously survived an encounter with Stain but had been left paralyzed by it. The person's helmet was knocked off, revealing a kid with glasses. Midoriya recognized the face from a meeting on his way to school and from the UA Sports Festival. Midoriya already knew a little about Ida from asking Kurogiri for information on the 4 sports festival finalists. Aside from his quirk and his hero lineage, there was nothing particularly useful or interesting about him, so Midoriya had largely disregarded him. Stain berated the youngster, insisting that this was no place for children. Ida, slowly getting to his feet, called out that the man before them was the hero killer Stain. Midoriya sighed, briefly wondering if Ida could be of any help, but when Ida was shoved aside he dismissed the thought. In that moment it did not matter to him if the other hero or Ida fell. Two sources of light flared nearby. One was a huge explosion Midoriya assumed came from one of Shigaraki's nomas. The other was a moving blaze that announced the arrival of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Endeavor's flames made him easy to spot at night. Midoriya wondered if the best way to stop Stain would be to let Endeavor handle it. Behind Endeavor, Midoriya had hoped to find Todoroki Shoto. Midoriya knew from Kurogiri that Todoroki technically possessed both fire and ice quirks but favored his ice. His mother remained in a clinic, and he harbored deep resentment toward his father. Todoroki lagged a block behind his father. While Endeavor raced toward the scene, Todoroki trailed, lacking the same urgency. Midoriya dropped into an alley, staying in the shadows, and waited for Todoroki to get closer. Midoriya called out to Todoroki from the darkness, careful not to attract Endeavor's attention. Todoroki glared and demanded to know who he was. Midoriya identified himself as Deku, said he had seen Todoroki's skills at the UA Sports Festival, and asked for help because the hero killer was attacking someone. Todoroki glanced toward Endeavor, and Midoriya pointed out that splitting up to cover different threads would be the most effective approach. Todoroki agreed and followed Midoriya down a few alleys, keeping a few steps behind, wary in case Midoriya tried anything. They emerged near the fight to see Stain's blade raised over Ida's head, ready to strike. Acting quickly, Todoroki used his ice quirk to force Stain to back up. Stain looked up at the source of the attack and focused on the two of them. Midoriya stepped beside Ida with Todoroki close behind. Stain glared at Midoriya and sneered at the appearance of another would-be hero. Todoroki checked on Ida and the other hero who had been killed earlier. Ida tried to ask Todoroki what he was doing there and who Midoriya was. Todoroki identified him as Deku and said they were there to help. Stain mocked the notion of student heroes assisting villains and questioned why anyone would think they were working together. Todoroki bristled and prepared to defend against Midoriya, reading the situation and ready to act. Midoriya slid his hands into his pockets and sighed, offering to leave if Todoroki preferred to handle Stain alone. He added with a sharp edge that Todoroki could probably do better than many of the pro heroes who had fallen to Stain. Midoriya told Todoroki to follow his instructions exactly. He would distract Stain while Todoroki used his ice to disrupt Stain's footing. Todoroki asked why he should take orders from someone he called a villain. Midoriya replied that he had already fought Stain before, then activated his quirk and launched himself straight at the hero killer. Stain yelled as he swung his sword at Midoriya, shifting the blade in an attempt to cut along Midoriya's arm. Midoriya increased his speed, avoiding the blow and driving his fist forward into Stain's face to create an opening. While Stain reeled, Todoroki tried to trap him in ice, but Stain leapt away. Midoriya closed in, nearly landing another strike. As Stain avoided the next ice attack, he used Midoriya's momentum to his advantage, sending Midoriya into a brief counter and launching a pair of daggers toward Todoroki. Todoroki acted an ice wall to defend against the thrown blades, but doing so limited his vision. Stain seized the moment, grabbing Midoriya's arm and slamming him into a nearby wall. Stain taunted that obscuring one's sight against a faster opponent was a rookie mistake, then sliced through the ice and sent more knives toward Todoroki. 2 knives struck Todoroki's arm, and as Stain shifted his blade toward Ida, Todoroki tried to block with more ice. The blade glanced off and struck Todoroki's hand, causing a painful injury that compromised his grip and slowed his response. Midoriya lunged to attack, but Stain dodged with ease. Ida, still immobilized on the ground, cried out that as the inheritor of the Ingenium name he had to defeat Stain. Midoriya snapped back, angry and blunt. If Ida had not wanted this to happen, he should not have been so weak. Midoriya told him that he had been given opportunities many people would sacrifice everything for, yet here he was complaining instead of growing stronger. The harsh words cut deep, and Ida's anger turned to tears as he realized the truth in them. His hands began to twitch as Stain's disabling effect started to fade. Midoriya and Todoroki continued to coordinate their attacks, but Todoroki's injuries had slowed him down and complicated their efforts. This put Midoriya on the defensive when a flash of white streaked by and Ida's foot crashed down on Stain. Ida activated Recipro Burst and struck Stain, knocking him back. The surprise allowed Midoriya to close in. He focused his quirk into his hand and punched Stain into the wall. Midoriya followed with another solid blow to Stain's chest, and the impact knocked Stain unconscious. Midoriya grabbed Stain's hair and threw him to the ground at Ida's feet, asking if Ida had wanted revenge. Ida protested that he could not do something like that, bracing his hand against the wall to steady himself. Todoroki walked beside Ida and asked Midoriya to explain what he was doing. Midoriya shrugged and explained that this was his third encounter with Stain. The first two had been chance meetings in an alley, and the third had been because Stain had attacked people Midoriya knew. Todoroki moved as if preparing to confront Midoriya, and Midoriya warned that if they tried they would both lose. He added that he did not owe them an explanation and advised them to keep the fact they had met him a secret. Midoriya explained that they had used their powers illegally. It did not bother him much, but for Ida and Todoroki, who aspired to be heroes, the consequences would be severe. Ida looked confused for a moment while Todoroki's expression slowly changed as he realized the implication. Todoroki said they did not have a choice and that they should take the hero killer to the proper heroes before he regained consciousness. Midoriya decided to leave before other heroes arrived and, as he turned to go, asked them to tell Bakugo that Deku would be seeing him soon, correcting himself mid-thought as he said Bakugo's name. Ida tried to call out and ask how Midoriya knew Bakugo, but Midoriya had already slipped into the alleys and leapt up to the rooftops to meet Shigaraki. A few minutes later, Midoriya reached Shigaraki, who looked even angrier than before their argument. Midoriya wanted to speak, but Kurojirai silently shook his head, so Midoriya stayed quiet. A helicopter drifted overhead and began recording, zooming in on the three of them as the kid glanced up at it. Kurojirai suggested they leave and opened a portal back to the bar. Midoriya went through without hesitation. Shigaraki hesitated, then, bitter about Endeavor having killed the Nomus, stepped through the portal as well. The next day at a police station, All Might stood in a secluded room with the detective Tsukachi. Tsukachi slid a photograph across the table to All Might and told him that they believed they had found the boy, noting that the image matched the photo his mother had sent. All Might examined the picture of Midoriya standing beside Shigaraki. The green hair and features matched, though the eyes looked a little older. All Might reacted with disbelief and asked who else knew. Tsukachi explained that because it involved the League of Villains, they had been able to intercept the video and photographs before they aired, forcing the removal of anything that included the boy. He said he was only doing this once as a favor to All Might and the boy's mother, because if she knew the truth she would be devastated. All Might said he understood. Todoroki's quirk, half cold half hot, allowed him to drastically lower temperatures using the right side of his body. He could freeze what he touched and shape the ice into supports or use it against an opponent. Prolonged use of the right side could dangerously lower his body temperature and carry serious risk. A week had passed since the capture of Stain the hero killer. News of his capture had already spread, and a video of the arrest was circulating. After Midoriya left, Stain had been delivered to nearby heroes and appeared to attempt an escape once he regained consciousness. Midoriya opened his phone to show Kurojirai and Shigaraki the footage he had found. The video began with Stain bound and surrounded by pro-heroes. He produced a hidden blade, cut his restraints, and tried to flee. Endeavor arrived on the scene after dealing with the Nomus and blocked his path. Endeavor declared that Stain would not get away and immediately closed in, launching a powerful flame strike. Stain dodged, but the blast of fire prevented him from advancing. Cornered with Endeavor in front and other heroes behind, Stain's mask began to crack and burn away, exposing his face. The sight of him made bystanders recoil. Stain shouted that false heroes like Endeavor could never kill him, insisting that only All Might could do so. At the end of the outburst, Stain suddenly collapsed and went unconscious from the injuries he had suffered earlier in the confrontation. The video then displayed text summarizing his life and his goal to revive an old ideal of heroism through violent means. When the clip ended, Shigaraki, unable to contain his frustration, snatched up a bar stool and hurled it toward the wall. The stool disintegrated into dust before it made contact. Shigaraki complained that he was fed up with endless talk about the hero killer while the Nomus had been barely mentioned and the situation was being treated like a sideshow. Midoriya brushed past the outburst and remarked that he was surprised he had not ended up on a wanted list yet and guessed that the news crew on the helicopter probably took his picture. Kurogyari observed that the media would frame the event as a vigilant beating of Stain and that the people who defeated Stain would be seen as separate from the person who had been with Shigaraki. All for One announced through the television that authorities believed the person who defeated Stain and the person associated with Shigaraki were different. He added that All Might was trying to cover up Midoriya's involvement, which explained why Midoriya had not appeared on any wanted lists. Midoriya nodded and thought about Todoroki and Ida, who had been with him during the fight, wondering what they were doing now. At school, Todoroki and Ida walked toward Bakugo's desk to ask about Deku and any connection Bakugo might have with him. Bakugo noticed them approaching and scowled. He snapped at them, asking what they wanted and calling them extras. Ida took offense to that phrasing and corrected him while moving his arms in a precise, mechanical fashion. Todoroki asked whether Bakugo knew a dark green, bushy-haired person who went by Deku. Bakugo started to retort that he had never heard of anyone by that name, then trailed off and muttered under his breath that it could not be him. Todoroki, growing more curious, asked Bakugo to repeat himself. Bakugo erupted, insisting he did not know any quirkless freak named Deku. Ida countered that the person called Deku did have a quirk, and Bakugo relaxed when he heard that, assuming they were talking about someone else. Todoroki told Bakugo that Deku had left a message saying he might be seeing him soon, then walked away, glancing back at Bakugo's confused expression. Once out of earshot, Todoroki asked Ida whether Bakugo's acquaintance and the Deku they knew could be different people. Ida denied that outright but admitted that something about the situation felt off. He handed Todoroki a missing person flyer for Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki recognized the picture as the same person they had seen. Ida recounted that he had once seen Midoriya on the way to school with Uraraka and remembered that Midoriya had claimed to be quirkless and wanted to join. Ida had confirmed with Uraraka, and both had found Midoriya to seem unusually reserved. Todoroki considered the possibility that they were the same person and reflected on what might have happened between him and Bakugo. He raised a hand to cover his left eye briefly and admitted that whether the scar was physical or emotional, he could understand how someone might be deeply affected. Ida prompted Todoroki back to the practical question of what to do. Todoroki suggested talking to All Might, reasoning that the #1 hero might have insight. After class, Todoroki and Ida intercepted All Might before he left. Ida asked whether All Might had ever had doubts about a villain. All Might responded that while not all villains acted out of selfishness, a villain remained a villain and hesitation in the face of danger could be deadly. Todoroki then explained plainly that they were talking about someone their own age who had been associated with villains and that they believed bullying in middle school might have been a factor. He handed All Might the missing person sheet. All Might admitted that he had met Midoriya before but that this was the first time he had heard of any bullying. The students told All Might the truth. They had met Midoriya on the day Stain was captured. He had helped and had saved Todoroki's life, and before leaving he had asked them to give Bakugo a message that he might be seeing him soon. Ida explained that when they had told Bakugo about the situation, Bakugo had insisted he did not know the quirkless man but had said the person they met possessed a quirk. All Might murmured that the man must have given him a quirk, then apologized to the boys, thanked them for bringing it to his attention, and excused himself. He hurried out as his time ran short and his muscle form began to fade. Todoroki wondered aloud what All Might meant as the older hero left in a rush. Ida suggested that All might be going to help Bakugo and Midoriya. Back at the hideout, a knock came at the door. Midoriya, Kurogyari, and Shigaraki turned toward it, and Shigaraki told them to let the visitors in. A man who at first glance resembled a sleazy con artist entered, followed by a tall pale man with dark marks around his eyes and neck. A familiar girl walked in with them. Her eyes shone when she looked at Midoriya. Toga greeted him enthusiastically and smiled in a way that made Midoriya visibly surprised. She feigned a pout and then gave a mysterious smile. Shigaraki asked if Midoriya knew her. Midoriya explained that she had attended the same school and had once tried to kill him. The man who had entered first introduced himself as Jiren, a broker. The pale man, without much interest in anyone else, gave his name as Dabi. Jiren added that, unlike Toga, Dabi had not committed flashy crimes but had embraced Stain's ideology. Shigaraki declared that he disapproved of letting Toga in and questioned how serious the others were about their ideals. He ranted about Stain, repeating the name over and over with growing agitation. As his anger rose and his eyes fixed on Dabi, he prepared to lunge. Midoriya reacted quickly, enhancing his body and grabbing Shigaraki's arm to stop him. Midoriya asked what attacking them would accomplish, reminding Shigaraki of the consequences in Hosu. Shigaraki's posture trembled with fury, and Kurojirai, who had been ready to intervene, readied himself for a confrontation. After a tense moment, Shigaraki forced himself to lower his raised hand, withdrew his arm from Midoriya's grasp, and spat at Midoriya to be quiet before storming out and slamming the door. Jiren remarked that it was odd to see the younger man acting more mature than his client. Toga laughed and said she had thought Shigaraki might kill Dabi, while Dabi added coldly that Shigaraki made him feel sick. Kurojirai watched as Midoriya left the bar and asked where he was going. Midoriya said he would take a walk now that Shigaraki had left. Outside, Midoriya spotted Shigaraki disappearing into an alley and followed. After some time he tracked Shigaraki into a mall and finally caught up. Midoriya confronted Shigaraki about his presence there, and Shigaraki asked why Midoriya had followed him. Midoriya answered that Shigaraki had stormed off when he was supposed to be the leader of the League of Villains. Shigaraki sighed and sat down, and Midoriya sat beside him. Shigaraki spoke about how people always focused on the hero killer while ignoring the deeper problems he saw. He pointed out how the public seemed carefree and connected to symbols like All Might, arguing that showing the world its instability by targeting All Might would reveal the reality he wanted to expose. After finishing, Shigaraki stood and said he would stay out a bit longer to buy some things before leaving. Midoriya continued to shop and then accidentally bumped into Todoroki and Ida in the mall. Todoroki and Ida explained they were out shopping as well. Ida thanked Midoriya for saving them earlier and, holding out a missing persons flyer, asked if the image matched Midoriya. Midoriya quickly denied it, returned the flyer, smiled, and said he had to go. Ida considered whether they should report who they had encountered, but Todoroki said there was no point since Midoriya was not listed as a villain. He guessed All Might would try to talk to him first given the apparent connections. Ida half-joked that Midoriya might be All Might's illegitimate child, and Todoroki glanced after Midoriya in silence. In the following days, more villains gathered at the hideout until 6 others had joined Dabi and Toga. Mr. Compress was among them, and Midoriya enjoyed his company. The former entertainer's sharp intellect gave Midoriya much to learn from. Mr. Compress wore a yellow overcoat, a brown top hat, and a mask covering his face. Twice was another presence Midoriya liked. His contrasting personalities brought levity to a group that was often serious, and he wore a black and gray bodysuit with white streaks down the chest and a full gray mask. Spinner, a reptile-like villain who followed the hero killer's ideals closely, kept to himself and dressed in a style that echoed the hero killers. Spinner took pleasure in hurting others and believed that holding power over people was part of the hero killer's ideals. He was proficient with one of the most impractical weapons Midoriya had seen, a sword formed from many knives, daggers, kukris, hatchets, and other blades bound together. Mange was another villain Midoriya did not talk much with. She was a transgender woman who presented a masculine appearance. She wore a simple brown coat over a white t-shirt and blue jeans. She shared a similar desire to Toga's. Both wanted to live life on their own terms. Mustard was a student like Toga and Midoriya but from a different school. When the two first met they had talked about UA and how they both had wished to attend, but due to Mustard's quirk he could not reach the hero course. To prove his quirk he became a villain and developed a deep resentment toward those from UA. The final villain to arrive was called Moonfish, a lunatic Midoriya quietly tried to avoid. He wore a black straitjacket and heavy restraints across his head that kept him secured and unnerving to look at. Toga entered through the portal, flashing a giant V with her fingers, and announced that they had discovered where UA was taking the field trip. With the broker Jiren's tip about the UA field trip and Toga's transformation ability, the group had pinpointed the student's location. Kurojiri spread a map on the table as everyone gathered around. Kurojiri pointed to the map and indicated the general area where the students would likely be staying at a lodge. Midoriya asked which pro heroes would be present. Toga, trying to remember them all, listed some names and motifs. Midoriya mumbled as he ran through the roster: Eraserhead, Vlad King, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Tiger, and Ragdoll, identifying their quirks as he did. The others had grown used to Midoriya's concentration mumbles and accepted them as one of his habits. Midoriya dashed away briefly and returned with one of his notebooks, opening to the page labeled 9. He warned that Ragdoll would be a problem. Midoriya explained that while Ragdoll could locate many people, the ability could reveal anything about them, including weaknesses, and Mandalay could then spread that information, which would ruin any element of surprise. Shigaraki proposed taking Ragdoll out first, suggesting a Nomu could be used since her ability seemed to require prior knowledge of the person she sought. All for One, speaking from behind the computer, ordered that Ragdoll be captured. Midoriya agreed that with a Nomu that should be possible, then pointed out that if Ragdoll's quirk required knowing the target beforehand, Shigaraki could be in danger of being singled out and therefore should not take the lead. He said that the rest of them would have to handle the mission. Dabi expressed doubt about Midoriya's ability to lead in an immediate, decisive situation. Midoriya then requested that Dabi take command, explaining he had a personal history with one of the students and everything he had done had been for that purpose. He asked the group to let Dabi lead with Shigaraki included. Shigaraki replied coldly to allow them to proceed as they wished. Midoriya looked to the others for objections, and most shrugged. Unity was understood as necessary to face the pro-heroes. Midoriya sarcastically named Dabi leader of the Vanguard Action Squad. Dabi, glaring, objected to the idea of Midoriya's personal problems becoming a priority, but he stopped short of forcing the issue. Midoriya stood his ground and insisted he would not be stopped, declaring he had come too far. Shigaraki moved to clarify. He identified the student Midoriya sought as Bakugo Katsuki and reminded the group that Bakugo's behavior at the UA Sports Festival would indicate what kind of opponent he was. Toga, her expression turning from yearning to cold determination, played with a knife and said she wanted to make him pay for hurting Midoriya. Mustard asked why Midoriya had not attended UA himself, since earlier conversations had shown he had once wanted to go and his enhancement quirk would have made it easy. Midoriya explained he had been quirkless until recently and that Bakugo had been his classmate from kindergarten until he joined UA. He trailed off, feeling he had said enough. Dabi offered a brief apology for his earlier harshness. He did not like Midoriya prioritizing personal feelings, but he understood intervening forcefully might cause future problems. Midoriya accepted the apology and explained he needed to confront Bakugo now in order to move forward with the group. Magna redirected the conversation back to planning. Midoriya laid out a strategy. If Ragdoll was with the pro-heroes, they needed a strike team to neutralize her quickly. Magna would be necessary to use magnetism to separate Ragdoll from the others. Midoriya noted that even if Ragdoll were not present, the same method could be useful against another target, and that Twice's clones might be employed as well. Twice responded that the idea had merit but warned of potential problems with too many clones, suggesting the clones might begin to question who the original was. Midoriya recalled that clones could develop independent thought and realized more of them might complicate things. He reassessed the plan with the group's unpredictable dynamics in mind and began refining the approach. Magna asked what the ideal scenario would be if their targets split up. Midoriya answered that Dabi's fire and Mustard's gas would greatly hamper the students' ability to regroup if they became separated. The plan was to finalize everything when they arrived. Kurojiri warped the group into the forest, well away from the cabin. The villains moved to higher ground while Dabi raised binoculars and observed the students' training, quirks flaring in every direction. Midoriya noted that they could not stay long, otherwise they would be noticed, and confirmed that tonight they would strike either while the students slept or if they separated themselves. They took turns standing watch as the sun set. Midoriya stood looking toward the dying light with Toga nearby. She wanted to press for attention, but something told her it was not the right moment. Spinner kept watch with Twice, and Magna watched Moonfish while Mustard stood ready to ensure Moonfish did not rush in on his violent impulses. Dabi moved to stand beside Midoriya and raised the topic of killing, blunt and almost out of nowhere. Dabi suggested Midoriya was not the sort of person capable of killing and warned that committing such an act would mean losing himself. Midoriya reflected aloud that if they defeated All Might, he wondered how many would die now and afterward before their goals were achieved. He admitted he sometimes asked himself those questions and that they made it difficult to kill. Toga responded with a bright, unsettling suggestion that killing could be fun and solve problems, but Dabi dismissed it and explained his own view. His actions were justified by his ends, and he could relate to those who had lost loved ones because of heroes and villains. For Stain's ideals, Dabi said he would kill as many as necessary. Midoriya, watching the last light vanish, conceded that there might come a time when he would have to take a life for his ideals. Dabi then asked whether Midoriya actually planned to kill Bakugo. Midoriya replied that capturing Bakugo would be better. Bakugo would never join them, but the media reaction to his capture could be a major blow to UA. Spinner interrupted with urgency and handed the binoculars to Dabi, reporting that the students were splitting into pairs and entering the forest. Dabi's face lit with excitement at the opportunity. Midoriya asked about Ragdoll and was told she had entered the forest alone. The villains moved to their assigned positions and released the Nomu. When Dabi and Mustard reached their marks, they activated their quirks. Fire and gas began to fill the forest, and the plan was underway. The signal prompted the villains to move quickly. Midoriya threaded through the trees with a single objective: find Bakugo. He paused to consider that searching aimlessly would get him nowhere and instead moved more carefully, listening for the sounds of other quirks. A radio update from Dabi announced that Ragdoll had been captured thanks to the Nomu. Midoriya then heard the sound of ice breaking and headed toward it, expecting to find Todoroki. He had not expected to find Bakugo there as well. Emerging from the trees, Midoriya saw the two of them. Bakugo stared at the newcomer with a mix of surprise and something older, more complicated. Midoriya's appearance had also caused Moonfish to stop his attack for a moment. Moonfish's attention had been fixed on them, and his reaction to the new presence added tension to the scene. Midoriya stepped forward toward Bakugo. Before Bakugo could react, Midoriya closed the distance and struck quickly, sending Bakugo flying through the forest and tumbling out of immediate view. Midoriya then ran after him. Todoroki called out for Midoriya to wait, but Moonfish's assault intensified, forcing Todoroki to focus on defense and preventing him from joining the pursuit. Moonfish faltered as he clashed with Todoroki's ice, buying a moment that left the situation uncertain. When Midoriya caught up with Bakugo, he stood over him, aware that the blow had not been meant to be fatal but to force a confrontation. In the silence that followed, Midoriya's old, complicated feelings surfaced. He still wanted Bakugo's respect, to be acknowledged, even if that meant becoming an enemy rather than a friend. He wanted to prove himself Bakugo's equal. Bakugo, coughing and wavering to his feet, lashed out. Midoriya moved with precision and flipped Bakugo onto his back, maintaining control of the encounter as the forest around them crackled with the aftermath of the earlier clashes. Midoriya stepped back and let Bakugo get to his feet. Midoriya told Bakugo that he had watched him for years, including the UA Sports Festival, and that there was nothing Bakugo could do that Midoriya had not already seen. Bakugo shouted that Midoriya always acted superior, accusing Midoriya of mocking him both when he was quirkless and later when he hid his quirk. Bakugo erupted in rage and charged forward, using his quirk to accelerate. Before reaching Midoriya, Bakugo fired a downward blast to propel himself overhead and try to strike from behind. Midoriya prepared for a frontal strike but saw the smoke and realized Bakugo was attempting to go around, so he turned. Bakugo gritted his teeth and poured his power into a wide blast, not caring if it affected him as well. The blast sent them flying back in opposite directions. Both were shaken and bruised by the impact. Midoriya braced himself and tried to retreat, but the blast was too large to fully evade. Midoriya vowed that the only way to make Bakugo understand was to beat him into defeat, and he activated his quirk fully and charged. Bakugo anticipated the move and detonated the air around him as Midoriya closed in. Midoriya moved slightly aside, letting the blast graze him, then struck Bakugo hard in the chest, forcing him to cough. Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's arm and set off an explosive counter, causing a painful shock through Midoriya's left arm. Midoriya accepted the risk and used his other fist to hit Bakugo, sending him stumbling to the ground. Midoriya's left arm hung awkwardly at his side, stinging in the breeze, but after all he had endured in other battles the pain was manageable. He stepped back and put space between them. Midoriya taunted Bakugo, asking how long he would stay in the dirt and making it clear he would not help him up. Bakugo swore and forced himself to stand. Midoriya clenched his right hand and, with a few tears escaping, demanded that Bakugo understand. He warned that this time he would end the fight, that he had been holding back before but would not continue to do so. Bakugo shouted back that he would not let Midoriya belittle him, that he would not accept being defeated by someone he considered beneath him, and he leapt toward Midoriya. Midoriya braced for the attack. Bakugo detonated the air around him, spinning faster as smoke and sparks swirled like a small tornado, but Midoriya raised his leg and delivered a decisive roundhouse kick to Bakugo's face. The kick altered Bakugo's trajectory and sent him smashing into a tree. The tree toppled with an explosive impact, leaving Bakugo slumped against the broken trunk. Midoriya explained that Bakugo's explosions only triggered catastrophically when his hand connected with an object. He had studied that flaw and learned to divert Bakugo's motion mid-attack to strip him of control. Confident, Midoriya walked over to where Bakugo lay dazed. Bakugo's vision was blurred and his body ached all over. Nothing appeared to be broken, but he could not move easily and was close to blacking out. As he drifted, a memory flashed of a younger Midoriya offering a hand to help Bakugo up. For a moment Bakugo wanted to reach out. When his vision cleared he saw the present Midoriya standing over him, foot raised. Midoriya then brought his foot down, knocking Bakugo unconscious. Sighing, Midoriya hoisted Bakugo over his shoulder and radioed the team to report the capture, saying he was heading to the rendezvous point. Dabi responded over the radio, acknowledging Midoriya's report and ordering everyone to return, warning that if they stayed longer professionals might arrive. Midoriya, carrying Bakugo, spoke to Bakugo's unconscious form, explaining that it had not had to come to this. He said that he had wanted Bakugo to understand everything he had suffered because of him. He knew others had been involved, but Bakugo was the one he had hoped could understand. Midoriya admitted that Bakugo's stubbornness and selfishness had pushed him to retaliate, and that he had degraded and beaten Bakugo to make a point. He told Bakugo that nothing would change when he woke and that Bakugo would simply be angrier. They had not had a proper conversation since childhood. Every interaction had been brief and filled with Bakugo's insults. Saying everything aloud relieved something in Midoriya, even if Bakugo could not hear. Their uneasy silence was broken when a chorus of voices called Bakugo's name, prompting Midoriya to turn. Midoriya saw a group of students approaching classmates he recognized from the sports festival as Class 1A. He identified Azui, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Shoji among them and contemplated how to respond. Uraraka demanded that Midoriya return Bakugo. Midoriya replied coldly that calling Bakugo a possession was wrong and that he had more right than any of them to control the situation, since he had been Bakugo's classmate since first grade while they had only met Bakugo that year. Uraraka asked why Midoriya was doing this if they had been classmates. Midoriya said that she was missing the point. To him, the moment was about getting payback for nearly 10 years of bullying. Todoroki stepped forward to calm Uraraka, suggesting that while Bakugo's behavior explained much, they needed to focus on rescuing him. Midoriya pointed out that with 4 of them there and their only objective being Bakugo's rescue, he would be at a disadvantage, and he proposed handing Bakugo over. He set Bakugo down, held him by the collar, and presented him to the students. None of them moved, they all suspected a trap, and Midoriya's composed expression only confirmed their caution. They had to do something. Leaving Bakugo behind was not an option. Midoriya asked sarcastically whether they did not want him. Azui took action and flicked out her tongue to grab Bakugo. Noticing the students move, Midoriya activated his quirk and launched Bakugo up above the trees. The students braced themselves to catch him and to fend off Midoriya. Bakugo never came down and Midoriya stood still, a small smile watching the confusion in the others' faces. A man in a yellow overcoat stepped out of the trees and landed on a branch behind Midoriya. Mr. Compress toyed with a marble in his hand and told them he had taken the boy with his trick. As he spoke, Todoroki tried to counter with an ice attack, but Midoriya stepped into the path and stopped the attack with a sudden punch that shattered the ice before it could reach Mr. Compress. Midoriya told Mr. Compress to stop gloating and explained that he only had use of his left hand at the moment, so he could not stop everyone alone. Mr. Compress replied that he was not finished. He had not wanted Bakugo to be lonely and produced a second marble to reveal he had taken Tokoyami as well, then fled along the treetops. Midoriya evaluated their options aloud, noting that if they attacked all at once they might be overwhelmed, but any attempt to go around him would let Mr. Compress crush them from behind. Todoroki stepped forward and volunteered to hold Midoriya off, his body partially sheathed in ice and his movements stiff but determined. Shoji asked if he was sure, and Todoroki insisted. He had been the one who could stand up to Bakugo before and was the best choice to delay Midoriya while the others went to rescue Bakugo. Todoroki used his quirk to raise a wall of ice on Midoriya's left to shield the escaping students. Midoriya watched them through the ice and relaxed a little once the last one had passed. He teased Todoroki about not using his fire side, and Todoroki answered that he did not need it. Midoriya then reached toward Todoroki, offering him a place at his side, but Todoroki refused, stating that he would not join criminals who targeted others. Midoriya pushed back, reminding Todoroki that losing to Bakugo in the sports competition had shown limitations, and that idealism alone would not make him a top hero, speaking quietly that he understood what it was to lack a quirk. Todoroki said nothing for a moment. His eyes flicked toward the trees and then back, a glance that made Midoriya uneasy. Uraraka had snuck up on them, floating up into the tree behind Midoriya and then leaping down to try to subdue him. She struck his wrist with a trained palm strike, diverting her body around him, but Midoriya spun his arm and intercepted her, slamming her into the ground and then grabbing her roughly to keep her from fighting back. Midoriya told her she should not mimic Bakugo, calling him a terrible role model. Uraraka, voice strained from the struggle, argued that Bakugo never backed down and that his example could give others courage. Midoriya, growing annoyed, accused Bakugo of cruelty, arrogance, and a disregard for others. Todoroki asked why Uraraka had come back, and she said she could not leave someone like this alone, because Bakugo would not have abandoned someone in danger. Todoroki pleaded with Midoriya to release Uraraka, sensing that the situation was spiraling. Uraraka tried to stay defiant, insisting that Bakugo would never give up and pointing out that Midoriya now had a quirk but had seemingly given up on the idea of becoming a hero. She strained to get under his skin, hoping to make him drop his guard and use that moment to react. Her words landed harder than she intended. Midoriya's expression shifted, cold and furious, and he tightened his grip to restrain her. Uraraka struggled to focus and activate her quirk, but the tension and fear overwhelmed her concentration and she went still. Midoriya, momentarily losing control, leapt up onto a branch, almost losing his balance when his quirk wavered. When he looked back at Uraraka, she was unresponsive and not breathing clearly. For a breathless instant, Midoriya was frozen in shock, terrified that he might have caused something irreversible. Todoroki reacted instantly, driving an ice shard toward Midoriya to stop him. Midoriya dodged, and the attack struck close enough to leave a dusting of ice on him as he dropped Uraraka's limp body. Todoroki quickly formed an ice ramp and slid her down toward him, then crouched to check on her while glaring at Midoriya. Todoroki, half frozen and struggling to move from exertion, blamed Midoriya for how events had escalated and refused the earlier offer to join him. Flames began to flicker along Todoroki's body as he set his jaw and told Midoriya he would not stand with someone who acted like that. Midoriya stepped back, surprised by Todoroki's sudden use of fire and by the rejection. Midoriya protested that he had not intended for things to go so far, scraping off the residual ice, but the damage to their trust had already been done. He didn't have the strength or energy to continue fighting. Todoroki thought that his failure had come from holding back. He resolved not to let that hold him any longer and vowed to overcome it. Todoroki launched fire at Midoriya, but Midoriya dodged and the heat from the blaze thawed Todoroki's ice, allowing him to move freely. Todoroki then created a huge wall of ice aimed at Midoriya. Seeing no way to avoid it in time, Midoriya put the last of his strength into a punch and shattered the barrier, but behind the ice Todoroki's flames surged and engulfed the space where Midoriya had been. When the flames dissipated, Midoriya was gone, there was no trace of him, and it was unclear whether he had been overwhelmed by the assault or had managed to slip away. Todoroki slowly turned to Uraraka and noticed a faint color returning to her face. Pressing his ear to her chest, he heard the faint sound of breath and realized she was alive. Todoroki picked her up and ran as fast as he could to get help. Mr. Compress arrived with fewer students than expected, and Dabi, Toga, and Twice were already there waiting. Toga demanded to know where Deku was. Mr. Compress explained that Deku had stayed behind to make sure some students did not follow and held 2 marbles in his hand as he spoke. Toga insisted she would not leave without him, pleading loudly, and Dabi told her to be quiet and reminded them that the mission had been a success. Kurojiiri asked if they were ready for extraction as warp gates began to appear. Dabi explained they could not leave yet because Toga refused to go without Deku. Kurojiiri replied that he had already extracted Deku. Toga cried out Deku's name and leapt through the portal headfirst, eager to reunite. Twice followed through next, muttering that he felt jealous. Mr. Compress lamented that his magic was meaningless without an audience as he walked through the portal. As Dabi moved to step through last, he heard the distant screams of UA students who had finally found them. Dabi only smiled as the portal closed behind the group. Later, everyone gathered at the bar. Midoriya had his right arm bandaged and regretted wearing metal bracers against quirks that produced massive heat. The bracers had prevented permanent damage from Bakugo's explosions, but the skin had still been burned. Toga rested against his left arm in a familiar, clingy way while Dabi and Shigaraki discussed the mission. Shigaraki asked whether it had been necessary to sacrifice moonfish and mustard. Dabi replied that the mission had been completed and that they had captured 2 students and the cat-like girl. The light focused on the restrained students. Tokoyami was calm, while Bakugo was gagged and struggling. The 2 students slowly woke and looked around. Tokoyami remained composed, but Bakugo fought and screamed into the GG. Spinner wondered what was wrong with Bakugo, and Midoriya observed that Bakugo's reactions seemed out of step with the situation. Shigaraki commented that the behavior did not sound very heroic. Midoriya noted that Bakugo's version of heroism had always been about winning at all costs, even if outnumbered. When Midoriya glanced at Bakugo, Bakugo's struggling intensified and the chair bounced as his screams grew louder. Dabi suggested that Bakugo might be a liability to other heroes and asked whether they could convince him otherwise. Midoriya replied sarcastically that one could not expect a wild animal to speak like a person and let the matter drop, turning the group's attention to Tokoyami. Magna asked why they had captured Tokoyami. Mr. Compress said Tokoyami's unrestrained power had been impressive and that he had handled their foes with ease. Shigaraki asked whether Tokoyami would allow them to use his power without the constraints of hero society. Tokoyami, steadfast in his desire to be a hero, refused even a moment of collaboration with villains. Dabi warned that by refusing, there would be no reason for them to keep him around. Tokoyami acknowledged the danger. Midoriya then rose and walked down the hall into another room, leaving the others momentarily puzzled. Bakugo stopped struggling and glared at the direction Midoriya had gone. Shigaraki sighed and followed Midoriya into the other room. Inside, Midoriya stared at his left hand as it shook. Shigaraki confronted him, noting that it was unlike Midoriya to leave at the mention of casualties and that the same did not seem to affect him during the planning of the attack. Midoriya admitted that during the attack he had caused the death of a student, and he confessed that he was still struggling to come to terms with what had happened. He asked for a few moments to steady himself before rejoining the others. Shigaraki prepared to leave and warned as he departed that they had gone too far to stop now. Back in the main room, Shigaraki removed Bakugo's GG. Bakugo screamed that he wanted to be freed so he could confront Midoriya. Shigaraki expressed disbelief that Midoriya would join them as a villain. Bakugo shouted that he did not care what anyone believed and that he wanted to go after Midoriya. Shigaraki speculated that Midoriya probably would not rejoin them until they had dealt with Bakugo and the others, mentioning that Midoriya appeared to be coming to terms with killing a classmate. Bakugo vehemently denied that Midoriya could have done such a thing, insisting that he knew Midoriya well and that he would not commit such an act. A knock at the door rang out, and someone outside claimed to be a pizza dealer. As Twice moved toward the door, the wall beside it was suddenly destroyed. All Might burst through the hole he had made, with Kamui Woods right behind him. Kamui Woods used his quirk to quickly wrap the room with branches, and two other heroes entered, one with a shinobi-like appearance and another who was short and older in a white and yellow costume. All Might declared that the villains had nowhere to run because the heroes had arrived. Using that moment, Tokoyami activated Dark Shadow and tore through the bindings on himself and Bakugo, freeing them to act. Hearing the wall break, Midoriya left the room and pressed his back to the corner where the corridor met the bar. He mumbled to himself that 4 heroes were likely approaching All Might, Kamui Woods, Edgeshot, and one other, and that with the outside probably surrounded and Kurogiri captured, escape seemed impossible. All Might turned to Bakugo and Tokoyami and commended them for holding on, telling them they must have been very scared. Bakugo snapped that he had not been scared. All Might then told the gathered villains that there was nowhere left to go and that they had been searched, his eyes sweeping the room until he realized someone was missing and demanded the whereabouts of Deku. The villains replied that they had no idea who Deku was. Shigaraki exploded in anger at being ignored and ordered Kurogiri to bring as many Nomu as possible, but nothing happened. Kurogiri apologized that the Nomu were not in their designated locations. All Might accused Shigaraki of underestimating them and, invoking the strength of young people, the diligence of the police, and the hero's resolve, pressed again for Deku's location. Bakugo answered that the boy had gone down the hall somewhere. At that, Midoriya took a deep breath. There was only one thing he wanted to do before he was caught. He activated his quirk and prepared to dash. All Might called out Gran Torino as the old hero accelerated with incredible speed. Gran Torino warned that emotions might interfere and that he would handle it. Midoriya muttered to himself about timing a high-speed turn, knowing it could not be done instantly. In a single fluid motion, Midoriya burst around the corner, leaping off the wall opposite Gran Torino and speeding past him. Gran Torino braked and turned. As Midoriya came into view of the other heroes and villains, Dabi began to ignite the branches while Kurogiri used the distraction to try to open a gate. Edgeshot forced Kurogiri to stop using a precise counter, and Gran Torino abandoned the chase to neutralize Dabi. Kamui Woods held the other villains in a tight grip, and Midoriya used the moment to channel his power into his left arm and strike All Might. The blow landed against All Might's cheek and pushed him back a step. Midoriya collapsed to his knees, exhausted from repeatedly using his quirk. All Might looked down at him with pity and regret. Midoriya returned the look with disgust toward his former hero. Midoriya asked sarcastically whether he was strong enough to be a hero now, but a sudden strike from the side slammed him into a bar table. Gran Torino had intercepted him. Branches wrapped around Midoriya and restrained him. Gran Torino scolded All Might for letting emotions get the better of them. All Might offered a brief apology. Gran Torino demanded to know where All for One was. Shigaraki, struggling to stand, muttered that the heroes were self-righteous and blamed them for ruining everything. All Might intensified his demand. Shigaraki shouted that he hated them and wanted them gone. As soon as Shigaraki finished, a black liquid began to appear randomly throughout the bar, and Nomu emerged from it. All Might called for Kamui not to let them escape and moved to fight the Nomu. Before Kamui could respond, the black liquid began to appear from the mouths of the villains themselves. They began to choke and cough as the strange substance spread, and one by one they vanished. Shigaraki muttered an address to his teacher before disappearing. To All Might's surprise, Tokoyami and Bakugo also began to show the same black liquid. Despite his speed, All Might could not reach them. All Might's anguished cry stirred Midoriya with a satisfaction he had never experienced, a sharp echo of the pain he had felt when told he could not be a hero. Midoriya smiled and told All Might to smile as he, too, slipped away. The vanished villains reappeared from the black sludge in a warehouse that held Nomu. They coughed and hacked as they took in their surroundings. Defeated heroes lay scattered about. A man in a suit with a dark helmet stood waiting. Everyone froze and felt a cold dread at his presence, everyone except Shigaraki, who was used to him. Even Bakugo and Tokoyami looked shaken. Midoriya looked at the man who had given him a quirk and felt a new feeling rise within him that overcame fear and brought a strange smile to his face. He wondered if this was what he had wanted. He glanced at Bakugo, whose eyes had not left the man all for one, and realized that without showing off his quirk or his face, the man had already claimed the respect and acknowledgement Midoriya had long sought. Midoriya understood that power like that was not handed out but taken. Shigaraki would never take such power and still revere all for one. Midoriya felt differently. He was grateful for the quirk he had been given, but beneath that gratitude was the thought that he might be able to claim similar power for himself. All for one walked toward Shigaraki and told him that although he had failed again, failure was part of growth and he should keep trying until he succeeded. Shigaraki began to speak a single reverent word to his mentor but could not find the rest of the words. All for one then informed Shigaraki that he had brought the comrades and the captives with him. All for one told Midoriya that with this, he could try again. Midoriya asked why the others had been brought along when they were going to be killed anyway. All for one explained that All Might had come to retrieve the kids and it would be interesting if they slipped just out of his reach. Midoriya observed that All Might had looked horrified when they had escaped. All for one mused that he wondered if he could make All Might wear that same face of horror again, then caught a flying punch All Might had thrown and taunted All Might for growing weaker, insisting the Nomu should not have posed any problem. All Might declared that today he would defeat All for One. The clash of those two powers produced a shockwave that sent everyone flying back. They were evenly matched and pushed against each other, but when All Might charged for a second blow, All for One unleashed a giant whirlwind from his hand. The attack threw All Might back and devastated countless buildings, which unsettled Midoriya. The destruction and civilian losses weighed on him, and the memory of a life he had taken pressed on his conscience. Shigaraki shouted for everyone to grab the kids and go. The villains turned toward Bakugo and Tokoyami. They tried to charge, but Bakugo's explosions raised dust while Tokoyami's dark shadow struck from the clouds, keeping the villains from getting close enough to capture the students. The defensive pattern shifted whenever Midoriya approached. Bakugo refused to let Midoriya kill him and attacked relentlessly. Midoriya recalled the lesson drilled into him by fighting Nomu: never hesitate, but now hesitation rose within him. The thought of killing was on his mind, and succeeding here would mean Bakugo's death. Bakugo struck Midoriya in the stomach with an explosion, sending him rolling. Midoriya clutched his abdomen in pain and struggled to rise. He could not bring himself to continue. Toga suddenly approached Midoriya and caused a brief, distracting commotion. The disruption concluded with Toga altering her appearance to perfectly mimic Midoriya, obsessively adopting his expressions and demeanor. She presented herself as Deku, describing cunning, cruelty, strength, and decisiveness as what she believed him to be. Midoriya felt a chill as the imitation stared at him with cold eyes. All Might, recognizing the danger and Midoriya's underlying goodness, tried to pull him away but was blocked by All for One, who scolded All Might for interrupting. Toga taunted Midoriya about the people he had chosen not to save and those who had died following his strategies, insisting she would do anything to keep her version of Deku, even if it meant killing those he cared about. Midoriya begged her to stop. Anger flared. He grabbed Toga's collar, and his chest tightened as the presence of Deku seemed to squeeze out what remained of Midoriya. A hollow laugh escaped him and tears fell. In that moment he saw Deku as a murderer, and the parts of himself that had been Midoriya felt like they were fracturing. Thoughts of weakness crowded him. Bakugo would never respect him, and All Might would not acknowledge him the way he wanted, yet All for One stood as a rival even to All Might. In that dark logic, Deku could be greater than All for One. The realization that he had been too weak shattered Midoriya's mental state, leaving only the Deku persona among the shards of who he had been. Slowly rising, Deku activated his power, ignoring exhaustion and pain, and fixed tear-filled, cold eyes on Bakugo. The villain still tried to capture the students but could not close the gap. When Deku's gaze locked onto Bakugo, A chill ran down Bakugo's spine. Bakugo snapped at him, calling him by a childhood nickname, while Deku replied that he was done crying and used Bakugo's given name in a way that made Bakugo tense. As Bakugo dodged attacks from other villains, Deku seized an opening and delivered a powerful kick to Bakugo's side that left him reeling and clearly injured. Tokoyami rushed to assist, but Toga, still impersonating Midoriya nearby, threw knives to distract him. Bakugo tried to create distance with his quirk, but Deku stayed relentless, giving Bakugo no chance to recover. As Bakugo prepared a massive explosion expecting Deku to evade and counter, Deku instead absorbed the blast and struck back, leaving Bakugo collapsing to his knees and clutching his side in pain. Deku's costume hung torn and singed, dust and bruises marked his body. He grabbed Bakugo's hair and drove his knee into Bakugo, leaving Bakugo visibly hurt and looking up at Deku, who stared back with the same tear-filled coldness in his eyes. Compress had come to capture Bakugo, but a blur of yellow and white quickly knocked Mr. Compress unconscious. The blur then moved to attack Deku, but Deku easily dodged the strike. Deku warned that he would not be caught off guard again. Gran Torino warned Deku not to get too cocky as he moved through the air around him. Multiple strikes came from different angles and all connected, but Deku managed to block each one, though exhaustion and pain were beginning to set in. As other villains closed in on Toyakami, red flames erupted nearby, startling Dark Shadow and forcing the villains to hesitate. All for One struck back at All Might, and black tendrils shot from All for One's fingers to entangle Kurogiri and exert control over his warp quirk. He extended that manipulative reach to Magna, seizing control of her magnetism and unleashing its effect on the surrounding villains. Although some of the attackers briefly resembled Deku, the magnetism identified Toga as a woman and began pulling the magnetized elements toward her. Toga scrambled to dodge, but the force drew the villains into her path and they tumbled into the portal along with her. Only Deku and Shigaraki resisted the pull. Shigaraki called out desperately for All for One while Deku stared at Bakugo. The two remaining villains were slowly drawn in as the clash between All for One and All Might intensified. After the clash at the portal, several were injured and carried away. Bakugo was taken to the hospital. 2 days had passed since Bakugo had been admitted to the hospital. Though his wounds had healed, the doctors wanted to be sure there was no permanent damage. During those 2 days, Bakugo had barely spoken, his mind unable to stop circling back to Deku. The more he thought of him, the more a strange ache held at his heart. A door opening brought him back to the present. Kirishima entered first, followed by Todoroki, and soon every classmate arrived except Uraraka. Bakugo grumbled that they had not needed to visit. Todoroki said coldly that they were not there to wish him well. Kirishima inserted himself between them, asking what that was supposed to mean and reminding them that Todoroki had called them together to talk about something. Bakugo demanded to know what was so important. Todoroki demanded that Bakugo, who knew Deku, tell them everything. Bakugo snapped that he did not have to tell them anything. The door opened again to reveal Uraraka being supported by a gaunt All Might. All Might said that he also knew the boy and might be able to influence Bakugo if he spoke first. All Might explained that he had met the boy after rescuing him from a villain attack and that the boy had been an ardent fan. Bakugo interrupted to point out that the boy's admiration went further. He had a room filled with All Might merchandise. All Might said the boy had asked whether he could become a hero despite being quirkless. Kirishima asked whether a quirkless person could realistically become a hero. All Might explained that without a quirk the boy would be at a disadvantage in dangerous situations, and that he had once suggested a career like the police. He now regretted that his words had affected the boy so harshly. Everyone looked toward Bakugo as he gripped the sheets of the hospital bed. He recognized Deku's stubborn desire to attend UA despite being quirkless, and he understood how a final refusal from his idol could have shattered the boy's hope. Bakugo swore at them and declared he would only speak if they helped bring that delusional green-haired boy back. Bakugo then recounted that he had known Midoriya Izuku since childhood. Even as children, Midoriya had struggled to contribute in games and activities. Bakugo explained that he had given the boy the nickname Deku, a word that implied worthlessness. As they grew and developed quirks, Midoriya was bullied for being quirkless. Bakugo broke off, unable to continue at first. Todoroki observed that Bakugo himself had bullied Midoriya harshly, and Bakugo only nodded. Uraraka felt conflicted. She wanted to say that the boy had become dangerous, but she also found herself feeling sorry for him. Bakugo finished by saying that Midoriya had wanted to be a hero no matter what and that everyone had scoffed at his dreams. Being rejected by his biggest hero had likely been the last straw. All Might added that when he had visited Midoriya's mother, the home showed signs of damaged figures and posters ruined and a broken monitor among them. Bakugo wondered in silence if things might have been different if he had been a better friend, if understanding Midoriya's feelings and offering help could have changed the outcome. Kirishima then announced that he would help. Azui cautioned that Midoriya was a villain now and that failing to treat him as such could be dangerous. Bakugo cut in to tell Kirishima that it was fine. An unidentified person said they could talk with him after he was caught. An awkward silence filled the room as people slowly excused themselves until only Todoroki, Uraraka, and Bakugo remained. Todoroki accused Bakugo of being no different from their father, saying Bakugo did not care about the pain his selfish actions caused others. Todoroki stormed out, leaving Uraraka and Bakugo alone. Bakugo apologized to Uraraka for what had happened and admitted he could not leave their friend in the state he was in, taking some of the blame for how things had turned out. Uraraka shook her head, smiled gently, and told him that wanting to help friends was a good trait to have. She left the room and cautioned him to be careful. Hours later, deep underground in a massive prison complex, All for One was strapped to a chair with automated guns aimed at him from the ceiling. Behind bulletproof glass, All Might sat in his hero costume, which was now too large for him. All for One joked that he was glad All Might had come to visit, complaining about the lack of decent conversation. All Might replied that he was not there to listen to games. All for One suggested they could talk about the League of Villains and asked which member All Might was more interested in, Shigaraki or Deku. All Might insisted a true hero tries to save everyone equally and would not choose between them. All for One mocked that refusing to choose was a kind of loss and said he would choose for All Might. All Might called his mind games twisted. All for One then focused on Deku, asking why All Might was so protective. He admitted he had nightmares about All Might long before his capture, and now he feared waking to see everything he had built for Shigaraki taken away by Deku. He clarified that he had not sought Deku out, Shigaraki had brought him, and at first All for One had expected Deku to be a pawn. Deku's rapid growth and his ability to rally others around him had surprised and unnerved All for One. He acknowledged that if he were in his prime he would have destroyed Deku, but seeing Deku now was intriguing. He said he did not want to offer instructions but simply wanted All Might to watch as the two people All Might had failed vied for power and threatened to destabilize hero society. All for One concluded that those young figures were the next generation. Deku awoke in a strange bed and surveyed the worn studio apartment around him. He heard footsteps in the kitchen and a familiar voice cheerfully announced that he was awake. Turning his head, Deku saw Toga standing in the kitchen with a transformed appearance. Startled at first, he quickly composed himself. Deku thanked Toga for looking after him as he eased himself up. Toga responded brightly that she had been happy to help. Deku noticed his right arm was tingling and found several shallow scratches along it. They had bled but were not deep enough to leave scars. Deku asked if Toga had been disguised as him the whole time, and Toga admitted that she had. She seemed delighted by the idea. Deku got out of bed. He wore only boxers and noticed there was just one bed in the apartment. Toga placed a bowl of porridge on a small table and explained that he had not eaten in several days, so it should help. Deku thanked her again and found a fresh dress shirt, tie, and vest provided by the League to replace his ruined clothes. Toga explained that All for One had been captured, which had put Shigaraki in a bad mood, and that All Might had retired. Deku asked about the others. Toga said most of the League were searching for potential recruits while Dabi's attacks remained devastating, leaving little behind. Toga pouted briefly at how unsettling Dabi's power was, then suddenly remembered something and grabbed folded clothes from a chair. She announced that she would call everyone to let them know Deku was awake. Deku asked that she not tell anyone yet, saying he needed some time to get his bearings. Toga hesitated but pulled out her phone and called anyway, explaining cheerfully to the person on the other end that Deku was awake. Mr. Compress answered and asked to speak to Deku, but Toga said Deku had left the apartment. Mr. Compress was upset that Toga had allowed him to leave and demanded to know why she had let him go without permission. Toga brushed it off and said Deku would be fine and that she would be gone for a while to get him a one-year anniversary present. She hung up abruptly. In the room with Mr. Compress, the other League members exchanged looks. Kurojairi said he had Deku's contact information and suggested they could reach out. Mr. Compress agreed, but Kurojairi recommended they might leave Deku alone for now. When Shigaraki asked why, Kurojairi explained that Deku probably did not know what to do next now that All Might had retired, especially after demonstrating his strength against Bakugo. Kurojairi suggested that, even considering Deku's emotional state and Toga's influence, it might be best to see what unfolded. The League wondered whether Deku would still try to attack All Might or Bakugo, but they were mistaken about his target. Deku's focus was All for One. If All Might could save the world, Deku reasoned, then All for One could change it. Those thoughts circled in Deku's head as he wandered through alleys and back streets until he came to a slight opening lined with rundown shops and a strange club. 3 young adults lingered in front of the stores and glanced at him. The blonde leader demanded to know what a kid was doing there, and Deku replied with a tone that sounded like he was picking a fight. The blonde warned that arrogant kids should watch themselves. Deku took a better look at the others. One was a redhead and the other wore a hoodie. The hooded man circled to Deku's left while the redhead moved behind him. Deku activated his quirk, spun, and swept his leg. His foot connected and sent the redhead stumbling into the side of the building, where he collapsed and lay motionless. Deku muttered that he barely felt anything, wondering whether he was getting used to it or whether their lives simply seemed insignificant to him. The blonde yelled in anger at Deku's comment and threw a punch. Deku easily dodged and noticed a gust of wind swirling around the blonde's fist. The blonde boasted that the wind around his fist could damage metal and that he could seriously harm Deku. Deku stretched out a hand and casually caught the fist. The wind frayed his glove slightly but did not cut his skin. The sensation was like a sharp edge gliding across the surface of his hand, an odd reminder of Toga. Deku pulled the blonde forward and slammed him into the ground, leaving him clearly unconscious. He then turned to the hooded person, who had formed a finger gun with his left hand and held a syringe in his right. The finger jerked and a silent projectile flew past Deku's cheek, grazing him and leaving a small cut. Deku analyzed the attack and ducked the next shot. Before the man could fire again, Deku moved in, struck his chest, and seized his hair. He then delivered a hard kick to the man's knee, forcing him to collapse and cry out in pain. Deku held the man up and demanded to know what he had injected himself with. The hooded man, terrified, answered that it was called Trigger, a quirk enhancement drag, and begged Deku not to kill him. When Deku asked whether the drag enhanced any quirk, the man insisted that it did. Suddenly the man went limp and died in Deku's arms. Deku let the body drop and turned as people began to emerge from the club and the shops. A sharply dressed man with sunglasses atop his head and a Hawaiian-themed blazer said that he disliked talkative people. Deku asked him where to get Trigger and the man offered to sell some if Deku would not dig deeper into the matter. Deku requested to see the product first. The man opened a silver briefcase to reveal 10 small syringes filled with a black liquid and explained that the only side effect was a blackened tongue. A burst of blue flames suddenly tore through the group, quickly engulfing several people. Deku grabbed the case, kicked the man away, and leapt back to avoid the blaze. More blue flames flared from the shadows, and Deku glared in that direction, calling out in recognition. Dabi stepped forward from the darkness, scratching his head and apologizing that he had not seen Deku among the mess. Deku flatly answered that he had been picking up some drags. Dabi paused, waiting for an explanation that never came, and then sighed, thinking that Deku might be teasing him in return for having been left alone with Toga. Dabi apologized for leaving Deku with her, explaining that they had had no choice because she had threatened anyone who tried to take him away. He then asked what was in the case. Deku confirmed that the items were indeed drags and explained that Trigger, the quirk enhancement substance, had caught his attention. He told Dabi that he would make him pay for abandoning him and described how unsettling it had been to wake up to his own body after what had happened. Dabi asked what was so interesting about the drag, noting that it had been around for a long time. Deku grew excited and began to explain that the main ingredient of the drag was likely a quirk, and that a person's quirk could usually only be affected by another quirk. Deku wondered whether, by assuming the drag had a quirk base, it would be possible to replace it with another quirk and change the drag's effects. Dabi asked what Deku planned to do with that possibility, curiosity evident in his voice. Deku explained that he could not reveal his plans yet, not wanting to get too excited in case it failed and not wanting Shigaraki to learn of his side project. Dabi pressed harshly about what Deku was planning, pointing out that hiding something from Shigaraki suggested Deku was plotting something. Deku acknowledged owing all for one and Shigaraki for their help, but he did not believe Shigaraki's end goal would necessarily match his own. Deku said that if their goals aligned he would continue to support Shigaraki, but if they diverged he intended to take the league by force if necessary, and he would need far greater power to do so. Dabi asked what would stop him from siding with Shigaraki over Deku. Deku replied that nothing could stop that, but he wondered whether Shigaraki would actually accomplish Stain's desire. Deku reached out and offered his hand, saying that if Shigaraki's desire did not match Dabi's, he hoped he could rely on Dabi. Dabi took Deku's hand and warned that if neither ideal matched Stain's, they would both be kindling for Dabi's flames. After Deku obtained the drag known as Trigger, he began studying books on chemistry and quirk factor biology, acquired through the broker grain. Despite his efforts, progress was slow. University-level material felt daunting to someone who had not finished formal schooling. He muttered that if it were easy, anyone could do it, and hoped Kurogyari would be willing to procure the sample he needed. He decided it might be better to head to the League's current hideout. Deku did not worry too much about walking in public. The average person knew the League of Villains by name, not by faces. Unlike the other members, Deku was the least known, his crimes attributed to the group rather than him personally. He still checked to ensure no one followed him before arriving at the abandoned warehouse. On entering, Shigaraki noted that Deku had not come in earlier that day and asked what brought him in. Deku greeted him lightly and glanced around. Besides Shigaraki, only Kurogyari and Mr. Compress were present. Deku asked whether everyone else was occupied with their own tasks. Shigaraki replied that most were searching for potential recruits and asked what Deku had been doing. Deku said he had been figuring out ways to strengthen his quirk. Unless they continued to get stronger, they would not beat the heroes. When Shigaraki asked whether that involved school books, Deku admitted that Grain had mentioned the approach and that, since his quirk had been given to him, he was wondering whether he could artificially alter it. He did not want Shigaraki to know about Trigger or what he was really after, so he chose not to mention the drag. Deku offered to look around that day for relevant information. Shigaraki told him that would be best and instructed him to spend a bit of time each day looking for new members like everyone else. Deku nodded and left the warehouse, but Kurogyari stopped him as soon as he took a step outside. Kurogyari held the piece of paper Deku had slipped him earlier and asked angrily what it was. Deku replied sarcastically that it was exactly what it looked like. A piece of paper with words on it. Kurogyari demanded how Deku could even ask for such a thing and warned that Shigaraki would be furious if he found out about Deku's plans. Deku challenged Kurogyari, asking why he had not already told Shigaraki and why he had not declared the plan impossible. Kurogyari said he knew a scientist who might fit Deku's needs but warned that the scientist would not help. Not even All for One would agree to such a plan. Deku pointed out that if Kurogyari had dismissed the idea outright, he would have simply rejected the plan, but because Kurogyari had not done so, the scientist might be open to it. Deku argued that success would greatly increase the League's power and was therefore worth pursuing. He added that he was the one researching the idea and was willing to be the experimental subject. Kurogyari agreed to discuss it but warned Deku not to overstep before opening a portal and disappearing. Deku shrugged off the warning and muttered that as long as Shigaraki cooperated, he would not need to take rash actions. As Deku walked back, something else felt more important than recruiting, but before he had gone 3 blocks from the apartment he realized he was being followed. He darted into an alley and turned to find no one visible. He wondered whether the follower had an invisibility quirk, feeling watched though no one appeared. A man in a white costume with gold trim, a red cape, and the number 1,000,000 in gold across his chest spoke from behind, addressing him by name. Deku turned slowly and saw a blond young man who appeared not even 20. Deku asked how a pro-hero could want anything to do with him. The man stated that that kind of trick would not work and called him by surname. Deku narrowed his eyes and corrected the man, insisting his name was Deku, and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Lemillion, declaring his intention to become the number 1 hero. Deku scanned Lemillion's costume, smile, and confidence and observed that he could be the next All Might. Deku warned that such a bright front could lead to letting people down in the same way. Deku prepared to attack, but Lemillion vanished and reappeared directly beneath him. Lemillion launched upward with a powerful uppercut. Deku dodged and threw a punch, but Deku's fist passed through Lemillion. Lemillion countered with a strike that connected with Deku's chest, sending Deku sliding back. He glared as he recovered. Lemillion observed that Deku seemed destined to become a bright light in the near future and warned that if Deku rose, villains would only sink deeper into darkness to survive. Deku reflected that to survive he had done things he did not want to, and he had steeled himself against being affected by the actions he would take. He wondered how many more regrets he would accumulate. Lemillion told Deku that he had heard about Deku's life and could sympathize, but that villainy was never the answer and that Deku had made his choice and could only blame himself for the consequences. Deku argued that living in obscurity had left him longing for recognition and that being quirkless had taught him what it was like to be powerless. He said the world allowed the strong and heroes to act without consequence, and that he would seize control of that world to change it, or, if captured, drag it to the brink so people would prevent such things from ever happening again. Lemillion responded sarcastically and rushed forward. Deku kept his distance, trying to figure out Lemillion's abilities, and noticed the hero growing faster. Using his quirk to jump back as far as he could, Deku quickly reached into his pocket and injected himself before Lemillion's attack connected. Lemillion shouted the name of his move and landed a heavy blow that sent Deku down the alley and then left him face down. Lemillion declared that this was the inevitable outcome for villains. Deku rose slowly, winded but only partially harmed, and admitted that he had ended up slipping back into darkness and had taken a drag he never wanted to. Lemillion insisted that this was the result of Deku's villainy and not the fault of heroes. Deku turned his back briefly and struck the side of a building with a forceful punch. The wall cracked and shuddered, causing the block to tremble. He said he had never wanted innocent people hurt, and that if Lemillion had not tried to stop him, none of it would have happened. Deku challenged Lemillion to choose between saving the people or stopping him, threatening to bring down the whole block if opposed. Lemillion glared and then dove into the ground to rescue the civilians. Deku used the distraction to escape from the area. Later that evening, when the situation had calmed, Deku slipped back into the apartment. He muttered to himself about Lemillion's ability, noting the apparent combination of teleportation or phasing with sudden spikes in strength and speed, and the familiarity of the hero's shout that reminded him of All Might. He wondered if there was a connection. Inside, he was greeted by Toga, who sat waiting and smiled. She welcomed him back. Toga produced a small vial containing a sample and told him it was from a person named Bakugo, collected during the Provisional Hero License exam when she had disguised herself as a student. Deku expressed surprise that Bakugo had passed, and then gave Toga a black choker with a small red heart-shaped pendant that contained a trace of his blood, saying he thought she would appreciate it more than anything else. Toga smiled appreciatively and slipped the pendant on, rubbing it with one hand and briefly holding Deku's arm in gratitude. Their quiet moment was cut short when both their phones began to ring. Shigaraki called and set up a meeting with everyone from the league, explaining that Twice had found someone who might help them and that he wanted everyone present in case anything happened. The group gathered at the warehouse, with Toga and Deku arriving last. They exchanged small talk while waiting, and Deku noticed Dabi's absence. Shigaraki explained that Dabi was still looking for recruits. Voices drifted in from outside as Twice ushered the guest inside. The newcomer was a reddish-brown-haired man wearing a plague doctor's beaked mask and a coat trimmed with purple fur. Twice announced his arrival and Shigaraki remarked that they had indeed brought a substantial ally. Deku asked who the man was, and Shigaraki identified him as a Yakuza leader known as Overhaul, the head of the 8 Precepts of Death, a figure whose reputation had been shown to Shigaraki once before. Mr. Compress directed his attention to the younger members and explained that the Yakuza had been fearsome before quirks, but as quirks and heroes became common their influence waned, leaving them viewed as relics or wannabes. Overhaul acknowledged that assessment without disagreement. Magna studied Overhaul and asked if he was simply another admirer of All Might's retirement. Overhaul replied that his interest lay elsewhere. The capture of All for One had left a power vacuum, and with the King of the Night and the King of the Day gone, villains were now consolidating power to become the next dominant force. Shigaraki retorted that he already knew who their leader was and challenged Overhaul, declaring that he intended to be the next ruler. He insisted that they would continue to gather allies and, with combined strength, bring down the Hero Society. Overhaul asked if Shigaraki had a plan. Deku listened intently, knowing his future depended on the answer. Shigaraki felt Deku's gaze on him and noticed that Deku seemed changed from the person he had been at the bar. Shigaraki sensed the intensity in Deku's stare, like a wolf testing a pack leader. Overhaul noticed Deku's gaze and decided he could use the discord to his advantage. Shigaraki asked, avoiding the question for now, whether Overhaul had not come to become allies with them. Overhaul replied that without a plan everything was a delusion and that being presented with delusion troubled him. He criticized their attempts to gather strength, claiming they had used their allies ineptly and referred to casualties from the attack on the school as pawns. Deku interrupted, stepping forward to insist that discussion stop, explaining that those losses had come from a lack of information in his plans and asking Overhaul not to call their comrades pawns because they were allies. Shigaraki told Deku that it was fine and that Overhaul clearly had no interest in joining, and suggested Overhaul leave. Overhaul insisted he was not finished and proposed that they come under his wing, claiming he could show them how to be used correctly and that with their combined power he would become the next king. Magna refused and sprang forward, activating her magnetic quirk and beginning to pull Overhaul toward her. Deku noticed Overhaul removing his glove as Magna's quirk took effect, and activated his own quirk to leap forward and stop her. Magna was about to strike when Overhaul reached out. Deku tackled Magna to the ground, cutting her quirk short so that Overhaul reached out and touched nothing but air. Magna shouted in protest at being tackled. Deku demanded to know why she had attacked. Suddenly, warning that she could have been killed if he had not stopped her. Overhaul straightened and asked how Deku had deduced the nature of his quirk. Deku explained that quirk analysis was his specialty and that the lack of output with a glove on suggested Overhaul's ability required physical contact. During the commotion, Mr. Compress crept closer, and by the time anyone noticed he was already reaching for Overhaul. Shigaraki and Deku shouted for him to stop. Mr. Compress stated that Overhaul was dangerous and they should stop him while they could. A silenced gunshot rang out. Mr. Compress cried out as his hand made contact with Overhaul's arm, but the expected effect failed and he wondered aloud why his quirk had not worked. Overhaul warned not to touch him and swung his arm, striking Mr. Compress and knocking him back, rendering him incapacitated. With negotiations broken down, Shigaraki rushed in from one side and Deku moved to the other, pinning Overhaul between them. Overhaul called for shield, and 2 masked men appeared to intercept the incoming attacks. One was neutralized by Shigaraki, collapsing into dust, and Deku sent the other flying across the factory with a kick. The wall suddenly broke as a hulking man among many others in masks rushed in, allowing Overhaul to regroup with reinforcements. Twice, surprised, asked where they had all come from, and Deku noted that their sudden arrival was the result of a quirk he was trying to analyze. Shigaraki remarked that this was the sort of action they should have taken from the start. Overhaul said he would have preferred an agreement and urged them to think long and hard about what kind of organization they wanted to build and how to achieve it before walking away. Toga, knife in hand, urged pursuit, but Shigaraki ordered everyone to hold back. Overhaul added that he would expect compensation for the day's events, noting that although his group had only lost an arm they had also suffered a fatality, and then he left. Deku watched Overhaul and his gang depart, considering how Overhaul might be used to further his own goals. Bakugo lay on his bed, cradling his provisional hero license and thinking about what it represented. With it he could perform heroic deeds when people were in danger, and the school allowed those with the license to intern with professional heroes. He held his phone in the other hand, hovering over Best Jeanist contact. Bakugo hesitated. He had already interned with the hero after the UA sports event and had been rude and dismissive of the lessons then, but now he wanted to learn more. He wondered whether the line between heroes and villains was fixed or if either side could fall to the other. He muttered to himself, annoyed at his own hesitation. He left the room and slammed the door behind him, heading downstairs toward the common area. The dorms had been built for students after the forest incident to prevent further attacks, and in the common area his classmates were loudly swapping stories about the license exam. Kirishima insisted that Bakugo would not have killed anyone. The class was curious about how Bakugo had managed to pass the exam. The first part had been combat testing, which everyone expected Bakugo to pass, and the second part had been rescue operations using actors pretending to be injured. Kaminari volunteered to tell the story since Bakugo was not present. He explained that during the second half of the exam he, Kirishima, and Bakugo had gone into the mountain area and found 2 of the injured. Kaminari recounted that Bakugo's first reaction had been to curse at them for being there and then to lecture them about waiting around while being only lightly injured, questioning why they had wasted his time. Kirishima added that the injured parties had looked confused, unsure whether to scold Bakugo for yelling or to be impressed by his logic. Ashido asked what had happened next. Kaminari continued that after the 3 of them bandaged the injured, he and Kirishima had put the 2 on their backs and started back. It was around that time the villain announcement sounded, which caused Bakugo to panic again. Kaminari explained that the 2 of them had just waited around and wasted his time, and that villains were attacking and he should have been down there fighting them. Yaoyorozu, sounding puzzled, asked how the other person could have passed the exam under those circumstances and whether they would have been judged too violent to succeed. Kaminari chuckled and said that, surprisingly, the examiners had been impressed. Despite the aggressive lecture, the person had made valid points and still helped those who were injured. Kaminari then noticed everyone staring and asked why they looked so surprised. Bakugo demanded that they not talk about him behind his back and slammed his fist into his other hand, producing a small explosion. Kaminari went pale and bolted off the couch at the sound. Uraraka laughed and told Bakugo to stop scaring him. Bakugo sat down where Kaminari had been and asked where Todoroki was. Kirishima remarked that Todoroki had not left his room much after failing the license exam. Uraraka asked Bakugo where he planned to do his internship, and Bakugo said he had not decided. Kirishima noted that Bakugo had not been thrilled about Best Jeanist before, so it made sense he might not want to return. Bakugo admitted he might try. Kirishima pointed out that Bakugo had complained a lot after coming back, and Uraraka suggested Bakugo might think Best Jeanist could help with Izuku, known as Deku. Bakugo admitted that after seeing Deku he had started to understand what that pro-hero had been talking about. He pulled out his phone and called Best Jeanist's office, demanding to speak to him. A polite voice tried to interject, but Bakugo insisted. Best Jeanist himself then spoke on the line, teasing Bakugo about his loudness and telling him to calm down. Bakugo said he needed to talk about something serious. Best Jeanist replied that he had to refuse an internship request for 2 reasons. Bakugo had not seemed to learn from the last time, and Best Jeanist was currently on leave from hero work because of his injuries. Bakugo said he understood but needed to talk about villains and heroes, referencing a previous conversation. Best Jeanist, surprised but willing to listen, asked Bakugo to come by the next day. The others in the common area reminded Bakugo that they had heard the call from across the room and that it was surprising to see him speak to pro-heroes like that. Bakugo snapped at them and left. The next day, Bakugo arrived at Best Jeanist's agency and found the staff a bit officious. Best Jeanist invited him into his office and told him to sit. Bakugo, still in his school uniform, said he wanted to ask whether a hero could become a villain and whether a villain could be saved and return to being a hero. Best Jeanist explained that a hero's goals can sometimes resemble a villain's, wanting to be number 1 and stronger than anyone else. The difference lay in the methods used to gain and apply that strength. Bakugo slammed his hand on the table and said he was not asking about himself but wanted to know if he could save a friend. When Best Jeanist asked who the friend was, Bakugo named Izuku Midoriya, called Deku. Best Jeanist recognized the name and warned Bakugo that Deku's association with the League of Villains was dangerous. Trying to save him could put Bakugo and others at serious risk. Bakugo insisted that he could not leave Deku like that and that he was determined to do his best to save him, even if it meant force. Best Jeanist shook his head but said he knew of an agency operating near where Deku had last been seen and that the hero who had encountered Deku worked there. Bakugo would need to convince that agency to accept him as an intern. Bakugo thanked him, a little embarrassed, and prepared to leave. Best Jeanist said he would call the agency and encouraged Bakugo, despite their differences, to strive to become a great hero. Bakugo declared his intent to fight any villains in his path and to save as many people as he could along the way. Best Jeanist sighed but offered a small smile. After tending to Mr. Compress's injury, the villains gathered information about the incident. Shigaraki asked Deku what he thought of Overhaul's quirk. Deku thought for a moment and said that at first glance it seemed as if everything Overhaul touched exploded, but that did not quite fit what they had seen. There had been no fabric from Mr. Compress's coat left behind, only a strange puddle of residue. Deku suggested that Overhaul's quirk might disassemble whatever he touched, making the closest comparison to Shigaraki's quirk. Shigaraki examined a golden bullet and asked twice whether he could duplicate it. Twice answered despondently that he could not. He explained that to copy something he needed to understand what it was. He could not copy a person or an object without knowing enough about it, and since he did not know what the bullet was, he could not duplicate it. Shigaraki wondered aloud whether it was related to something called Trigger. Deku noted that, unlike Trigger, this device suppressed quirks instead of enhancing them. Toga suggested killing their enemies outright. Deku considered a different approach and said he thought the others might be useful, especially the bullet they had created, and that he might try to make contact on his own. If the enemy believed there was infighting between the villains, they could use that to their advantage. He then stood and told Shigaraki he was going to leave and asked to be informed of their decision. As Deku was walking out, Magna thanked him for saving her. Deku quietly regretted that he had not been able to save Mr. Compress's arm as well. Shigaraki scratched his neck and admitted he did not like the situation. Mr. Compress asked what was wrong, and Shigaraki confessed he was starting to suspect Deku might be hiding something. He clarified that he trusted Deku to help but felt Deku wanted something more, and he asked everyone to keep an eye on him when he was around. Toga glared at Shigaraki and warned him not to do anything to Deku, saying he would regret it. The next day Deku searched for any clue to Overhaul's whereabouts. Instead he saw a little girl running barefoot through an alley. Her hair was almost white, her arms were bandaged, and a small horn protruded from her head. Concern and curiosity tugged at him, and he followed. Around another corner he found the girl clinging to the hero Lemillion. It was a worst-case scenario for Deku. Lemillion gave Deku a sharp look, assuming the worst, until another figure stepped from the shadows behind Deku. Overhaul emerged and immediately assessed the situation. He apologized for his daughter getting away and began to approach carefully. Lemillion replied calmly that he had not been watching where he was going and had accidentally bumped into her. Overhaul urged the girl, Eri, to come with him. Lemillion leaned in to reassure her softly that he would help and asked her to hold on a little longer, and Eri slowly let go and walked back toward Overhaul. Overhaul praised her and began to walk away. As Eri was taken away, Deku cast a disdainful glance at Lemillion and muttered that it reminded him of All Might. Lemillion looked briefly confused, and before he could ask, Deku had already turned and hurried after Overhaul. When Deku caught up, Overhaul's presence grew cold and tense for a moment before he recognized who Deku was. Overhaul recalled Deku's past association with the League. Deku said he had been looking for Overhaul to discuss that history and that he also had a personal interest in the anti-quirk drag Overhaul had used. Overhaul warned Deku not to pry into his secret, but Deku explained that his interest lay in applying quirks into drags and that he had a different quirk in mind. He offered to convince the League to cooperate with Overhaul. Overhaul had assumed Deku was simply a lackey, but Deku said it could benefit him to work with both groups. Overhaul agreed that if Deku could arrange the League's cooperation, they would meet. Overhaul then gripped Eri's hand tightly to prevent her from running off again and walked away as Deku headed back to the hideout. When Deku returned, only Shigaraki remained in the warehouse, Everyone else had taken assignments. Shigaraki watched him carefully and asked how it had gone. Deku reported nothing of immediate importance beyond that the heroes were aware of Overhaul's existence and that they might be able to use the hero's attention to their advantage. Shigaraki decided to call Overhaul and accept a second meeting and planned to gather everyone once that meeting concluded. Deku nodded and left for the apartment he shared with Toga. His thoughts lingered on the bandaged girl. Given her apparent value to Overhaul, he suspected she might be the one with the quirk-canceling ability. Seeing her so guarded and how Lemillion had simply stayed calm grated on him. He wanted to find a way to help her but was not yet sure how. At the apartment, Toga was preparing meat, carefully cutting and arranging it. She welcomed Deku back and continued working while he watched the knife in her hand. The juices from the meat ran off the blade, but the scene had an oddly domestic air rather than anything dangerous. Deku realized he did not really know much about Toga and asked about her childhood. Toga responded happily that he wanted to know more, and she began to explain. She said her parents had called her a monster. As a child, she had been drawn to things others found strange. Her parents tried to force her to be normal for a time, and she learned to play the cheerful, well-behaved girl who made friends by pretending to be someone else. Deku reflected that it must have been difficult to force oneself to be someone else. Toga dismissed the offer of sympathy and told him that when it came to being normal, he could not simply pretend to be something he was not. She said meeting him had changed her, and that she now felt a strong, unusual attachment to him. Everything Toga had been suppressing surged forth, and she could no longer hold it back. She moved toward Deku with a desperate intensity. Deku reacted quickly, seizing her wrist and disarming her. Toga smiled and said that, when viewed by society, she felt like a monster and that she accepted it. Shigaraki gathered everyone into a makeshift room inside the warehouse and announced their next move. He had spoken with Overhaul and found his plan intriguing enough to invest time in. Shigaraki explained that Overhaul intended to use bullets that could neutralize quirks, sell them on the black market, and then offer an antidote to monopolize the market. To that end, Toga, Twice, and Deku would be temporarily assigned to work with the Yakuza. Deku asked what Overhaul had told him about the quirk-sealing bullets. Shigaraki said there was nothing new beyond what they suspected. Overhaul planned to destroy quirks with the bullets and profit by controlling both the weapons and their remedies. Spinner questioned how this fit with Stain's ideals. Magna objected to working with the Yakuza, saying she could not agree after what had happened and expressing personal dislike of the group. Twice protested loudly, explaining that he had been manipulated into leading the enemy in and that the confrontation had nearly killed Magna and left Mr. Compress seriously injured. He begged not to be forced into it. Toga also objected, saying that being with the League made her feel good and that Stain and Deku inspired her to live as she wanted. She then drew a small blade and threatened Shigaraki, demanding a reason to participate in anything she did not want to do. Shigaraki removed the hand that had been covering his face, revealing a cold, calculating smile. He told them he was not forcing anyone for his own amusement. The plan was for the group's benefit. The Yakuza did not intend a genuine alliance and would try to use them, so Shigaraki framed this as a way to turn that manipulation back on the Yakuza and make them pay. He told the group he trusted them. Through hidden corridors and tunnels, Toga, Twice, and Deku were led to the Yakuza base by a man in a white coat wearing a yellow bird mask. Toga remarked that he was rude and did not even offer a greeting. The guide showed no reaction as he led them through a maze of passages until they reached a large room where Overhaul sat on a couch with several masked associates behind him. Overhaul apologized for the earlier tension and, in the spirit of cooperation, asked for their help with his grand plan. Toga stated she was there because Deku was present. Twice said he had come only because he had been asked and reiterated his dislike for them, then calmed himself. Overhaul explained that they needed to coordinate and requested a detailed explanation of each quirk. Twice reluctantly described his ability. He could create copies of objects or people, but he required a clear reference image to produce a durable replica. Without a precise image, any copy would be poorly formed and short-lived. For copying people, he needed detailed measurements: height, build, shoe size, and similar data. He warned that his copies were less durable and less powerful than the original, and that multiple copies were even more fragile. He also added that, for personal reasons, he could not duplicate himself. Twice covered his face in embarrassment and insisted he had not meant to reveal so much. Toga followed by explaining her quirk in neutral terms. She could take on another person's appearance by using a personal biological sample as a reference. The transformation included precise visual details and voice mimicry. The duration of her transformation depended on how much sample she used. More material allowed her to remain changed longer. The process also allowed her to replicate clothing, which sometimes required her to change outfits to make the disguise complete, a detail she found awkward. Deku described his quirk as physical enhancement that could increase his speed, strength, and endurance. As he finished, Deku recognized a subtle voice behind Overhaul and abruptly identified the source. The man in all black standing there possessed a truth-compelling ability that had been prompting honest answers from anyone it reached. Twice warned that if Toga tried the trick again he would keep interrupting or simply plug his ears to avoid answering questions. Toga shouted angrily that she did not like being made a fool. Twice retorted that the Yakuza were despicable and that he had never noticed before. Tension rose between the two groups as Deku allowed himself a small, faint smile. Deku acknowledged that he could understand the measure this one time because their group had been uncooperative, and then he requested, calmly, that Overhaul also disclose their quirks in the spirit of cooperation. Several of Overhaul's men bristled at Deku's insolence, and his expression only seemed to heighten their anger. Overhaul stepped forward to calm the situation. Overhaul explained that his intention had been to share their quirks as well. People in his position took unification seriously and secrecy could not be tolerated. Before revealing the others' quirks, Overhaul insisted on confirming one thing. He asked directly whether Shigaraki had instructed Deku to betray them. Deku answered that he had not. Toga and Twice echoed the same denial when Nemoto, the man in black, repeated the question. Overhaul stated that he needed confirmation, and Deku agreed, though. Toga and Twice complained. Overhaul told Deku that he would be informed about everyone's quirks later, but for now, since they were all wanted criminals, they were not to leave the underground. Toga protested that she wanted to be free. Overhaul replied that freedom would come when they earned the group's trust. One of the men snapped that earning their trust would require an attitude adjustment, especially from Deku, whose arrogance was not acceptable. Deku ignored the outburst and moved closer to Overhaul, saying that there was something more they needed to discuss. Others protested at Deku's presumption, but Overhaul, keeping his composure, urged them to stop and said that if the matter concerned the drag it would have to wait. Deku insisted that this was about the other person. Overhaul narrowed his eyes and asked the others to leave, instructing Kurono and Nemoto to stay. Toga asked Deku what was going on. Deku replied that he would explain later and that it was better to leave the matter alone for now, his gaze fixed on Overhaul. Deku had deduced that the man in black with the truth-telling quirk was Nemoto and that the man in white who had led them here was Kurono. Overhaul reminded Deku that he had previously ordered nothing related to the girl be touched. Deku proposed that, if they were to work together, he should be put in charge as the girl's caretaker. Deku argued that if Overhaul did not want another incident, he was the best choice. He believed he was close enough to the girl's age and had the best opportunity to become someone she could trust. Deku suggested that the girl would be unlikely to act against people she believed were protecting someone she cared for. Overhaul said he would have Nemoto use his quirk because the situation was delicate and could not be risked. Nemoto asked Deku directly whether he personally planned to betray them. Deku smiled and replied that it was possible. Nemoto demanded an explanation. Deku explained that if his plan proved to be some petty villain scheme, he would decline to cooperate because it would not be worth his involvement. If it was as sound as Deku claimed, there would be no problems. Overhaul agreed to those terms. He said Deku would be watched but allowed to interact with the girl, Eri. Overhaul added that Deku would likely need to make promises to her to suggest showing her the outside, for example because if she believed that tests would end and she would gain more freedom afterward, she would be more likely to cooperate. Overhaul warned that if Deku crossed him there would be severe consequences, leaving an unmistakable implication of punishment. Deku walked out of the room, and Overhaul looked after him, calling him dangerous. Kurono asked why Overhaul would allow such a dangerous person near Eri. Overhaul answered that Deku was extremely useful. He analyzed situations quickly, figured out how quirks worked and how to counter them, and positioned himself to be on the winning side. Because Deku was someone Eri might trust, he became an invaluable asset to either faction. Letting him know some information had been necessary after he deduced Nemoto's quirk. With Deku on their side, Overhaul could make full use of his abilities in ways the League never could. A metal door opened onto a children's room painted with rainbows, containing a large bed and toys still in their packages. If one did not know the circumstances, the room could pass as a normal child's room. On the bed lay Eri, her arms and legs wrapped in bandages and wearing a hospital gown. When the door opened, Eri's body shot up in terror. Deku saw the fear on her face, understandable for a child whose experience had been harm and confinement. As Deku sat on the side of the bed, Eri began to back away. Deku told her that he would not hurt her and introduced himself as Deku, his eyes taking in the bandages. Eri did not respond. The last time she had seen him was during her attempt to escape, and then he had seemed cold. Deku asked what had happened to her parents. Eri hesitated, unused to being spoken to and uncomfortable with answering aloud, but Deku waited patiently for her reply. She stammered that she had accidentally used her quirk on her father, causing him to disappear. Eri remembered that her mother had called her a cursed child and sent her away, tears forming at the memory. Deku asked why she had never used her quirk to escape, intending to keep asking until he understood her situation. Eri replied that she did not understand it and was afraid. She felt awful that people had been harmed because of her quirk. She answered more quickly this time because she knew Deku would wait for a response. Seeing her tears grow, Deku reached over and pulled her into a hug. The embrace almost froze her. The feeling was mixed. Lemillion's hug had once been kind, but when he had let go and she had been returned to Overhaul, she had felt betrayed and uncertain about what kindness even meant. Deku's hug was different. Part of her felt safe, while another part felt as if she were in the arms of something frightening. Deku told her that the people he was with had had similar experiences and could help her. He stroked Eri's hair as he held her. She shook her head, believing it would only be another group that would cause her pain, but she did not pull away. His embrace felt warm. Eri began to cry again and said that people had been hurt because of her and that she wished she had never had this quirk. Deku gently turned her head so she faced him and argued that if it had not been her, Overhaul would have found another way. Her quirk was likely the quicker option. He said it was not fair she had to suffer, that heroes were meant to save people yet had failed her, and he asked what she owed those people. Eri's mind struggled to grasp the meaning of his words, and Deku continued. He explained that he was capable of freeing her but that he would need her trust no matter what might happen. Overwhelmed, Eri instinctively reached as he stood, not wanting to be left alone. Deku told her he would be back later, then opened the metal door and left, closing it behind him and leaving her alone in the room. The door opened again later, and the small hope that it was Deku immediately shattered when Overhaul walked in. Overhaul announced that it was time for the tests as two masked attendants entered to escort Eri. Eri hesitated, eyes cast to the floor, and nodded slowly. She followed Overhaul to a laboratory room with a strapped chair. The bandages were removed to reveal the marks of previous procedures on her arms and legs. Medical sensors were attached to take her vital signs. Overhaul placed his hand on Eri's head. She shut her eyes and braced herself. Her form shimmered and separated into scattered particles as Overhaul's quirk took effect. He collected some of those particles into vials and then restored her. The sensation of being disassembled burned every time, far worse than she expected, and left her expression hollow. The sensors recorded the same readings as before, and she was bandaged again before being escorted back to her room. Overhaul warned that if she behaved the tests would be quick and reminded her that they wanted to avoid anyone else getting hurt because of her, then he left. Eri pressed her hands to her ears and buried her face in the pillow, crying until someone called her name. She flinched, fearful that Overhaul had returned, but saw Deku instead. Without thinking, she rushed to him and pressed her face into his chest, the tears refusing to stop. Deku gently stroked her hair and asked if she wanted to spend the rest of her life like this. Eri froze, panic gripping her at the thought of being taken apart again and again. She pleaded that she wanted it to stop. Deku explained that gaining her freedom would likely require others to be put at risk and that if she trusted him he could set events in motion to free her. The word freedom lit a fragile hope in her, and Deku smiled, interpreting that hope as agreement. He promised to show her something remarkable in a few days and released her to prepare. Later, Toga and Twice waited outside a room in the building, wondering why Deku had asked them to meet there. Twice suggested maybe Deku was bored. Deku opened the door and apologized for the wait. He explained that he had discovered the source of the suspect ammunition, a little girl named Eri. Overhaul was obtaining vital material by disassembling and reassembling her. Deku planned to cause chaos to get her out. Twice asked why they should risk themselves for someone else, and Toga echoed that they were not fools. Deku argued that rescuing Eri would offer multiple advantages and, more importantly, would ruin Overhaul's plans and likely cripple the Mafia. He outlined a plan in which Twice would create a clone of Toga, and that clone would use a biological sample to pass as a member and leave the facility. Deku produced a note and instructed them to give it to someone at the Night Eye Agency, explaining that a hero named Lemillion had already spotted Eri and that the heroes associated with him were connected to Night Eye. Toga and Twice voiced concern about bringing heroes into the conflict and the risk of getting caught between heroes and the Mafia. Deku said that if his scheme worked, the Mafia and heroes would clash while they took advantage of the chaos. He had set the operation for 3 days after the heroes received the note, and he had framed the message to imply that Overhaul would dispose of Eri in 3 days unless someone intervened. Bakugo stood outside the Night Eye building with an irritated expression. He had come at Best Jeanist' recommendation but had previously been turned away at the front desk and told to return at an appointed time. He stopped at the desk again, glaring at the receptionist who had refused him earlier. The receptionist informed him that someone would escort him inside. Bakugo insisted he did not need a babysitter and demanded directions. Lemillion, known as Togata, opened the door and stood in the entranceway. Bakugo barked in surprise at finding Togata there. Togata explained that if they had not known Bakugo was coming beforehand, they might not have expected him to arrive. Bakugo bristled at the implication. Togata offered a warning that the person Bakugo sought information from probably would not be pleased to see him. Bakugo made it clear he was not there to make friends and that he wanted information on Deku. Togata began to lead him inside. Sir Night Eye informed Bakugo that the information they had collected on the villain Deku was private and was currently being used in their investigation, so it could not be given to outsiders. Bakugo responded that he knew this and that was why he had brought the required form. Sir Night Eye added that Deku hated him, and the only way Bakugo would succeed was if he could make Deku laugh. Bakugo bristled and insisted he was not a clown, but that Deku would want him once he knew what he could do. Togata sighed and remarked that Bakugo really was a problem child as they approached the door to Sir Night Eye's office. 2 people stood in front of it. A man with the head of a centipede whose upper body coiled around him like a scarf before disappearing into his suit, and a blue-skinned woman with blue hair who looked nervously between Bakugo and the door. Togata waved to them, knocked, and entered. Togata announced that he had brought Bakugo. Sir Night Eye glared at Bakugo. Bakugo stamped his foot and glared back, accusing Sir Night Eye of trying to intimidate him. Sir Night Eye called him pathetic, and Bakugo shouted in anger. Togata thought to himself that he had expected it would turn out like this. Sir Night Eye told Bakugo that he had heard of Bakugo's desire to surpass All Might but believed Bakugo was far from that goal. Bakugo stepped up to the desk and demanded to know who Sir Night Eye thought he was to say such a thing. Sir Night Eye explained that he had been All Might's sidekick and remained one of his biggest fans. Bakugo scoffed and argued that if Sir Night Eye had been close to All Might, Midoriya would have known everything about him. Sir Night Eye clarified that he did not like Bakugo, but he disliked the villain Deku even more. He described Deku as someone who could not face reality and implied that the attention Deku received from All Might, Togata, and others was misplaced. Bakugo snapped that Sir Night Eye could keep his thoughts to himself. Sir Night Eye declared that reasoning with Bakugo was impossible and asked for the form. He then produced a stamp. Bakugo handed over the paper. Sir Night Eye stamped it, indicating that Bakugo would be working under his supervision. Bakugo erupted in fury, accusing Sir Night Eye of trying to provoke him and insisting that hiring him would be useless and that Bakugo would end up being dead weight. Slamming his hand onto the desk, Bakugo demanded to know what Sir Night Eye knew about Midoriya. Sir Night Eye grabbed Bakugo's arm and, meeting his gaze, offered a test to prove his worth as a hero. Bakugo asked why. Sir Night Eye had not offered the test sooner. Sir Night Eye explained the challenge. Bakugo had 3 minutes to take the stamp from him without damaging a single object in the room. Sir Night Eye noted that his sidekicks could accomplish the task, so Bakugo should have no problem. Togata withdrew from the room and closed the door, then asked the sidekicks waiting outside whether they would be able to take the stamp if Sir Night Eye used his quirk on them. Both shook their heads. Togata admitted he could not either and wondered aloud why Sir Night Eye was deliberately provoking Bakugo. Back inside, Sir Night Eye held the stamp between his fingers and invited Bakugo to try. Bakugo moved deliberately, using controlled explosions to propel himself around the room in quick bursts, attempting agile maneuvers to snatch the stamp. Sir Night Eye kept his gaze on Bakugo and sidestepped when Bakugo leapt over him, smoothly avoiding each attempt. Bakugo tried to adjust, but Sir Night Eye remained a step ahead. Growing frustrated, Bakugo created a thick cloud of smoke by detonating in close succession, hoping to use the cover to circle behind Sir Night Eye and seize the stamp. Sir Night Eye, however, revealed that his foresight had already shown him the maneuver. Calmly, he opened a window to clear the smoke and declared that time was up. Bakugo slammed his hand onto the floor in exasperation and asked why he had failed. Sir Night Eye sat at his desk and explained that the test had been purposively futile. He had anticipated every move. He reiterated that he did not like Bakugo, that he disapproved of the obsession with the villain Deku, and that the exercise had been intended to teach Bakugo the futility of certain pursuits. Sir Night Eye then stamped Bakugo's paper to finalize his acceptance. Togata reopened the door and asked whether they were finished. Sir Night Eye confirmed that he had accepted Bakugo and told Togata to explain what had happened during their investigation. Togata recounted that he had encountered Deku twice. The first time, Deku had covered his escape by causing part of a building to collapse and used the debris as a diversion. The second time, Togata had seen a girl wrapped in bandages. Togata added that they had been tracking a villain named Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul. Bakugo reacted with disbelief and demanded clearer explanations about Deku's actions and the girl in bandages. Togata reiterated that Kai Chisaki was believed to be producing drags that disrupted people's quirks, and that tainted bullets connected to this operation had been appearing across the city. He explained that the League of Villains had made contact with Chisaki, but their sources indicated the meetings had ended badly. Not long after, a bandaged girl appeared accompanied by Deku and Chisaki. Night Eye explained that because Deku had once been quirkless, they were trying to determine whether Deku was helping Chisaki of his own accord to make others quirkless, or whether the League of Villains had become involved as well. Bakugo asked what had happened to the girl. Togata replied regretfully that he had let her go back with Chisaki, and that Deku had compared the situation to All Might in a way he did not fully understand. Night Eye reassured Togata that even if they had been able to rescue her then, doing so might have made bringing down Chisaki harder, and with two villains present, they might not have been able to save her anyway. Bakugo grew wide-eyed as 1,000 thoughts raced through his head while he tried to reconcile the Midoriya he had known with the Deku he had become. Night Eye observed Bakugo's reaction, and Bakugo wondered aloud whether Midoriya intended to twist the little girl into another version of himself. Night Eye explained that Deku's and the girl's situations were very different. Bakugo became more heated, insisting that they could not underestimate Midoriya. He argued that they had a child a hero had failed to rescue and a person who had endured being quirkless and ridicule, and warned that if they did nothing soon their misjudgment of Midoriya would have severe consequences. A knock came at the door, and a blue-skinned woman entered holding a piece of paper. She told them they had received a critical note signed by Deku stating that a girl named Eri would die in 3 days if nothing was done. Night Eye admitted that he had underestimated Deku and that Deku was already calling them out. Night Eye read the note aloud and summarized that it claimed the girl who was responsible for the quirk erasing bullets would die in 3 days unless they intervened. He said Overhaul planned to eliminate her and all the evidence, and that the compound was at the main Yakuza headquarters, hidden by a secret entrance and a labyrinth. Night Eye tapped his fingers on the desk and stared at the paper, asking what they thought of the message. Togata suggested it might be a trap, based on what he had seen Deku do before. Bakugo insisted that Midoriya had once been a good kid and that, while he wanted to believe Deku might be trying to save the girl, he was not willing to trust him. The blue-skinned woman wondered whether the note was a genuine plea for help. The centipede-like person refused to answer. Night Eye observed that the note did not explicitly ask for help and that 3 days might be misleading, though it could be referring to something else. He glanced at the time and instructed Togata and Bakugo to return to UA, while the rest of them would contact other heroes for an emergency meeting the next day. He added that Eraserhead was involved and they should ask him for more details, then dismissed them. Outside the agency, Bakugo began a conversation with Togata. Bakugo asked if Night Eye was always so difficult. Togata explained that Night Eye was simply agitated because matters involving All Might were very important to him. Togata recalled that Night Eye had once said Togata had been on All Might's side during a fight a long time ago and that, because of Togata, they had begun speaking again. Bakugo demanded to know what Togata had done, but Togata said he could not say because Night Eye disliked hearing embarrassing details about himself. Bakugo snapped that if he was not going to talk about it, he should not bring it up. Togata laughed and then grew serious, promising that if he found Deku he would use all his power to stop him. Bakugo said not to concern himself with how he felt, calling his own worry pathetic, and declared that they would stop Deku, defeat him, and then try to make him understand his mistakes. Togata nodded and smiled while Bakugo glared forward, hoping his training would be enough to confront Deku again. They returned to the school and split up to their dorms. Bakugo immediately sought out Aizawa. He found Aizawa lounging wrapped in a sleeping bag in a dark corner, hair half falling across his face and eyes half open as if waiting. Bakugo demanded to know why Aizawa had known where Deku was but had not told him. Aizawa warned Bakugo not to assume he was entitled to information just because someone he knew was involved, and said the overhaul matter was more dangerous than Bakugo realized. He suggested it would be better for the other involved heroes to explain the situation and told Bakugo to wait while he gathered them. Aizawa returned with Uraraka, Kirishima, and Azui and explained that these three were under the supervision of pro-heroes involved in the overhaul case. Bakugo expressed surprise that Uraraka and Azui were going as well, mentioning Deku's involvement. Uraraka admitted to being a little scared but affirmed that as a hero she could not let fear keep her from acting. Azui teased that Uraraka kept trying to mimic Bakugo sometimes, and Kirishima said that emulating someone you admired was a compliment, mentioning his admiration for Crimson Riot. Bakugo said he did not care about the imitation and demanded details about Overhaul and Deku. Kirishima said that Deku had not been a central topic in their meeting and that they had focused on Overhaul and his daughter, Eri. The group discussed the quirk erasing bullets. They learned that Overhaul's quirk allowed him to disassemble and reassemble things, and he was using his daughter as the source for the bullets. Bakugo reacted with disgust at the revelation. Kirishima asked Bakugo if he knew what the meeting the next day was about, and Bakugo replied that Deku's note warned that Eri would be killed if they did not act. Kirishima commented that even villains sometimes showed conscience, and Bakugo warned not to be naive, pointing out that the involvement of the League of Villains meant the situation could be far worse. Aizawa told them to stop speculating and head to bed since they had an early day tomorrow. The four of them went to their rooms, but Bakugo lay on his back staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Every report about Midoriya sounded so different from the boy he had once known that Bakugo found himself worrying about what he would do if that Midoriya disappeared completely. The next morning Aizawa gathered the four students, and they met up with Togata before heading toward the meeting. Everyone rode in silence, each lost in their own thoughts about what the meeting would reveal and about the note Midoriya had sent. They arrived on an upper floor and entered a room with a long table where pro-heroes were already gathered. Bakugo plopped down in a seat and snapped at the people staring at him, but the heroes continued to watch him. Night Eye, seated at the head of the table, told Bakugo that this was not the time for outbursts and that they had important matters to discuss. He explained that in front of them lay a copy of the note Midoriya had sent and that he had prepared a breakdown of its significance. Night Eye explained that the line stating the girl responsible for the anti-quirk bullets would die in 3 days showed Midoriya's awareness that they had been investigated after making contact with Togata, though Midoriya did not know how deep their investigation into Chisaki went. Night Eye identified the girl as Eri, the source of the anti-quirk bullets. He summarized the clause about usefulness reaching its limit as the reason for the 3-day time frame, and he added that he did not believe Overhaul intended to kill his daughter outright, so the 3 days might have an alternative meaning. Night Eye then addressed the part of the note that located the villains at the main Yakuza compound, hidden by a secret entrance and a labyrinth. He said he believed that portion was directed at him because his quirk was the only one unknown to Midoriya. He had contracted an investigator to comb through the items Midoriya had left behind and learned about a collection of notebooks titled Hero Analysis for the Future, 13 notebooks, 40 pages front and back, totaling 520 pages covering around 1,000 heroes. Night Eye warned that Midoriya was using that vast array of information to deduce his quirk, guessing it to be some form of analysis. Normally that misjudgment would give them the element of surprise, but Night Eye could use his foresight only once a day, and he would have to rely on it to find the hidden passage. Bakugo blurted out that Midoriya had memorized each notebook. The pro-heroes exchanged surprised looks at the extent of Midoriya's knowledge. Miss Tatsuma questioned whether they needed to go that far and suggested that Midoriya wanted them to rescue the girl. Night Eye replied that if Overhaul surrendered immediately there would be no issues, but they still had to be prepared for anything. Aizawa asked what had made him take Midoriya seriously now after dismissing him at their last meeting. Night Eye answered that the note alone had derailed their plans. They had to secure Chisaki, Eri, and Midoriya. He informed the group that the operation against Overhaul would take place the next day and urged everyone to be ready. At the Hasaikai hideout, Midoriya sat with Toga and Twice and told them that tomorrow would be the day. He wore a small, half-smile while jotting down the quirks of Overhaul's group in a small notebook, then pocketed it once he was finished. Twice reminded him that the note had said 3 days, and Midoriya explained that if the heroes arrived on the 3rd day they might encounter a scene of destruction. Such a possibility made it likely they would come on the 2nd day instead. Toga noted that Midoriya seemed to be enjoying himself, and Midoriya conceded that he had taken a certain satisfaction in manipulating events from behind the scenes. Later, Midoriya sat in the security room with his notebook, passing the time while waiting for the hero's approach. One of Overhaul's men burst into the room to say that Overhaul wanted to see him immediately. Midoriya entered the monitor-lined room where Overhaul waited and pointed at a screen showing the building's entrance. Midoriya sat and began analyzing the heroes on the screens. He noticed Bakugo among them, an unexpected presence, and he wondered how that would affect his plans. Overhaul asked if something was wrong, and Midoriya observed that one hero had been present when Eri escaped and that this hero's quirk allowed him to phase through obstacles. Midoriya suspected that this hero might be the reason the heroes were there now. He wrote down the quirks he could identify, taking care to note only each quirk and not how a hero used it. If Overhaul obtained tactical details, the villains might move Eri before Midoriya could intervene. Overhaul pointed out that one hero seemed to be missing from the roster on the screen, and Midoriya noted that this was Night Eye. Overhaul commented that support heroes' quirks were rarely publicized and were often overshadowed by the heroes they assisted. As Overhaul began issuing orders to his men, Midoriya took a steadying breath and prepared for what would come next. The only thing he could do now was react to the heroes' movements. At the front entrance, the heroes and police gathered with Bakugo nearly restrained by Togata. Bakugo complained that every moment they delayed could allow their targets to escape, and he felt his anxiety rise at the sight of Deku. Togata explained that they had to proceed officially and let the police read the warrant. Bakugo argued that these were villains and they could not afford the delay. Togata countered that if they acted without regard for the law they would become vigilantes. Night Eye agreed with the need for a measured approach. A police officer rang the buzzer, but before anyone could respond a giant fist crashed through the front gates and sent an officer and several guards flying. The attacker swung again, and Tatsuma, in her dragon form, intercepted the blow and pushed the giant back while calling for the heroes to hurry and rescue the child inside. Bakugo moved up behind the officers as they clashed with the Yakuza inside the building. One thug pushed past the police but was quickly blasted away by Bakugo. He focused on his objective and would not let anything stand in his way. Togata was asked if he would use his quirk to find an entrance. Night Eye suggested it would be better for Togata to locate any secret way through while the others cleared obstacles. Togata nodded and disappeared into the ground. The heroes overwhelmed the Yakuza, and a moment later a hidden wall opened with Togata on the other side, surrounded by a few unconscious gang members. Togata reported finding the secret entrance and confirmed that the note Deku had left had been truthful. Night Eye said they would soon learn Deku's plan, and the group hurried down the stairs. Inside the corridors the walls shifted and bent. Bakugo told Kirishima to move and promised they would smash anything in their path. Kirishima followed close behind, using his body to break through a wall that threatened to cut them off. Togata ran ahead through the shifting walls. Night Eye called the students reckless, and Aizawa replied that their recklessness might be what they needed in this moment. As they pushed forward, a hole opened in the floor and Kirishima and several heroes fell. Night Eye noted that the enemy was trying to split them up, and a wall then dropped to separate Bakugo from Night Eye and Aizawa. Bakugo turned to break through the barrier and heard someone clapping behind him. He recognized the voice and realized it belonged to Midoriya. Midoriya told Bakugo he had been looking for him. Bakugo responded that he did not care and that after the Kamino incident anything between them had ended. Midoriya accused Bakugo of having no right to speak about the past and blamed him for much of the pain they had both endured. Midoriya then explained that this was not about himself but about Bakugo's mother, who had become gravely worried after learning of Bakugo's alleged ties to the Villains League and had collapsed, requiring hospitalization. Deku stood silently for a moment while Bakugo wrestled with helplessness. Midoriya urged Bakugo to surrender and promised to do everything he could to help, saying that surrender would still leave Bakugo with a future. Bakugo declared that it was too late, that everything was already in motion and that Lemillion would reach Overhaul while heroes and Yakuza were occupied with each other. Midoriya insisted that if Bakugo took him down now the plan would fail. Bakugo lunged forward to stop Midoriya. Midoriya skated along the edge of the wall to keep his distance, dodging and retreating no matter how fast Bakugo closed in. Bakugo, furious, vowed to pin Midoriya to the ground, and he smashed his hands together, filling the room with smoke as his quirk ignited and small explosions rattled the area. He began hurling explosive projectiles toward Midoriya's last known position. Midoriya sidestepped the blasts, but Bakugo managed to grab an arm and pull Midoriya down, forcing him toward the floor in an attempt to secure a surrender. Midoriya taunted Bakugo, saying he still had not beaten him. When Bakugo applied pressure to the arm he held, the figure in his grip began to falter and destabilize. The arm shimmered and the figure broke apart into harmless, shadowy fragments that dissipated across the floor. Bakugo stared in disbelief at the remaining traces on the ground. He realized the figure had been a decoy and that the real Midoriya must be further ahead. Bakugo questioned where the real Midoriya might be and bolted toward a nearby wall, determined to blast through and rejoin the others. While Bakugo dealt with the illusion, Midoriya walked down a hall carrying Eri. Overhaul accompanied them, along with Shin and Hari. Midoriya felt a tight knot of anxiety. He knew that if anything went wrong with the plan, the consequences from Overhaul would be severe. Mirio, appearing behind the group, announced that he had finally caught up. Overhaul turned as if he had expected Mirio, while Midoriya braced himself for the next phase of their plan. Lemillion demanded that Eri be handed over, glaring at Overhaul and Deku. Deku and Overhaul turned to look at Lemillion, who had caught up to them. Deku held Eri closer and accused Lemillion of not taking her when she needed him, saying that he was there for the heroes rather than for her. Lemillion insisted he would take Eri away from the place and charged forward, but he quickly collapsed against the wall. Overhaul observed that Lemillion had rushed himself into danger. Lemillion clung to the wall and complained of dizziness as he tried to stand. Sakaki, another Yakuza clinging to the roof upside down, remarked that he felt tipsy and that anyone who approached him lost their sense of balance. Nemoto produced a gun and began firing at Lemillion. Lemillion barely managed to phase through the shots, staggered to his feet, and then collapsed again. Overhaul ordered that Eri be handed over and that Lemillion be ensured dead. Deku complied and passed Eri to Kurono while Overhaul and Kurono moved further down the hall. Deku sighed as Eri was taken from him and then turned his attention to Lemillion. Thinking it best to gather information before killing their opponent, Deku asked Nemoto to inquire about Nightai's quirk. Nemoto repeated the question and Lemillion answered. His quirk was foresight, allowing him to see someone's future if he had physical or eye contact with them. Deku noted that the quirk was annoying but could be countered once its mechanics were understood, and he began forming ideas. Lemillion, aware of the danger, phased into the wall and launched himself from surface to surface, striking Sakaki and Nemoto. Deku barely avoided the attack as Lemillion landed behind him. Deku observed that Lemillion had been slower using that technique, likely because Sakaki's quirk was still affecting him. He explained that knowing the quirk, the user, and seeing it used gave him an edge. Lemillion struggled against the disorienting effects and pushed forward, teeth clenched. Deku raised his hand and, with a grin, reasoned aloud that fighting him would only delay Lemillion long enough for Overhaul to escape with Eri. He outlined that if Lemillion could reach and defeat Overhaul before Deku arrived, victory would be his, but if Deku arrived first, Lemillion's chances would be slim. Deku accused Lemillion of hoping the heroes would wear each other down so Deku could claim Eri. Lemillion glared and then lunged in the direction Overhaul had gone. With a satisfied expression, Deku walked to Nemoto's abandoned gun, fired to neutralize the two Yakuza who had been interfering, and took spare ammunition from Nemoto's belongings. He reloaded the weapon, secured it in his vest, and casually headed toward Overhaul. When Deku arrived, the ground was shattered and Kurono lay unconscious. Eri was wrapped in a cape. Lemillion and Overhaul were locked in combat but stopped when Deku appeared. Deku hesitated, aware that helping Overhaul could reveal the hero's arrival while assisting Lemillion would lead to arrest by the others. He took a measured breath and began to move step by step toward Eri, watching both fighters carefully. Lemillion faced a dilemma as well. Bouncing between Overhaul and Deku would exhaust him, but if reinforcements arrived, the opportunity to win quickly could vanish. Overhaul was already struggling against Lemillion, and a second opponent would make things worse for him. Deku's eyes met Eri's. She looked sad and afraid, unable to express the gratitude or trust Lemillion offered. She appeared to plead with Deku to save him. Doing nothing was not an option, so Deku advanced toward Eri. In a flash, Lemillion disappeared into the ground and reappeared attacking Deku. Deku predicted and avoided the strike while Overhaul attempted to attack Eri. Lemillion moved between them, intercepting each action. Deku realized he needed to remove Lemillion from the equation and devised a plan that required Overhaul not to interfere. He sprinted toward Eri, drawing Lemillion's attention. As Lemillion readjusted, Deku rolled and changed position, continuing toward Eri while keeping distance and circling so that Lemillion never broke line of sight with her. Overhaul prepared to exploit an opening, but Deku deliberately backed off, allowing Lemillion to intercept and halt the attack on Eri. Recognizing that his direct assaults would be stopped, Overhaul decided to watch and wait. Deku maintained his pattern of moving toward Eri while dodging and circling Lemillion to keep Eri in view. Lemillion attacked again and forced Deku back, momentarily breaking Deku's sightline. As Deku staggered, Lemillion seized the chance to try to knock him out. Deku only smiled. He had feigned being off balance. He quickly drew the gun from his vest, aimed at Lemillion, and fired. The shot struck Lemillion. He staggered and then collapsed, rendered incapacitated. Eri heard the gunshot and the thud of his fall, and Deku immediately returned the weapon to his vest before she could fully understand what had happened. Deku's white uniform was quickly stained, and he believed he had just killed a second UA student. Lemillion, however, did not fall. He stood his ground and reminded Deku that heroes always moved forward, holding the words to go beyond plus ultra in their hearts. Those were the last words Deku heard before everything went black. Wall after wall came crumbling down as Bakugo charged forward. His destination was uncertain, but he pushed on. His determination paid off when he burst into a room and saw someone standing over a figure who looked exactly like them. Bakugo recognized the standing hero as someone he had entered the hideout with earlier, though his memory of that person was fuzzy. He stayed on guard when he noticed two identical figures. The standing hero warned that they had been attacked by someone who looked just like them. Bakugo acknowledged the warning and moved closer to inspect the figure on the ground, then raised his hand and activated his quirk toward the hero standing over the fallen body. The hero cried out and stepped back through the smoke as their disguise slipped, revealing a girl with blonde hair. Bakugo realized the girl was Toga, the same one who had been seen with Midoriya. Toga confirmed her identity and noted that she knew who Bakugo was. She also mentioned that she had heard Bakugo had given Deku his name and therefore used the nickname Kaken, the name the person she was fixated on used. Bakugo bristled at the nickname and told her to stop using it. He warned her to leave Midoriya alone, insisting that Midoriya did not need the twisted attention she offered and accusing her of manipulation. Toga then steadied a knife at him and claimed she had killed many people, adding that killing Bakugo would be especially satisfying. A twisted smile crossed her face as more of her disguise fell away. She said she wanted to bring Bakugo's body before Deku, imagining the reaction Deku might have when confronted with someone from his painful past. Bakugo interrupted, arguing that Deku was no longer the same and that the past should not be used to hurt him. Toga corrected him, insisting the name Deku remained and acting as if the person she cared for was unchanged. She moved to strike. Bakugo knew a straight fight would be dangerous. During the license exam she had ambushed him and even taken some of his blood. Now her attacks were erratic and hard to counter. Bakugo hesitated because an all-out blast might harm the injured hero nearby, and if he attacked normally Toga could use the smoke to vanish as she had before. Time was against him. If he did not reach Deku soon, it might be too late. He looked down at the injured hero, then charged. Toga lunged to intercept, but Bakugo used his quirk to propel himself over her. When he landed by the injured hero, he blasted the wall down. Bakugo hoped the wall he knocked through would lead to the others he had been separated from. To his relief, Aizawa, Night Eye, and other heroes were there, dealing with cloned Yakuza members. Aizawa expressed surprise at Bakugo's arrival and Bakugo hurried forward. Toga followed closely, attempting to stop him, but when the wall collapsed she noticed the other heroes and tried to escape. Aizawa attempted to restrain her with his capture cloth, but she twisted herself within it, tightened it, and used the struggle to maneuver past him and stab him in the back. Bakugo turned when he heard Aizawa gasp. As Toga fled, another wall fell and separated her from the others. After Toga escaped, Twice, the villain who used Yakuza clones, also disappeared behind a wall. The two regrouped after some time, with Toga already changed into spare clothes she kept nearby for when her quirk wore off. She reflected on having hopefully bought Deku sometime. Twice agreed that they should hurry and meet up with Deku. Mimic's voice then echoed through the twisting walls, asking where they were going. Toga said bluntly that they were quitting. Twice added that they were unworthy. Toga sneered at the Yakuza and declared that their weakness would lead to the group's downfall. Mimic, angered, shouted that he would crush her. The maze began to shift and twist erratically, walls closing in and rearranging as the villains maneuvered to avoid being crushed. Twice and Toga darted to evade the moving barriers and laughed off the danger, while the heroes worked to stabilize the situation. Bakugo noticed a small needle fall in front of him and saw one section of the ceiling that wasn't moving like the others. Toga had thrown a small needle where she suspected Mimic was hiding, assuming he would try to remain unseen. The needle was meant to direct the hero's attention. Bakugo unhooked a pin from his gauntlet and fired a huge blast of his quirk upward. The area shook, rocks falling around them and many heroes cursing Bakugo's risky move. When the smoke cleared, a body fell from the ceiling. Aizawa had made sure Mimic could not activate his quirk while the other heroes subdued him. Toga sarcastically told the heroes to let Joy know she had enjoyed working with him before disappearing into the maze. Night Eye noted that the villain league seemed to be betraying the Yakuza as he watched them leave. Bakugo insisted they had to hurry. Night Eye urged calm and asked Bakugo to explain what was happening. Bakugo explained rapidly that Deku had planned this to have the Yakuza and heroes exhaust each other so he could accomplish something. He added that Togata was likely with Overhaul and that Deku would be there as well. With the maze no longer hindering them, Aizawa said they could proceed. Bakugo bolted ahead, blasting through anything in his way. He came across two Yakuza members lying with fatal gunshot wounds. He did not have time to investigate, and he hoped the victims were not Deku. If Deku could kill that easily now, then the law would show no mercy to him. As the final wall collapsed, Bakugo heard a gunshot and a loud crash. He saw Togata standing but unsteady, and Deku slumped unconscious against a wall. Overhaul surveyed the scene and noted that more heroes had arrived. Bakugo rushed to Togata and asked if he was all right. Togata's white uniform was heavily stained as he fought to stay upright and said he could not let them take Eri. Relief flickered across Togata's face when Bakugo appeared, but his strength failed and he fell to the ground. Other heroes poured through the breach while Overhaul moved toward Deku. Night Eye ran to Togata's side when he saw him injured. Togata breathed heavily and glanced toward Overhaul, who stooped to deal with Deku. Aizawa attempted to use his quirk to stop Overhaul, but Overhaul had used Deku as a shield. Overhaul then set to work on Deku, repairing him enough to keep him breathing, and admitted that he did not like aiding a traitor but that desperate times called for desperate measures. Witnessing Overhaul heal Deku, Togata understood what he had to do. His strength was nearly gone, but a piece of his cape lay nearby. Togata explained that his clothes held his essence and that, in an emergency, the fabric could transfer power. He turned to Bakugo and told him that Bakugo was the only one he could trust with it. Night Eye urged caution and reminded them that they might still need Togata's quirk, while Bakugo, conflicted, accepted the fragment. Bakugo hesitated for a moment, then placed the cloth in his mouth and swallowed it. Togata managed a tired smile and told Bakugo that generations of heroes would rest on his shoulders and wished him luck. Deku awoke after being struck by Lemillion's attack. Darkness surrounded him, but an invisible floor rippled like water and kept him from falling. Footsteps approached. A damaged, familiar figure emerged from the gloom, missing an arm, marked by cracks and fractures, bits breaking away as it moved. Deku realized it resembled his past self, wearing the black uniform from junior high. The damaged figure spoke to him, asking if he remembered it. Deku ignored the question and the figure lamented how deeply he had been hurt and treated. The figure accused Deku of abandoning his younger self, and before Deku could respond a sudden strike silenced the figure, which fell and shattered. Another figure stepped forward, resembling Deku, and suggested that he now had something he could never have before. As glass-like fragments slid away, the face of Toga was revealed. Toga leapt forward and hugged Deku fiercely, then expressed a devoted, steady affection that reached into even the darkest parts of his mind. Before Deku could process the vision, his body jolted as everything vanished. He awoke to find himself being held briefly in the air and then dropped back to the ground. Around him stood the heroes and Bakugo, with Overhaul watching the scene with displeasure. Eri sat near Lemillion, tears on her cheeks and her hands clenched at her temples, overwhelmed with guilt at another person's suffering. Bakugo shouted for her to stop crying and insisted that heroes did not lose while they were still standing. Overhaul blamed Eri, insisting that the casualty was her fault. Bakugo snapped back in anger, threatening Overhaul and glaring between Deku and the villain. Overhaul sneered at the number of people he considered tainted by heroism and called out to his subordinate Kurono. Deku realized Kurono had slipped away earlier. He had been knocked out by Lemillion but had recovered and moved behind rubble created by Overhaul. When Overhaul called his name, Kurono extended his hair like a weapon and struck toward Aizawa. Aizawa tried to dodge but was grazed as his body slowed. With Aizawa momentarily unable to interfere, Overhaul touched the ground and more spikes moved up across the area. Bakugo launched into the air while Night Eye rolled away. Several heroes could not avoid all the spikes and were knocked out of the fight. Overhaul used his ability to push Aizawa toward another room, distancing him from the battlefield. Deku watched as Bakugo leapt into the air. Then Deku, moving with an unsettling calm, produced a gun and fired. Bakugo shifted his trajectory with his quirk to avoid the bullet, but the sight of the emotionless boy with the weapon struck a chord in him. Any hope that Deku could not do such a thing died in that moment. A sudden impact knocked the gun from Deku's hand and it clattered to the ground. Deku then noticed Night Eye standing with his gaze fixed on the person who had gravely wounded Lemillion. Deku quickly backed up and hid behind rubble. He had practiced Toga's fighting style as he calmed his mind and tried to erase his presence. When Bakugo lost sight of him, Bakugo shifted his attacks toward Overhaul. Bakugo hurled grenades that detonated, briefly staggering Overhaul and allowing Bakugo to activate his second gauntlet. A massive blast hit Overhaul, but when the smoke cleared, Overhaul was standing as if nothing had happened. Bakugo could not believe that his efforts had no lasting effect. Overhaul declared that he could reconstruct anything, including himself, and warned that no matter what they did he would always return to form. Deku circled around to reach Eri, but Night Eye was waiting between them. Night Eye easily detected Deku. Deku's attempts to hide were not enough to evade his predictions. Night Eye stated that he had expected Deku to come for Eri and that a hero did not run, vowing to stop Deku for the sake of All Might and Lemillion. Eri begged them not to fight, pleading that more deaths would follow if they did not flee. Deku replied that sometimes it was better never to meet a hero and noted that Night Eye and All Might had both let people down. Night Eye countered that he had been All Might's ally and would not allow Deku to get away. The two closed in on each other. Night Eye launched stamped projectiles while Deku activated his quirk and dodged. Deku attacked and Night Eye evaded, attempting to grab Deku's arm. Deku pulled away and moved unpredictably, indicating he knew how Night Eye's predictions worked. When Night Eye asked who had told Deku about his quirk, Deku revealed that Lemillion had provided the information through whatever means were necessary. As Deku and Night Eye sparred, Bakugo circled Overhaul and struck from different angles. Overhaul was slow to counterattack, allowing Bakugo to land blows, but each time Overhaul's powers restored him to normal and Bakugo began to tire. Bakugo cursed that the fight seemed endless and demanded that Overhaul be finished. Overhaul grazed Bakugo's gauntlet. Bakugo pulled back at once as the gauntlet detonated and he put distance between them. Overhaul warned that creating distance was a mistake and manipulated the ground into shifting spikes that reappeared in new places. Night Eye tried to dodge the shifting spikes as Deku charged forward to reach Eri. Night Eye circled and grabbed Deku's arm, twisting it to prevent him from moving. Deku pushed back fiercely. There was a sharp crack as his arm took force and became injured. In the struggle a blade appeared and struck Night Eye, and Night Eye collapsed while still clutching Deku's arm. Deku collapsed on top of him, pulled the blade free, and in a desperate, chaotic moment struck again. Night Eye went still. Eri turned her face away as the outcome she had feared unfolded. Deku wrenched his arm free and finally reached Eri. Eri's tears fell as she looked up at Deku. Deku stood over her, clutching his injured arm, which had been broken in the fight, but his focus remained on protecting her. Eri sobbed that she could not keep allowing people to die because of her. Deku explained that Eri had once had the power to erase Overhaul and that her reluctance to use her ability had led to lives lost. He told her that heroes had tried to save her and that they would be devastated to learn she could have prevented some of the deaths. Eri's eyes widened with the weight of that realization. She had always feared harming others, but Deku's words made clear how many people could have been spared. Deku told her that he was going to save her and that returning to Overhaul would change nothing, as Overhaul would eliminate them both for knowing too much. Eri, trembling, asked what she should do. Deku told her to trust him, to cover her eyes and ears to block out everything else, and to let him get her away so Overhaul could not use her as a hostage. A loud crash sounded as a large figure smashed through the roof and landed in the center of the room, a dragon-like hero on its back and 3 other students coming through the hole. Bakugo recognized Uraraka, Azui, and the third-year Nijire. Ryukyu had broken through with the students and took in the situation at a glance. Deku felt the strain of the growing chaos. Every step forward seemed to invite more complications as additional heroes arrived. Uraraka called down, asking who was below if Bakugo was down there, and Deku glanced up to see Twice, Toga, and Mr. Compress on the upper level. Toga cried out that there was chaos to add to the scene and noticed Deku, waving at him with an unsettling cheer. Deku muttered that chaos indeed reigned and that a giant hole, heroes, and Overhaul all blocked the only escape. He ordered Twice to make a clone of Magna as he scooped Eri into his arms and began to run. Twice hesitated but then obliged, producing a convincing Magna copy who was briefly disoriented. Twice was persuaded to help by Deku's urgency. Deku instructed the Magna clone and Mr. Compress to use their quirks to cover Eri so that Deku could reach the exit. He leapfrogged up onto the highest rubble and pushed off with everything he had toward the hole. Overhaul, seeing Deku attempting to escape, used his quirk to form a rising platform. Bakugo was forced back by the shifting ground and tore off his remaining gauntlet, hurling it toward the hole with all his strength. Bakugo raised his hand, clenched his teeth, and strained his body as he fired a blast almost as powerful as those his gauntlets could produce. Deku noticed Overhaul and the blast coming from behind him. When Magna's quirk connected with Eri, she was pushed further away. Eri screamed Deku's name and tried to turn as Deku began to fall. The gauntlet flew between them as the explosion struck it. The gauntlet had been partially filled from Bakugo's earlier use, and when the blast hit it, the result was a massive shock that sent everyone flying. Bakugo did not want to hurt Eri, but he could see no other way to keep her from being claimed by Deku or Overhaul. Too many villains surrounded the hole for him to fight alone. This seemed the only option, even though it failed. The explosion sent Eri upward on the shockwave, and Mr. Compress seized her and transformed her into a marble. Deku shouted from the rubble that they had to get away. His clothes and skin were burned again. Toga protested that they could not just leave him, and she told the two clones to get inside. Twice added that since the originals were present, the clones were best used to help Deku. Mr. Compress grumbled about being run ragged and handed the marble to Toga before jumping down with Magna. Magna said they could magnetize Deku up once they were close enough. As they fell, a giant stone claw slammed down, hitting them and driving them into the ground. A piercing scream drew everyone's attention. Overhaul had merged with the stone in the room and the giant Yakuza statue, forming a beast as large as Ryukyu the dragon. Half of Overhaul's body protruded through the beast's maw as he clawed at the hole, causing more rubble to fall and enlarging the opening. Toga and Twice fled when they saw the giant claw. Deku had told them to escape earlier, and now they no longer believed they could help him. Deku yelled to the stunned heroes that if Overhaul reached the surface, the damage would be unimaginable. Ryukyu shot back that a murderous villain had no right to lecture her on heroism. Deku warned that the stone hands would not be the ones using Overhaul's quirk, it would be the main body they had to worry about. Ryukyu tackled the stone beast, but Overhaul's strength was slightly greater and he pushed her back. Uraraka and Azui worked together to fling large chunks of rubble at Overhaul while Bakugo and Nijire focused on damaging Overhaul's body. Deku reached into his vest and found a small metal case containing the experimental device he had been working on. Using Overhaul's notes, Deku had constructed a prototype that carried dangerous side effects. Overhaul shifted his focus to Deku and threatened to use Deku as an example in front of Eri to punish any defiance. Deku told the heroes that he had a plan to stop Overhaul but that he would need their help. Nijire accused Deku of murdering a hero and a student and questioned whether they should assist him. Deku replied that if they wanted to survive the next few minutes, they had no choice. Failure would mean death for them all and allow Overhaul to cut a destructive path through innocent people as he hunted down Deku's allies. Bakugo pulled away from Overhaul, landed beside Deku, and grabbed his collar. He demanded to know how anyone could trust Deku after the killings. Deku pointed out that no one else had a better idea, and Bakugo hesitated. Uraraka stepped closer and said she thought they should trust him. Bakugo snapped that she was crazy and reminded her of what Deku had done. Uraraka admitted she could never forget, but she began to speak of something she had been wanting to say. Uraraka explained that she owed Deku an apology. She recalled their first meeting, when he said he wanted to attend UA and that he claimed to be quirkless. She had left without replying then and sometimes wondered if she could have said something different. She did not expect anything to change, but she needed to apologize. Deku was left speechless. An apology from Uraraka meant more to him than he had expected. Uraraka added that she also wanted to believe that if people had put faith in Deku earlier, some of the current tragedy might have been avoided. Deku dismissed it as naive and said it did not change what had happened. Uraraka said she wanted to be a hero who could be fierce against villains like Bakugo but also kind to help others who were hurting. Deku acknowledged that she thought he was hurting inside, and Uraraka nodded. She believed his dream of becoming a hero was not something easily discarded. Meanwhile, Overhaul continued to engage Ryukyu, Nijire, and Bakugo. He finally managed to overpower Ryukyu, driving her down as his hand reached forward. Bakugo, Nijire, and Ryukyu needed to immobilize Overhaul for a few seconds, Deku explained, while Uravity and Froppy would throw him onto Overhaul so he could disable the quirk and allow capture. When Azui asked how he would stop the quirk, Deku said only a specific combination of drags, something he alone knew how to prepare, would mimic Overhaul's quirk-canceling creation and temporarily neutralize him. Bakugo nodded and rushed off with Nijire to help Ryukyu, leaving Deku, Uraraka, and Azui to prepare. Deku asked why Uraraka trusted him after everything. She repeated her apology and her belief that faith could have made a difference. Deku accepted that and braced himself for the plan as the battle around them intensified. Nijire moved closer and tried to intervene as Overhaul advanced. Overhaul declared that his opponent would die, and Bakugo countered that Overhaul would be the one to fall, charging straight at him. Bakugo felt his body heat up and an image of Togata appeared in his mind. Togata's image told him that generations of heroes would rest upon his shoulders and urged him to gather their strength and cry out "Smash" in his heart. Bakugo nodded, drew a deep breath, and shouted "Smash," letting the heat flow into his arm. The energy struck Overhaul in the chest, sending the massive construct sliding back several feet and leaving Overhaul teetering toward unconsciousness. Overhaul taunted Bakugo, but Bakugo's arm screamed in pain from the strain and was clearly badly injured and unusable. While Overhaul reeled, Deku, Uraraka, and Azui put their plan into motion. Uraraka used her float ability and Azui launched Deku with her tongue so that he could land on top of the creature. Deku opened a small case and found a needle gun fitted with a vial of greenish-black liquid labeled AFO and a second vial labeled Trigger. Wishing he could use his other arm, Deku injected himself with the first vial. The formula burned through him. His body fought it and his quirk spasmed uncontrollably, stretching him painfully. Gritting his teeth, he ejected the first vial and managed, with his mouth, to take the second vial. Injecting Trigger intensified the agonizing reactions. His wrist flare-up left him weakened and bleeding, and he struggled desperately to reach Overhaul's central form before his body gave out. Overhaul began to walk toward the injured Bakugo as Deku trembled and could barely move. His vision blurred and a scream of pain escaped him, drawing Overhaul's attention. Overhaul smirked and reached for Deku, certain the end had come. When Overhaul's hand touched Deku, a catastrophic reaction occurred. The attempted use of Overhaul's ability interacted with the formula inside Deku and produced an overwhelming explosion of force that engulfed them both. Debris flew throughout the room. When the dust and debris settled, Overhaul, Deku, and the massive Yakuza body lay on the ground. Both Deku and Overhaul rose slowly, woozy and weakened. Overhaul reached for Deku and found his power unresponsive. Before he could understand why, Deku struck him and sent him back down. Deku took a steadying breath, checking himself with a mixture of relief and disbelief that the plan had worked and that he was still alive. Deku's knees later buckled from the strain. With Eri recovered and the League and Overhaul defeated, things had gone as planned. He sank onto rubble and raised his hand in surrender. The heroes who had gathered were stunned. After Overhaul's defeat, they had expected Deku to try to escape. Fatigue and injuries were widespread, and escape would have been possible, but Deku's calm suggested a purpose everyone accepted for the moment. More heroes arrived, including Aizawa, who had been rescued from Kurono. Deku saw Aizawa and understood that Kurono had been dealt with and the remaining forces had been subdued. Their eyes met as Aizawa approached. Aizawa demanded to know what Deku was up to. Deku explained that they were all too exhausted for another fight and that he preferred to be taken into custody rather than waste energy and risk more injuries. He admitted that he planned to be incarcerated with the intention of escaping later to target all for one or other criminals. Though Aizawa quickly pointed out the obvious flaw, they could move Deku to a facility far from any of those targets. Deku acknowledged that Aizawa had caught on. Aizawa suggested escorting Deku himself, and Deku replied that he was patient enough to wait for even Aizawa to slip up. A group of police officers approached and said they were there to take Deku into custody. Aizawa requested to escort him, but the officers insisted there was no need and that Aizawa should go to the hospital because he was injured. They assured Aizawa that a pro-hero called Snatch would watch Deku. Deku observed the body of Lemillion nearby and exchanged a few quiet, pointed remarks about the nature of youth and age. Aizawa warned the officers that Deku had killed a student hero who could phase through attacks and urged them to take every precaution. The officers expressed confidence in Snatch, citing his veteran experience. Bakugo, not satisfied, said he needed a word with Deku. Others argued that Deku's knowledge of the League made interrogation urgent. Frustrated and clenching his hand against a nearby wall, Bakugo triggered a small explosion as Deku was escorted away. He slammed his hand into the wall again, furious that things had not gone the way he expected. Aizawa approached Bakugo and briefly disabled the boy's quirk to calm him. Aizawa told him that this feeling would return and reminded him that heroes sometimes fail, but that they had to learn and work harder to succeed next time. Inside a police car, Deku sat handcuffed with Snatch beside him. Despite the restraints, Deku felt a measure of relief compared to the constant threat from Overhaul. Snatch, a muscular veteran with a long pointy mustache and a blue mask covering the upper half of his face, turned his attention to Deku and asked how he could remain so calm in light of the losses. Snatch wore a combat vest and had a reputation earned through years of service. His disgust for Deku was obvious in the way Snatch spoke. Snatch taunted Deku that people rejected by society had no reason to follow its rules. Deku answered honestly that the actions one takes affect not only oneself but the people around them and those they care about. Snatch replied sarcastically that he did not need or want the advice and, with a wry comment about Toga's dangerous tendencies and how she would cling if he called her his girlfriend, tried to dismiss the conversation. Deku had been drifting toward sleep when his eyes snapped open at the sight of a blue flame heading straight for the car. The driver slammed on the brakes while Snatch spread sand across the front. The car collapsed into a tangle of metal. Deku rolled with the momentum and hit the pavement, his arms still pinned behind him, scraping across the asphalt as he fought to move. Deku accused Dabi of trying to kill him as Toga slowly rose to her feet nearby. Deku twisted his wrist just enough to let a finger touch the HNDCFFS, which shattered under the strain. Dabi ignored Deku for the moment and turned to Toga to confirm they had found him. Toga waved eagerly and announced that they had come to rescue Deku. Deku asked how they had found him and watched as the League descended from an ambulance and tore through the police cruisers surrounding the area. Shigaraki stepped down from the ambulance and explained that Toga had been spying on the building after she and Twice escaped. When she spotted Deku in custody and relayed the information, the League had set up the rescue. Deku replied that he had almost arranged his own escape by getting sent to jail, since if the authorities were foolish enough to place him in the same building as All for One, he had intended to free him too. A sand-formed wolf charged toward them. Shigaraki lunged to grab it, but Snatch's sand was immune to Shigaraki's quirk. Blue flames collided with the sand, and Deku had to admit the sand's versatility. The confrontation ended when Mr. Compress trapped Snatch and the flames inside one of his marbles. Deku noted that only the top half of Snatch's body could turn to sand, so the flames trapped inside the marble could neutralize him. Dabi shrugged and moved on. Deku walked over to the ambulance and touched it as it collapsed into spare parts. On the stretcher, Overhaul stared at Deku with wide, shocked eyes. Deku identified him and joked about it, but the League demanded an explanation. Deku gave a concise account of what he could in that moment. He said that he had created a drag capable of stealing quirks and labeled it AFO for All for One. He had developed it using All for One's DNA combined with his own, since All for One had altered Deku's DNA and given him a quirk. The drag had terrible side effects, so Deku weakened its potency to reduce those effects. To use it against Overhaul, however, he had needed an extra boost, so he employed Trigger to amplify it, which made the side effects lethal. Deku explained that the only reason he had survived was that by stealing Overhaul's quirk he was able to modify his own body to accept it and remove those side effects. He credited Overhaul with providing crucial information about how the drag affected quirk factors, and admitted that understanding quirk biology was an ordeal. Dabi scoffed at being told that was the short version. Deku replied sarcastically that quirk biology was worse than rocket science. Shigaraki rummaged through Overhaul's coat and produced a silver case full of bullets. He assumed they were the quirk erasing rounds. Overhaul demanded his quirk back and demanded the bullets, but Shigaraki declared there was no reason to stay now that Overhaul was quirkless and they had the bullets. Deku realized something important and asked where Eri was. Toga produced a marble from her pocket and handed it over. Mr. Compress, who had not seen this particular marble before, asked where she had gotten it. Toga explained briefly that it involved a clone and that it was a long story, then handed the marble to Mr. Compress so he could release its contents. Mr. Compress released the marble's contents and Eri hovered for a moment before Deku caught her. Eri looked relieved to see Deku safe but grew shy and tried to hide from the crowd. Deku soothed her and told her these were his friends and that they were kind once she got to know them. Shigaraki questioned why they would want a child younger than Deku in their ranks. Deku answered that if Eri could master her quirk she could serve as their healer. He guided Eri toward Overhaul and pointed at him, urging her to erase his influence and free herself from what he had done. Deku told Eri that if she did not act, Overhaul would return for her, and that with him gone no one would be able to hurt her. Overhaul reacted with terror and fury, threatening and pleading as he realized what Eri could do. Eri hesitated and was afraid to get close, but Deku gently helped her to Overhaul and guided her hand to his arm before letting her take over. The restraints held Overhaul tightly enough that he could not move. Eri took a deep breath and tried to concentrate. She could not fully control her power, but she could activate it. The horn on her head began to glow. Overhaul began to be undone by the effect, and then he ceased to be present, the scene shifting as his influence was removed. When Eri realized she could not stop the effect, she panicked. Deku acted quickly and asked Mr. Compress to seal Eri for a short time, assuring her she would be fine. Mr. Compress reached out and suppressed Eri and her quirk inside one of his marbles, sealing her safely. Deku let out a controlled breath and took stock of the situation. They had Overhaul's quirk, his drag, and Eri. Deku said that he would call it a win. Shigaraki observed that they had done better than expected and urged everyone to leave before more heroes arrived, and the villains boarded the vehicle as Spinner drove them to their hideout. Everyone gathered at the hideout. It had not been long since the raid, but Deku was glad to see everyone again. Twice complained that he still smelled like the Yakuza. Toga added that she would not work with boring people like that again. Shigaraki noted that everyone had done well, perhaps too well. Deku asked what he meant. Shigaraki explained that their notoriety had been high before and now heroes were forming groups specifically to hunt them down, so they would need to keep a low profile. Toga whined that sounded boring, and Magna agreed unless they wanted to be captured. Shigaraki said that he wanted Deku to explain the details about the Yakuza incident. Deku asked whether to start with Overhaul, Eri, or the quirk formula. Shigaraki requested that Deku begin with the quirk formula and asked if it was replicable. Deku replied that without All for One's DNA it was not replicable, the only sample of All for One's DNA he had used in his prototype, and only Kurogiri could retrieve more. Deku asked where Kurogiri was. Shigaraki relayed that Kurogiri had gone to recover a weapon left by One for All and should be back soon, and then asked Deku to tell them more about Eri. Deku explained that Eri had been a test subject and had been repeatedly dismantled and restored in Overhaul's experiments. When Shigaraki asked whether the experiments were about her quirk and pointed out that what he had seen did not look like healing, Deku explained that Eri's quirk could rewind living things to a previous state. Deku added that Eri had accidentally erased her father's existence and that he had used her power to reverse Overhaul. Deku directed Eri to come forward. Eri walked over and thanked Mr. Compress for playing with her. She took a seat beside Deku, and Shigaraki asked her to tell them about herself and her family. Eri took a deep breath and, struggling to keep calm, explained that she did not have a family and that there was nothing special to know about her. She said she had accidentally caused her father's death with her quirk, and that her mother had rejected her, calling her a monster. Her grandfather had taken her in and had Overhaul study her quirk. She suspected that her grandfather had been removed from the picture, and soon after Overhaul had taken charge. The League reacted to Eri with mixed feelings. Even though they were villains, some of them were sympathetic. Twice seemed particularly close to tears, and Shigaraki showed a brief, hard-to-read flash of emotion. Toga asked if Twice was actually crying after she heard him sniffle. Twice admitted he had something in his eye and that without his mask he always felt exposed, but that the thought of the girl being subjected to constant experiments made him emotional. Shigaraki pointed out that Eri's quirk was a problem and asked Deku, as the quirk expert, what he suggested. Deku took out his notebook and began to think aloud, prompting the others to watch him as he muttered. He said that most unstable quirks required support items, but their only data was that Eri's horn glowed and then shrank after activation. They did not have enough information to design support items, but they did know her quirk worked on living things. Deku reasoned through whether plants would be affected, and realized that clones might be the safest test subjects. He said that Twice's clones could be used for training. Shigaraki agreed that using clones would be best practice. Twice asked who should be the one Eri practiced on and explained that he could make clones of people, so if a mistake happened he could simply make another clone. Deku offered his own clone, but Twice quickly shook his head and explained that he could no longer make clones of Deku. Twice said that Deku had changed his quirk and altered his DNA, and that the old mental image of Deku and the current one were too different. If Twice tried to make a clone of Deku now, his mind would be hung up on the possible changes and the clone would be a failure. Deku expressed disappointment, and the others considered alternatives. To everyone's surprise, Eri suggested that she could practice on a clone of herself. She said she would feel bad hurting anyone there, but training on a clone of herself would allow her to learn safely. Twice replied that he would need measurements but could make a clone of her anytime. Before they proceeded, Shigaraki said he wanted to speak with Eri in private. Dabi stood up and said he had a potential member to meet with. Toga sarcastically told him to try not to burn them this time, and Dabi replied that he only burned trash. Deku joked that Dabi should stop trying to burn him, and the members chuckled. Deku found himself genuinely smiling around the group. What once would have made him depressed now felt like a normal joke. He reflected on how long they had been together. When they were out of earshot, Shigaraki removed the hand that had been covering his face and sat beside Eri. He told her that he was honestly surprised by how similar their pasts were. Eri looked up at him with surprise. Deep down she had believed no one could have experienced what she had. Shigaraki showed her a memento, the preserved hand of his father, and said that those were all that remained of his family. He recounted that he could not remember much of his family but that he remembered living alone on the streets while people passed by, assuming a hero would help, but no one did. He explained that he had been taken in by his mentor, All for One, who helped raise him in a way that had some parallels to how Deku was helping Eri. Eri asked why he had wanted to tell her this in private. The strange way Tamura Shigaraki was opening up to Eri made her feel more comfortable around him. Shigaraki explained that no one else knew everything about them. Everyone carried parts of their past they avoided discussing. He said that he wanted to do for her what his sensei had done for him, help her channel negative feelings in a new direction. Eri hesitated, unsure she still knew how to feel at all after keeping everything bottled up for so long. She said that she did not know if she was capable of feeling happiness or even anger anymore. Shigaraki asked whether removing Overhaul had felt like relief, pointing out that it was not her fault she had been born with her quirk and abandoned by her mother. He said he understood it would take time but that, between Izuku and himself, they would try to help her. He then placed a hand over his face and welcomed her to the league as Eri Midoriya. Eri was puzzled by the surname Midoriya. Shigaraki explained that his own name, Tamura Shigaraki, had been given to him by his sensei and that he thought the Midoriya name would suit her, since Izuku used it. Eri smiled and accepted the name Eri Midoriya. Later, a news broadcast reported that the police chief issued a public apology after the escape of the fugitive known as Deku and suggested the League of Villains had likely been involved. The broadcast added that Overhaul was missing and that authorities suspected the League had seized him. The television went off as a remote bounced from the bed to the floor. Katsuki Bakugo sat up in a hospital bed, his arm healed thanks to Recovery Girl, waiting to be released. His mother, Mitsuki, stood at the door and admonished him for throwing the remote. Bakugo snapped at her in surprise, and Mitsuki scolded him about his recklessness as a hero. She smacked the back of his head to make her point, then sat down heavily and fretted about what to do with him after he had been captured by villains and ended up in the hospital again. Bakugo turned his face away and apologized. Mitsuki said that a student from the same operation had been killed by a villain and that she could not stand the thought of it happening to her son. Tears rolled down her face as she gripped her hands. Mitsuki admitted she still found it hard to believe that Izuku Midoriya could be responsible for such acts. She had only recently learned that Midoriya had been bullying Izuku and that Izuku, in turn, had been involved in Bakugo's kidnapping. When Bakugo asked how Izuku's mother was handling the news, Mitsuki replied that she had not been at the hospital. Instead, Inko Midoriya had been admitted to a psychiatric ward after suffering a slide when she learned the reports. Mitsuki explained that Inko had always been emotionally fragile and that, even after recovery, she had developed amnesia that left her memory scattered. At best, Inko could remember back to Izuku's time in junior high, and there were moments when she did not remember him at all. Doctors had warned that her condition might worsen. Bakugo asked if there was anything that could be done. Mitsuki suggested visiting Inko when he had the time and said she would send the ward's address. A knock came at the door, and All Might poked his head in to check on Bakugo. Aizawa then opened the door fully and entered. Mitsuki left after asking Aizawa to continue looking after their son, and Aizawa promised they would. All Might took a seat and told Bakugo they needed to talk about the raid on the Yakuza hideout. He said that the matter involved Shoyuta and the unusual strength Bakugo had gained after consuming a part of him. All Might's voice lost its usual energy as he explained that his quirk, One for All, was a power that grew as it passed from one successor to the next. He revealed that he had given the quirk to Shoyuta when he began teaching at UA and that Shoyuta had, before his death, passed it to Bakugo. Bakugo felt a flood of questions he could not voice. He wondered whether, if All Might had given the quirk to Izuku that day, some tragedies might not have occurred. He imagined the current Deku's sickening smile if he ever learned the emotional damage he had caused All Might by killing Shoyuta and Night Eye. All Might asked Bakugo to keep the matter private and promised to teach him how to use One for All when he returned to school. Aizawa informed Bakugo he would be released later that day and instructed him to return to the dorms. The school needed to move quickly on several things. Before leaving the hospital, Bakugo told the adults he wanted to visit another hospital to see someone important to his family. Aizawa agreed, asking only that Bakugo be back in the dorms by sundown. When All Might and Aizawa left, Bakugo prepared to go. Once released, Bakugo took the subway to the psychiatric ward, asked at the front desk for Inko Midoriya's room number, and walked down the long corridor. He opened the door he believed was the right one. As he stepped through the door, the person Bakugo met was not Midoriya's mother but a white-haired woman. Bakugo quickly realized his mistake and glanced at the name on the door to confirm who he should apologize to. He asked in disbelief whether the woman was Rei Todoroki, Shoto's mother. Rei met him with distant, empty eyes that barely registered his presence, but the name Shoto seemed to bring a small spark of recognition. She asked if he knew her son. Bakugo explained that Shoto was a classmate, not a friend, but that he knew half well enough and that they were even in the same dorm. Rei's expression softened as she asked whether Shoto was in a dorm now and hoped he was well. Bakugo wondered aloud if there was anything Shoto had not told her. Rei touched beneath her eye and admitted that she believed she was responsible for his scar and that he probably had not forgiven her. Bakugo stood there startled, not so much by Rei's words as by his own reaction. He realized he had been so focused on himself and on Deku that he had not noticed other people's pain. Rei, sensing the silence, said she understood if he thought she was a horrible mother. Bakugo responded that he did not know her private family life but that it seemed she had not intended to hurt Shoto, and he assured her he would mention her feelings to Todoroki next time he saw him. Rei asked if he would really do that, trying to choke back tears. Bakugo admitted he did not want anyone else to leave their mothers alone in a place like this and asked her not to cry. Rei let out a small laugh and said that small acts of kindness could bring someone a little happiness during times like these. Bakugo apologized politely and said he had another visit to make before returning to the dorms, and Rei thanked him for the visit as he left. A few doors down, Bakugo stood in front of Inko's room, checked the name to make sure it was hers, took a deep breath, opened the door, and stepped inside. Later, on the subway back to UA from the psychiatric ward, Bakugo rested his head against the window and replayed the awkward visit with Inko. He had started by talking about his own life and junior high, but Inko had steered the conversation toward Izuku. Bakugo found it difficult to speak positively about someone who had become a dangerous criminal. Arriving and walking toward the UA dorms, Bakugo was quickly surrounded by classmates. Kirishima expressed relief that he had returned, and Yaoyorozu asked if he was okay after what had happened. Bakugo assured them he was fine and asked for some room to breathe, which prompted Ida to try to quiet the crowd and remind everyone that Bakugo was probably exhausted. Shiro teased that shouting wouldn't help. Bakugo asked where Half-Half was, noting he could not find Todoroki downstairs. Ashido explained that after remedial courses Todoroki tended to shut himself in his room. Bakugo marched to Todoroki's door and banged, demanding that Todoroki open up. When there was no answer, he threatened to blow the door down and counted aloud until the door slowly opened and Todoroki asked what he wanted. Bakugo grabbed the door, pushed it open, and entered Todoroki's room, demanding to know what was wrong. Todoroki replied that Bakugo had barged in and that his personal life was not Bakugo's business. Bakugo declared that they were friends now and that he intended to make Todoroki visit his mother tomorrow. Todoroki slammed his hand on his desk and argued that Bakugo had no right to dictate his actions and that Bakugo did not understand what had happened between him and his mother. Bakugo replied that she was sorry about the scar, and when Todoroki reacted with surprise, Bakugo explained that he did not know why Todoroki refused to see her but that the scar had been caused by an incident in which she had lashed out and injured his eye during a breakdown. Todoroki covered the scar and took a deep breath before revealing that he was the product of a quirk marriage between Ray and Endeavor. He explained that quirk marriages were frowned upon, that Endeavor's influence had covered up the marriage and the abuse, and that the stress and mistreatment eventually caused his mother to snap. The sight of his face had triggered her, and that was what led to the injury that left his scar. Bakugo nodded and said he still did not understand why Todoroki would not visit his mother. He bluntly summarized that both of them blamed themselves and that as long as they blamed themselves they were both wrong. Todoroki asked how that solved anything, and Bakugo insisted it would be solved if Todoroki visited his mother, threatening to drag him there if necessary. Todoroki protested that he had a hero license remedial course the next day. Bakugo told him to go after the course if necessary. Frustrated, Todoroki shoved Bakugo out of his room so he could rest, then glanced at his phone and read a text informing him that Endeavor would be coming to watch him. The next day Todoroki found Bakugo waiting downstairs for him. Todoroki reacted with disbelief at Bakugo's presence, and Bakugo remained serious about his plan. All Might and Aizawa were already there as Todoroki stepped outside. Aizawa asked why Bakugo was there, and Bakugo said he had come to watch. Bakugo boarded the bus before either teacher could respond. Aizawa warned All Might that allowing Bakugo to come would likely cause problems, but All Might thought it could be a learning experience for him. On the bus, Todoroki sat alone while Bakugo tapped his foot impatiently, wishing the bus would go faster. The two teachers watched their students and sighed. When they arrived, Bakugo went with the teachers to observe the remedial course. As he climbed the stairs, Endeavor called to All Might and said that he had been meaning to speak with him. Bakugo identified Endeavor as the number 2 hero as he shouted that out. Endeavor visibly twitched at the comment. All Might's eyes widened and Aizawa sighed. Endeavor told them that their chat would wait and then walked over to Bakugo, asserting that he was the number 1 hero. Bakugo retorted that being number 1 did not mean anything unless it had been earned. Endeavor glared, resenting that he had become number 1 only after All Might's retirement and that the young man in front of him seemed intent on provoking him. Endeavor remembered Bakugo from the sports festival and said he remembered that Bakugo had defeated Todoroki and needed to be restrained on the pedestal. Bakugo responded angrily that he had not wanted a medal he had not earned and that Todoroki had not given his all, making clear that he did not consider it a true victory. All Might stepped between them and said that they should take their seats because the remedial course was about to begin. The course was being held in a sports center. Bakugo noticed Todoroki with students from another school and recognized 2 uniforms from Shiketsu High School that he had seen at the license exam. Near the front row, a student with purple hair covering one eye turned when Bakugo approached. Bakugo called that student a nickname and asked what he was doing there. The student replied that he had permission to attend, like Bakugo, and that he planned to pay attention unlike Bakugo. Down on the field, one of the Shiketsu students with a burgundy suit, a matching cape, and thick fur around the collar tried to talk with Todoroki. The man suggested that if they did not try to work together, neither of them would pass the remedial course, and reminded Todoroki that their failure at the license exam had come from not cooperating. Todoroki said they could work together without being friendly, especially because someone had arrived. Urashi asked who had arrived. Endeavor then bellowed from the back row that Shoto should show everyone who was superior. Everyone except Todoroki turned to Endeavor. Bakugo shouted back that he had been having a conversation, and the sudden shout caused the crowd to freeze. No one expected anyone to shout back at Endeavor. In the past, only villains had dared to answer him. Endeavor insisted that he had been encouraging his son. Bakugo shot back that Endeavor's encouraging was worthless. The shouting match was cut short when the event moderator tapped the microphone and asked the crowd to calm down so they could start. Urashi looked from Todoroki to Bakugo and asked Todoroki if Bakugo was really Endeavor's son and if the blonde kid might be instead. Bakugo and Endeavor took their seats as the remedial course began. To both their surprise, the course's objective was to reach the hearts of some children, which made Bakugo flinch at the idea of being down there. More interesting to him was an overheard conversation between Endeavor and All Might about what it meant to be the symbol of peace. Endeavor told All Might that he had wanted to make Shoto into a perfect hero, someone who could surpass All Might the way Endeavor had failed to. He explained that when he was 20 he had already been the number 2 hero and had aimed higher because he felt he had nothing left to gain. All Might listened, and Bakugo turned his head and glared at Endeavor, indicating that he knew everything about Endeavor's methods. Bakugo told Endeavor that people who were guilty had a responsibility to own up to their mistakes and that he would try to correct what he had done. He challenged Endeavor with the same standard. Endeavor looked at Bakugo without answering. All Might then spoke to explain that becoming the number 1 hero had been his attempt to give people a symbol of hope. He said that before he became a hero in that role, many heroes solved crimes and fought villains, but crime still rose as people despaired. He had wanted to be a symbol who could save people from despair. All Might advised that the way he had pursued being a symbol was not the only path and that each person must find their own way to be a hero. Endeavor asked what path a number 1 hero should take. All Might replied that a number 1 hero could not focus on themselves but needed to focus on everyone, and he expressed confidence that both Endeavor and Bakugo could discover what being a hero meant for them. Bakugo admitted that he did not think he could, saying that he believed he was the reason Izuku had become a villain and that his obsession with fixing that had caused other problems. All Might wanted to say more but withheld details with Endeavor nearby. He told Bakugo that he had once been obsessed with the villain All for One after the villain killed his teacher, but that he had never forgotten the people he promised to protect. He reassured Bakugo that he was still young and would learn. The three of them continued their conversation until the remedial course ended. When it was over, Bakugo rose from his seat and rushed to the exit. All Might called out to ask where Bakugo was going. Bakugo answered that he was taking Todoroki to see his mother, while Endeavor stayed behind with mixed feelings. Bakugo quickly caught up to Todoroki, who glanced around and asked where they were headed. Bakugo told him he doubted Endeavor would be coming and urged him not to worry, insisting they go. In the League's hideout, Deku sat on a crate with his phone playing a video of a well-dressed man. Toga, noting how unusual it was to see Deku without Eri, observed that Eri usually clung to him. Explained that Eri was taking a nap and that he had been testing what happened when she used her power while her horn was small. The result was exhaustion and nothing more. His eyes remained fixed on the screen. Toga asked what he was watching. Deku said it appeared to be a parody. She moved behind him to look at the video, which showed a man who called himself Gentle attempting to steal from a corner store. When heroes appeared to stop him, the footage cut away and then returned to show Gentle walking away while the heroes lay defeated. Toga said she had no words for how strange the clip was. Deku added that there were other, similar videos, petty motives for crime, brief hero confrontations, and the same pattern of the heroes being defeated. He found the videos puzzling. Toga asked how he had found them. Deku described persistent rumors and a series of videos that kept getting taken down and re-uploaded elsewhere. He suspected the person reposting them had good computer skills, a talent that could be useful. Toga inferred that Deku wanted to find whoever was working with Gentle. Deku confirmed this but admitted he could not track the uploader because the targets in the videos seemed random. As Deku cued another video, Mr. Compress approached and offered to help. Deku showed him the clip. Mr. Compress expressed mild surprise that Deku did not yet recognize Gentle as a classic gentleman thief type, someone whose traits, mannerisms, speech, and style fit that archetype. Mr. Compress explained that such thieves often targeted objects believed to right wrongs or sought rare, difficult prizes. Deku and Toga exchanged looks and said they were dropouts when Mr. Compress asked if their schooling had covered the topic, to which he noted that it would be difficult to attend school while living a criminal life. Mr. Compress added that Gentle's persona and the repeated reuploads suggested a single, technically adept person behind them. Deku then posted a provocative comment under one of the videos to elicit a response, which Toga read aloud and dismissed as trolling. Deku told Mr. Compress that he planned to meet Gentle, and Mr. Compress offered no objection. Toga volunteered to join him. A few days later, on a rooftop a few blocks from UA, Deku used binoculars to scout for Gentle. He wore a hat and hoodie to hide his green hair and had borrowed makeup to cover his freckles. Toga stood nearby with her hair down and dressed more casually. Deku was struck by how different she looked and nearly failed to recognize her until she smiled broadly. Deku watched the UA campus preparing for the annual festival and remarked that it was surprising the school was still holding the event despite a recent tragedy. Toga asked if they were only there to observe UA. Deku explained that the league had a history with UA. They had attacked the school in their debut, Stain's recent activities had targeted UA students, and the league's first operations had involved UA students. If Gentle sought fame, UA would be an obvious place to gain attention quickly. Toga nodded and scanned the area, asking what the most obvious disguise would look like. Turning in the direction she was looking, Deku noticed a man and a child dressed conspicuously. The man wore a trench coat, a protective mask, and sunglasses. The child wore oversized sunglasses and clothing that made her appear older than she was. The outfits were gaudy and out of place in a way that drew attention. Deku judged it not to be the worst disguise possible and suggested they introduce themselves. They followed the pair into a small tea house and sat nearby. Deku considered the menu and indicated his uncertainty about which tea to choose. The man introducing himself with an enthusiastic recommendation said that Golden Tips was a refined variety with a smooth, elegant taste that energized him and that he preferred it when preparing for a big job. Deku decided to order 2 cups for himself and Toga. Toga kept her eyes on the young-looking girl, smiling but remaining silent. Deku sipped the tea and commented that it was good, then asked the man what kind of job required such refined preparation. The man said he could not reveal details and insisted on maintaining professionalism. Deku suggested that perhaps the man would be willing to explain after their tea, which made the man Gentle become noticeably tense. Deku warned that no one should attempt anything or the tea house might be wrecked. Gentle tried to drink his tea and remain calm while asking who they were. Deku replied that he could ask the same, and suggested that the young woman recording videos was La Brava. La Brava clarified that she was a healthy adult in her early 20s. Toga introduced herself as someone who thought they should be friends because they had things in common. La Brava felt a chill at Toga's smile and glanced at Gentle, who was beginning to sweat. Deku finished his tea and said it was time to stop being sophisticated. Once they were outside, Deku announced that they represented the league and wanted Gentle's group to join them. Gentle was flattered but refused the offer. Deku made it clear they were not after Gentle's reputation but his computer expert, and then demonstrated power by touching a metal fence and turning it into a pile of scrap. Deku warned again not to refuse. Gentle rejected the notion of joining a group of murderers and shed his disguise to reveal his classy outfit. La Brava mirrored his change, donning a purple and white outfit to match. She began recording as Gentle prepared to fight and declared that he would document the defeat of the League of Villains. Deku shook his head in disappointment and moved to confront Gentle. Deku's advance was halted by a stretchy barrier that knocked him back. Gentle explained that he had set up his quirk before removing his disguise. Deku's hood and hat came off in the impact, exposing his green, wavy hair. La Brava's eyes widened in alarm. La Brava warned that Deku was extremely dangerous. Gentle gained some confidence after initially repelling Deku. A thrown knife nearly struck Gentle from behind, but the elastic ground gave him time to bounce away with La Brava. Deku asked about Gentle's ability. Gentle explained that everything he touched became elastic, even the air. Deku sighed that announcing the quirk so easily removed the fun of analyzing it. Toga used Gentle's elastic terrain to her advantage, moving with acrobatics across the bouncy surface while Deku pushed forward. Toga taunted them for running away. Gentle used his quirk to make the air in front of Toga elastic and bounced her back. She readjusted and bounced over the barrier, and while Gentle was focused on her, Deku launched himself into the air and attacked, kicking Gentle and knocking him back to the ground. Gentle used his elasticity to soften the impact. Deku then explained that he could overhaul anything he touched, and had used the elastic air to create a cannon that launched him. Deku grabbed Gentle's wrist and delivered a disabling blow to his left hand. La Brava screamed for Gentle. Toga reappeared behind her with a knife at her neck, causing a small, non-graphic wound. Toga warned that she did not want to cause serious harm. Deku offered to heal Gentle if La Brava would join their side, suggesting she was likely the computer expert. Gentle insisted that La Brava was not his computer expert and, when questioned, claimed that La Brava's quirk was her love for him and his for her. La Brava softly expressed her love, which activated her support quirk and powered Gentle up. Empowered by La Brava's support, Gentle launched Deku and Toga away with a powerful strike. Toga regained her balance while Deku attempted to analyze and counter the quirk. Gentle used the opportunity to close in and kick Deku further away. Gentle urged La Brava to escape as he wrapped his coat around a wound and chased after Deku. La Brava protested but was forced to flee with Toga close behind. Gentle lured Deku into a large building under construction and warped the metal beams inside so he could bounce freely between them. He planned to defeat Deku there. Gentle rebounded off steel and air, striking from multiple angles in an energetic, stylized exchange. Deku stood his ground and allowed the impacts before using his quirk to heal himself. Seeing Deku heal stirred a deep unease in Gentle as Deku smiled. Deku told Gentle that quirks which power others had limits and warned that Gentle could not win once that limit was reached. Deku threatened to remove Gentle's other hand to stop his resistance if necessary, presented as a tactical warning rather than graphic violence. Gentle refused to be beaten or have his dream ruined. He created layer upon layer of elastic barriers to trap Deku against the cement ground. Gentle explained that his dream had been to be a hero, but poor grades and misfortune had prevented it. He described a series of setbacks, a failed rescue that went wrong, fines and lawsuits that bankrupted his family, and the pain of being forgotten by a friend who had become a pro-hero. Gentle declared that he would not be forgotten and wanted to be remembered. Deku responded with scorn, calling Gentle's determination pathetic and reflecting that society had hurt them both. Deku revealed that he, too, had once wanted to be a hero but had been told he could not. Gentle was ready to give up. Gentle protested that Deku had no right to call him pathetic, given what Deku knew of his feelings. Deku retorted that Gentle was pathetic for choosing petty crimes for a little fame instead of trying to change society, and that he understood why Dabi considered people like Gentle trash. Deku then opened his hand and released compressed air toward Gentle. The blast slammed into Gentle, knocking him back against the metal supports and sending the whole building trembling. Gentle's quirk held the structure from collapsing, but he was overwhelmed and crumpled to the ground. La Brava ran between houses, desperate to get away from Toga and reach Gentle, but Toga intercepted her and slashed her arm with a knife. Toga pulled La Brava into a corner and continued to wound her as La Brava tried to move, until her back hit a dead end. La Brava insisted that she had to save Gentle and could not let this be the end. Toga twirled the knife and said that Deku wanted to know who the computer expert was. La Brava explained that Gentle had wanted them separated to avoid giving up information. Toga then struck La Brava in the torso and withdrew, taunting her that killing a rival in love was always sad and that Gentle might be used as a bargaining chip. She implied that La Brava might not survive her injuries. Gentle leaned against a beam, struggling to breathe as his body failed him. Deku stepped forward, grabbed Gentle's other wrist, and asked how many parts it would take for Gentle to talk. Deku used his quirk to render Gentle's hand useless. Gentle insisted he would not speak, and Deku responded by making Gentle's left forearm unusable as well. Gentle declared he would rather die than give the information Deku wanted. Deku threatened to reset Gentle and repeat the torment, then used his power to disable Gentle's remaining arm. Both of Gentle's arms were left useless. His injuries were severe and shock had dulled his sense of pain. Deku said he preferred Gentle to talk soon, as the repeated use of his power was taking a toll. Gentle managed a weak smile, knowing he would not survive much longer, and he hoped La Brava had managed to escape the League's influence. Deku grabbed Gentle by the neck and said he had grown used to many things to reach this point and could endure more, then used his quirk to dismantle Gentle entirely, leaving him beyond recognition. Deku left the construction site with his appearance marked by the aftermath. Toga met him outside and smiled. Toga commented that the scene suited him. Deku asked about La Brava. Toga said she had left La Brava wounded and asked whether they should finish her. Deku noted that they had caused a commotion and suggested they leave before heroes arrived. Toga agreed, mentioning that the heroes were delayed by the UA festival. They decided to head back. Half an hour later, La Brava limped back to the construction site. Her video recorder lay damaged at the dead end. Seeing the devastation and Gentle incapacitated, La Brava collapsed to the ground and cried out for Gentle. Eri entered a smaller room wearing pink and white pajamas. She crawled across the dusty floor to retrieve her notebook from under the bed, brushed herself off, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and giggled quietly. She sat at the small desk in the corner, switched on the lamp, and opened to a blank page. Eri wrote about her life with the League. She remembered that when she had been with Overhaul, she would have been given any material possession a child could ask for as long as she endured his procedures. The League could only offer her some clothes and this notebook, but she felt much happier with everyone here. Eri recorded that she had breakfast with Deku and Ms. Toga after waking up. Toga had mentioned wanting some of Deku's blood, and Deku had glared at her before the topic was dropped. Eri wondered if it was something she would understand when she was older and wondered what blood might taste like. She described morning practice with Mr. Twice and Mr. Compress. Mr. Twice became upset when she called him simply Twice because it made him feel old. Eri was still learning how he spoke and decided she would keep calling him Mr. Twice in her diary. She had tried to mimic his manner of speaking and it had caused problems. Mr. Twice had begun talking to himself a lot before apologizing and saying that she had been corrupted. Eri did not mean for that to happen. Mr. Compress had explained that Mr. Twice sometimes had pain in his head and that was why he spoke that way, and Eri promised not to try to imitate him again. Eri noted with relief that she had managed to turn her quirk off. Mr. Compress had not needed to use his quirk that time, and Deku had seemed proud of her when he found out. The copies Mr. Twice created still disappeared. Eri could turn the effect off, but the thing she touched remained gone. She planned to keep practicing because she wanted to be useful to everyone. Mr. Compress had pulled a cookie from behind her ear and given it to her. It had been very tasty and she wondered where he hid those treats. Ms. Toga had decided to teach Eri acrobatics so she could handle situations her quirk could not reach. The lessons began as simple stretches, but then Toga introduced knife work for self-defense, how to hold, strike, and throw safely. Eri trained cautiously. Mr. Spinner had spoken to Eri again after 3 days of avoiding her. She apologized for calling him a cute lizard. The other members had told her that people with quirks resembling animals were often mocked, and Eri had worried she had offended him. Spinner had not been angry. He had been nervous because no one had often said anything nice about his appearance. He recommended an interesting video to her, the hero killer stain. Ms. Magna asked Eri a question she had been avoiding, about killing people. Eri knew she had killed Overhaul, but that had come from hatred for what he had done. She felt uncertain about taking lives simply because others had done so. Many League members had killed before, some a great many, and Eri did not want to ask for details. The memory of Lemillion's death at Deku's hands made her unsure even when she claimed she could kill. Mr. Dobby checked in that day and asked about the time bomb. He often spoke in ways that sounded hurtful, calling it a joke he found funny. He observed that many villains had felt powerless and that having power over others could feel fulfilling. He suggested Eri would understand that feeling once she controlled her power, and Eri wondered whether controlling her power would make her feel superior to others. Eri watched the video Mr. Spinner had recommended and later brought it up with Mr. Shigaraki. Shigaraki looked at her oddly, then explained that society was rotten. He believed heroes saved people not out of selfless duty but for fame, money, and privilege. Everyone in the league had been affected by a corrupt society, and Shigaraki planned for it to be destroyed. Deku asked Eri about her dreams and the kind of world she wanted to build. Eri said she simply wanted to stay with everyone and keep them safe, but Deku told her that would be impossible. The league had lost members to capture before and others might be captured in the future. When Eri offered to help Deku build his world, he told her she should instead consider the villain's ideas for the world. Eri paused, set down her pen, and looked up at the ceiling. She reflected that all she really wanted was not to lose anyone and for them to be happy. She sighed and returned her gaze to the notebook, thinking that if they did lose someone she would try to get them back when she was older. She closed the notebook when she finished writing and put it away before joining the others. Elsewhere, Deku trudged through a clearing where the fallen cultists lay. Deku sighed that it had been another waste of time as he walked among the defeated enemies. Toga complained that her equipment had broken. Deku asked Shigaraki how many times this had happened now, and Shigaraki snapped that if they had time to chat they should at least find something valuable. Deku kicked aside one of the fallen cultists. The cultists had worn black robes with white skull emblems and they had discriminated against mutant-type quirks. Toga asked whether killing them had affected Deku emotionally. Deku replied that it had not. If people were not discriminating against the quirkless, they would find something else to target. Mr. Compress announced that there was nothing of value among the ruins. Shigaraki ordered everyone to grab what they could and leave. Back at the League's hideout, Eri and Mr. Twice were waiting for the group. Eri commented that they had probably found nothing but worthless items. Deku confirmed that they had indeed recovered nothing worth keeping. Eri observed that Deku looked exhausted and pale, and Toga glanced over and agreed he did not look well, though Deku insisted he felt fine. Mr. Spinner suddenly exploded in frustration, asking whether they were supposed to be changing society according to Stain's ideals. One of the League members questioned why they were committing petty theft against other villains. Shigaraki leaned back on a chair and explained that they were strapped for cash. Mr. Compress attempted to lighten the mood with a joke about working with Overhaul to be eating sushi, and Eri glared at him, warning that he should not be reckless. Shigaraki dismissed the idea of cooperating with others and reminded them that such an alliance had never been an option. Mr. Compress admitted Spinner had a point. They had brought the country into disarray, but their situation had not improved. Dabi entered the hideout and demanded to know why everyone was there when he felt he was the only one working. Magna asked if he was having trouble on his end, and Dabi, disappointed, called the others trash. Shigaraki noted that things had gone poorly since Kurogyri had been captured. Deku asked whether Kurogyri had been picking up a weapon, and Shigaraki confirmed that Kurogyri had mentioned something left behind by All for One. Without Kurogyri, they could not find the doctor they needed. Shigaraki had hoped Kurogyri might come to them because Deku had been in contact with him. Deku replied that Kurogyri had only asked the doctor on his behalf and that he did not know anything more. Eri asked who the doctor was. Shigaraki explained that the doctor was the creator of the Nomus and an extremely cautious man. Shigaraki had only ever heard his voice over a broadcast. Twice worried aloud whether the doctor even knew where they were and feared that if the doctor was also searching for them, they might never find each other. Dabi grimly observed that if that happened they would eventually be captured by heroes or die from lack of funds, and Deku dryly commented on Dabi's cheerfulness. Spinner asked where they were headed next, and Shigaraki admitted he had no idea. Spinner pressed, saying he had joined because of Stain and because he believed the world needed to change. He challenged Shigaraki to explain why they were stuck despite promises of change. Deku reminded Spinner that trying to change society would not be easy and compared their situation to Stain's years of preparation. Spinner accepted that but remained frustrated. The building began to shake, and Toga asked why everything trembled. The League ran outside as the ground split and a giant emerged from beneath the earth. The giant declared that he had finally found Shigaraki and could not believe someone as weak as him could be All for One's successor. Deku backed up and warned that the power Kurogiri had mentioned did not seem fond of Shigaraki, and he asked Mr. Compress to act. Mr. Compress ran over, touched Eri, and placed her inside a marble for safekeeping. The giant challenged Shigaraki to prove his worth and then struck the ground with a devastating blow. The impact shattered nearby structures and sent a shockwave that knocked everyone over. Deku assessed the situation and transformed the fractured ground into spikes beneath the giant in an attempt to restrain him. The giant smashed the spikes aside with a single blow. Shigaraki asked Deku if he had any ideas for subduing the giant. Deku said he had no method that would not risk killing the creature and causing casualties. He needed more information. A new voice came from a radio hanging from the giant's neck. The giant carefully moved the radio to avoid crushing it. Shigaraki recognized the voice as belonging to the doctor and questioned why the doctor would be involved. Magna wondered the same. The doctor replied that he was not acting of his own accord. The giant, Gigantomachia, was making the decisions. Spinner asked the doctor to tell Gigantomachia to stop, but Dabi pointed out that such a request would not be simple and fired a burst of flame that the giant easily brushed aside. The doctor explained that Gigantomachia's loyalty was to All for One and that Gigantomachia would try to kill them unless Shigaraki could convince him that he was worthy of succeeding All for One. Shigaraki smiled wryly and claimed not to be underestimated. He recalled that Deku had mentioned a way to stop the giant and suggested that scaring the monster might be sufficient. Deku noted that he, Mr. Compress, and Shigaraki were the only ones present with quirks capable of causing permanent damage to anything they touched, but Mr. Compress pointed out that getting close enough to use those quirks would be very difficult. Deku acknowledged that winning would require sacrifice and that someone might need to act as live bait. Gigantomachia slammed his hand into the ground again. Deku tried to reshape the terrain to mitigate the damage. The impact threw everyone off balance and left Deku disoriented. He fell to the ground and looked pale. Toga rushed to his side. Another strike from Gigantomachia demolished the surrounding area and sent the League sprawling. From the radio, Gigantomachia lamented the weakness of these people and his inability to accept them. The doctor told Shigaraki that they were stuck and warned that one of his members was dying. Shigaraki asked if the doctor knew what was wrong with Deku. The doctor confirmed that he had been studying quirks for a long time and that Deku had merely scratched the surface of the quirk factor. The doctor said it would be easier to discuss this in person. Suddenly, a recording of All for One's voice played through the radio. The doctor said that the recording was the only thing that would calm Gigantomachia and announced that he would send an invitation. As the villains began to rise, Twice started to make strange sounds. Black sludge flowed from Twice's mask and began to envelop him. Other members also expelled the sludge, which covered them. Mr. Compress identified the substance as All for One's quirk. They were enveloped by the substance and teleported to an underground laboratory, with Deku's collapsed body transported with them. In the laboratory, the doctor greeted them and said he would withhold a warmer welcome because there were more urgent matters. Toga frantically tried to support Deku. The doctor admitted that Deku's life was in jeopardy but stated that any help he provided would depend on Shigaraki. Like Gigantomachia, the doctor did not consider Shigaraki a fitting successor to All for One, and his resources, including assistance in saving Deku, were contingent on Shigaraki proving himself. The doctor promised not to let Deku die but refused to intervene until Shigaraki demonstrated his worth. Toga began to issue a threat, but the doctor cut her off and reiterated that threats would not sway him. He alone could save the boy. He then prepared to explain what was wrong with Deku. He had been a foolish boy who tried to create a drag to alter quirk compatibility. The power All for One gave him and the ability he stole from Overhaul both resided within him. Knowing a body could not handle two quirks, he had attempted to purge the older trait. What he accomplished was like tearing a plant from the soil while leaving the roots. Every time he activated the new quirk, the old one struggled to respond and failed, causing his body to deteriorate from the inside in an unstable, dangerous way. Shigaraki asked how they could save him. The scientist explained that the boy's body was compromised and could not safely be modified. If left as it was, another attempt to overhaul himself could go disastrously wrong. Creating a Nomu and transferring the boy's consciousness into it would be the most reliable option, but that process would take too long. Instead, the scientist proposed copying the overhaul quirk onto a Nomu and using that Nomu to merge the boy Deku with a durable Nomu body engineered to withstand multiple quirks. The scientist warned that the procedure would still require some time to complete. Mr. Compress questioned how that differed from simple body modification. The scientist replied that the Nomu's mind would be merged with the boy's so he would have a complete internal awareness of how the new body operated, and measures would be taken to preserve the boy's personality. Then the scientist turned responsibility to Shigaraki and told him it was his chance to prove himself. The doctor warned Shigaraki that time was running out and demanded to know how he planned to prove himself, adding that if the plan failed he would send them all back to face Gigantomachia. Shigaraki replied that many sought to change Hero Society or seize power in the underground, but his desire was simple, the destruction of everything. He asked the doctor to join him and promised to reveal a world from heaven to hell. Toga asked whether the things she liked would be destroyed, and Shigaraki answered that the wishes of his comrades differed and they could do as they pleased. Toga cheered happily. The doctor was silent for a few moments and then laughed, admitting he could not believe Shigaraki could say something so childish with a straight face. He agreed to join and introduced himself as Ujiko. Mr. Compress asked whether it had been that easy. Ujiko explained that he had planned to help from the beginning and wanted to test how much Shigaraki had grown. He warned that Gigantomachia would be someone they had to convince on their own. Ujiko promised to rebuild the boy but said their group would need to be stronger. They would have to defeat Gigantomachia to prove their strength. Toga asked if the rebuilt Deku would look like other Nomu. Ujiko clarified that Deku would have the internal modifications of a Nomu but would look the same on the outside. Shigaraki urged them to send the group back so they could face the giant. Ujiko handed everyone an earpiece via a robotic arm to keep in touch. Dabi announced he had other things to attend to and was not interested. Toga taunted him for being useless against the giant. Dabi responded that he was still working with a potential recruit. Shigaraki expressed that he looked forward to what would come. Ujiko then proposed another task. He wanted them to test his new high-end Nomu. Dabi hesitated but Ujiko assured him the Nomu would match his tastes. Shigaraki, growing impatient, asked to be sent back. Before they left, Ujiko asked about another member of the group. Mr. Compress hesitated, noting Deku's condition, but Ujiko suggested that if she were close to Deku, seeing him like this would be motivation. Shigaraki compared their connection to that of a mentor and follower, which Ujiko found insulting to his own stature. Shigaraki clarified that it was not Deku who was similar to All for One, but that she was similar to Shigaraki. Ujiko grew impatient and asked to bring her out. Mr. Compress produced the marble and released Eri, who looked confused by the surroundings but rushed to Deku's side. Eri shook Deku and pleaded for him to wake. Ujiko noted that Deku was alive but would likely die by the end of the day without intervention, and that he had promised to save him. Eri asked why Deku was still in that state if Ujiko had promised help. Ujiko said he would explain later and insisted it would be unwise to take Eri near Gigantomachia. She would remain while they fought. A small Nomu emitted a strange black fluid from its mouth, and in moments the other villains experienced the same and were teleported back to Gigantomachia. A Nomu placed Deku on an operating table and Ujiko brought Eri forward to watch. Ujiko asked the girl her name and her quirk. Eri answered that her name was Eri and her quirk was Rewind. She could currently rewind living things out of existence. Ujiko observed that Eri's quirk had been used in the quirk erasing drags and imagined the possibilities if he researched it further. Eri recognized the expression on Ujiko's face as similar to Overhaul's and began to shake nervously. The more Ujiko learned about her history and what Deku had done for her, the more his disgust grew. Shigaraki and Eri were different. Both had endured tragedy, but Eri lacked the same rage and drive that Shigaraki possessed. Ujiko admitted uncertainty about whether he could save Deku without experiments but promised that if Eri agreed to his procedures he could guarantee Deku's survival. Eri, who would do anything to save Deku but feared returning to her previous life, clenched her fist and thought desperately. She refused to become anyone's tool again. Her horn began to glow. When she touched the nearby Nomu, it vanished. Eri threatened to erase Ujiko and every creature there if he did not save Deku. Ujiko reacted with curiosity, asking if she would really kill him. Eri clarified that she would kill him if he did not begin saving Deku immediately. Ujiko said there was no need for such threats and apologized with a smile, explaining that he had to understand what kind of person she was. He asked Eri to turn off her quirk because he did not need any more of his creations disappearing. Eri complied, and Ujiko proceeded with a complex, clinical procedure. He connected Deku to machines and life support equipment, taking care to stabilize him without showing any graphic details. Eri, who had been exposed to such scenes before, watched with discomfort but understood the necessity. Once the procedure was complete, another Nomu placed Deku inside a sealed capsule filled with a specialized solution. Eri remarked that the way Ujiko spoke about them suggested that he did not like them. Ujiko explained that his dislike for Eri and his dislike for Deku stemmed from very different reasons. Shigaraki had mentioned how similar Deku was to Eri, but when Ujiko looked at her he had seen a timid, exploitable girl rather than anything resembling Shigaraki. Ujiko told Eri that she had proven there was something more to her. Eri asked about Deku. Ujiko explained that Deku was a different matter and that he had known about the boy back when he joined the League of Villains. Eri nodded and stared at Deku inside the tank while Ujiko retreated deeper into his lab to be alone and sat, thinking about Deku. When Ujiko first learned that Deku had joined the League and had memorized heroes and their quirks, he had been impressed. He had expected Deku's relationship with Shigaraki to mirror his own with All for One and had intended to take the boy as an apprentice to broaden his understanding of quirks. Instead, Deku's actions had seemed to conflict with Shigaraki's aims. When Ujiko had given Deku All for One's DNA to prove his knowledge of quirks, Deku had nearly died. Ujiko could not understand why Shigaraki would keep someone like that around. Ujiko warned Shigaraki that performing the operation early might cause damage. Physical damage could be repaired but mental damage would be permanent. Shigaraki asked how much longer Ujiko would need. Ujiko answered that he needed at least another month. The Nomu body was ready, but copying the overhaul quirk was complicated. Shigaraki said they had no choice, that they had been called out by name and it would be disastrous if Deku did not come. Ujiko cautioned that the copied overhaul quirk was incomplete and proceeding now might cause Deku to forget he was a villain. Shigaraki declared it a gamble they had to take. Ujiko agreed to buy a few minutes. After Shigaraki left, Ujiko walked to Deku's tank and summoned a Nomu of similar height and build. He ordered the Nomu to bring Deku to the operating table and said he needed to prevent Deku from becoming irreversibly incapacitated. Ujiko prepared every available medicine and tool for the procedure. When the time came, he ordered the operation to begin and the Nomu placed its hand on Deku. In a stylized, almost otherworldly transformation, Deku's form dissolved into a swirling red mist that enveloped the Nomu and was drawn into its skin. Slowly, Deku's features reappeared, now part of the Nomu's body. The green-haired boy revived and scanned the lab until his eyes fell on Ujiko. Ujiko observed that the Nomu's mind appeared to have merged well with Deku's and asked about his memories. Deku reported nothing immediately wrong and flexed his hand. The body felt familiar but would need time to adjust. Ujiko decided to inform Shigaraki and noted that Eri and Toga, who had visited most often, would want to know. He summoned the League. Eri stayed close to Deku, visibly relieved, and Toga greeted him with an excited hug and a quick, affectionate touch to his cheek. The others offered slight smiles and were glad to see him again. Shigaraki asked whether Deku could recall every quirk and hero he had written down. Toga handed Deku his book, which she had kept safe. Deku flipped through the pages, nodding until he stopped at a heavily circled entry and asked what a Kaken was. The League's members were taken aback. During their first mission together, Deku had been intensely focused on the person he called Kaken. Shigaraki asked if Deku remembered why he had become a villain. Deku said it had begun with All Might, who had once said something that had caused him to give up on being a hero. Deku could not recall the exact words, only that they had hurt deeply. He found this confusing, since he remembered having had a decent quirk before acquiring Overhaul. Shigaraki grew apprehensive at how much of Deku's past might be lost or muddled. Deku mentioned the quirk that had acted as a buff for him prior to Overhaul. Toga asked if the name Katsuki Bakugo meant anything. Deku could only recall that Bakugo was part of UA's first years and felt he should know more. When Shigaraki asked what Deku planned to do now that he could not remember why he became a villain, Deku insisted there had been a reason and pointed out that he still had memories with the League. Shigaraki apologized for the memory gaps and explained the immediate reason they needed Deku. A group called the Liberation Front had sent a hostile invitation. Deku wondered aloud why he had chosen the name Deku. Toga explained that the name had been picked to mock someone and that seeing that person again might trigger recognition. Deku then asked who the Liberation Front was. Shigaraki described them as a retro faction trying to revive their past influence. He would normally ignore them, but two problems had arisen. Their satellites had tracked the League and threatened to reveal their location to the heroes, and they had captured Jiren. Shigaraki added that when the satellites noticed the League, they also observed that Deku was not present. Ujiko, Dabi, and Shigaraki were the group's most prominent names, and the Liberation Front even included heroes among its ranks. If the League did not move together, the front would claim the League was attacking the city and call in additional heroes. Shigaraki said he did not know the full situation but had a plan and asked whether they remembered Gigantomachia. The others recalled him vaguely as a giant who had attacked them and who had ties to All for One. Shigaraki intended to defeat Gigantomachia and compel him to join their side. Some protested that they did not have the time. Shigaraki explained that Gigantomachia was currently dormant but would hunt him down when he awoke, and if Shigaraki happened to be in the city at that moment, Gigantomachia would wreak massive destruction while pursuing him. They all understood the stakes and began to prepare. They had little else to go on, so the decision was made to warp over. Deku asked the doctor to do it. Eri tugged Deku's shirt and asked to come along. Deku apologized and said it would be extremely dangerous, patting her head. Eri pleaded that she could help and that she did not want him to disappear again, recalling the time she had seen him collapse. Tears ran down her face as she clutched his shirt. Deku knelt, hugged her, and warned that people died sometimes and that he might be no exception. He wiped her tears and told her that villains were selfish and that she needed to get stronger so he would not have to stop her next time. The black ooze flowed from the villains' mouths as they materialized on the outskirts of Daika City. Eri watched the League move away and an odd, reflective smile crossed her face as she wondered whether selfish actions could make her a villain. From a hill overlooking the city's suburbs, the League of Villains took in the empty streets. Deku stretched, preparing to use the pseudo-normal body for the first time. He wondered how much of the place would be left if their plan worked. Shigaraki, impatient, said that he hoped none of it would remain. Twice called Shigaraki a sarcastic jerkay, and Dabi teased that continuing to destroy himself would only make him look worse. Toga noticed someone approaching and called it out. A tall, muscular man in a purple and green hero outfit with a prominent chin slid to a stop in front of them and warned them not to come closer, explaining that he had been ordered to guide them into the city. Spinner asked if he was a hero. Deku identified him as Slidden Go, noting that his name matched his quirk. Slidden Go expressed a little surprise at being recognized, then invited them to follow. They moved into the city together, but the streets were empty of ordinary people. Shigaraki and Deku exchanged wary glances, both sensing that something was very wrong. Someone watching from a rooftop tried to hide, and Deku suggested they assumed the city knew a great deal about them. A man stepped forward as Slidden Go fell back. He introduced himself as Trumpet and said his partner was called Curious. He explained that everyone in the city belonged to the Liberation Army and had been trained for the Liberation's rebirth. Deku reacted by striking a nearby building, causing it to crumble and scatter rubble into the street. Trumpet declared that it was time to begin the revival celebration for the Metahuman Liberation Army. People appeared on rooftops and in windows, unleashing their quirks as members of the Liberation Army converged on the League of Villains. Mr. Compress narrowly avoided incoming attacks. Deku observed that this had been the Liberation Army's plan from the start. Toga moved forward as the ground beneath her suddenly erupted in an explosive burst, and she was thrown back by the shockwave. Deku tried to turn but saw the liberation forces beginning to split the group apart. Twice demanded to know where Jiren was. Trumpet pointed out that Jiren was at the tower, the tallest building in the city. Shigaraki headed toward the tower. Two attackers tried to block his way and were violently sent flying and out of action by Shigaraki's advance. Deku searched for a more efficient approach than simply running toward the tower with Shigaraki. His habit of trying to analyze quirks pulled his attention in many directions until he focused on Trumpet, who was attempting to slip away in the chaos. Deku touched the ground and caused spikes to erupt near several Liberation members close to him. Some dodged while others were pinned in place, allowing Deku to push forward. He then created a barrier in front of Trumpet to stop his escape. Trumpet noted Deku's tenacity and accused him of being a natural enemy to their beliefs, arguing that a quirkless person who gained a quirk could never understand the liberation they sought. Deku said he did not remember being quirkless and would not glorify Trumpet's ideology. He argued that the liberation's ideals contained contradictions, including how quirk theft and social disparity would be handled. A smile crept across Deku's face as he challenged the consistency of Trumpet's logic and made it clear he would take Trumpet hostage in exchange for Jiren. Trumpet warned that Deku's condescension would buy them time. At that moment the wall Deku had created exploded as a van crashed through the opening, horns blaring. Quirks struck Deku and pushed him back. Trumpet climbed onto the back of the vehicle as it sped away, weaving through the streets and avoiding the obstacles Deku created. Trumpet escaped, leaving Deku separated from the others and scanning the area to regroup. A lookout climbed to the nearest roof and quickly analyzed the battlefield, noting that they were outnumbered, scattered, and uncertain about the enemy's quirks, and that Shigaraki's plans still needed time. Deku had no chance to form a detailed strategy as attacks kept coming. He decided the best option was to regroup with the others and moved toward the area where the fighting seemed heaviest. Shigaraki handled Gigantomachia with relative ease, though exhaustion showed on his face. Dabi focused on single opponents and conserved his quirk. Mr. Compress compressed and hurled large objects to control the field. Spinner and Magno worked together to avoid being overwhelmed. The group managed to stay cohesive until Twice, who had been dodging, noticed Toga was not with them. Twice volunteered to search for her, admitting that he was not suited to frontline combat but could create clones to assist. Mr. Compress handed Twice a small compressed item and explained that it was something prepared beforehand. If Twice made a clone, the clone could extract its contents. Deku, distracted by the fighting, could only ask briefly what had been given before pressing on. Curiosity stood over Toga and told her to stop struggling, claiming she did not want to kill Toga before conducting her interview. Toga threw a small knife toward Curiosity and used the distraction to slip from sight, but a bodyguard intercepted and pushed her back. Curiosity praised Toga's skill and determination and insisted on getting an interview. Toga suggested that Deku would make a more interesting subject. An explosion nearby knocked Toga into a building and she brushed herself off and continued to fight. Liberation soldiers charged into the area and Toga released syringes that collected small samples into a receptacle built into her mask, which allowed her to change appearance if she chose. Curiosity activated her quirk, causing those collected samples to destabilize and release a burst of energy that incapacitated several nearby combatants and left Toga reeling. Toga tried to stand and reached for a knife. She managed to fend off an attacker, but then someone came through the building and struck her, sending her tumbling out and leaving her winded. Curiosity observed that Toga appeared badly injured and offered a pause to recover if Toga would answer questions. Toga remained mostly silent, and Curiosity noted that she was more talkative when the subject of Deku came up. When asked why she felt the way she did, Toga said she had noticed Deku long ago and had been drawn to a haunted, intense quality in his eyes. Curiosity shifted the conversation, asking about Toga's feelings toward a society that had labeled her abnormal. Toga continued to speak about Deku, describing how his look had changed over time into something both bright and dark, focused in a way that fascinated her. Curiosity dismissed the digression and emphasized that the interview should focus on Toga herself and why she had abandoned a conventional life. Toga rose slowly, her smile taking on a harder edge as she said that she had chosen something she considered better than what society offered. Curiosity accused her of looking like a monster, But Toga rejected that label, insisting she lived as she wished. As members of the Liberation Army closed in, Curiosity's bracelet transformed into a brick-shaped gauntlet that blocked Toga's knife and knocked her to the ground. Curiosity knelt and placed Toga's head on her lap, lamenting the way society had forced Toga to suppress herself and suggesting that Toga's story would serve their cause. Toga pushed herself upright and insisted she found happiness with the person she loved. She then used a small vial-like device that allowed her to assume another's appearance and chose to take on Deku's form. Curiosity observed that Toga carried such devices so she could become others, and that by choosing Deku she wanted to look like the person she loved before the confrontation continued. An unidentified member of the group demanded that the others die and become their martyr. As the group closed in, those targeted were suddenly overwhelmed and collapsed in a burst of light, rendered unconscious without any visible wounds. Toga declared that society would never accept her and that she would append what she disliked and live only with those who accepted her. She believed she would always be seen as a monster. Curiosity stammered in disbelief and noted that the briefing had never explained using the quirks of people Toga transformed into. She also noticed that Toga's manner had shifted, taking on traits that belonged to Deku. Toga replied that she knew everything about the Deku she wanted to be with, including how to use his quirk. She closed in as the Deku disguise began to falter, a twisted smile crossing her face as their features blurred. Curiosity suggested that Toga's quirk had evolved from a fear of being separated from the one she loved, and Toga reacted by grabbing her, constricting her throat in a sudden, decisive move. Toga insisted that this was the truest expression of her attachment to the person she wanted to become, and Curiosity was quickly overwhelmed and knocked unconscious. Toga limped away, pressing a hand to her chest as she tried to call on Deku's quirk to repair herself. She admitted to herself that she had run out of time as the borrowed transformation began to slip away and collapse like wet clay. She stumbled into a shed and collapsed, injured and exhausted. She wondered if this was how Deku had felt when he could not move against Gigantomachia. At least she had something to look forward to when she woke. Redestro stood in the tower overlooking the city. He had short orange hair and a long pointed nose. Jiren sat tied to a chair, visibly injured. Redestro observed that even through Toga that thing remained a danger. Skeptic, a long thin man with long black hair that fell to his waist and bangs that covered his eyes, replied that they needed to eliminate him, but he argued that having Curious killed by Deku's image would make the film worthless. Jiren asked why they were so focused on Deku. Skeptic stepped up to Jiren and pressed a finger to Jiren's forehead, saying it should not be hard to understand. They needed to eliminate the League of Villains because their popularity had grown, and within that group Deku posed a problem. Skeptic explained that Deku had somehow acquired another person's quirk, which could be used to rally quirkless people against their cause. Jiren called them crazy and shallow-minded. Redestro retorted that the truly shallow-minded were those who could not see what they offered and that Jiren lacked imagination. Twice stopped in front of an open shed and peered inside. Toga lay on the ground, badly injured. Twice told himself it could not be happening, yet he also felt a strange, conflicting reaction to the scene. He insisted that she was still breathing and that there was time to help. He produced the marble that Mr. Compress had given him, intending to create a clone to free Eri, but something struck him in the back of the head before he could act. Twice collapsed as the marble began to roll away and he reached out to grasp it. He was quickly dragged out of the shed and froze at the sight of figures that looked exactly like him. When they tore off his mask, he saw their blank expressions and felt their cold, motionless hands. The puppets, controlled by Skeptic's quirk, dragged Toga out once twice was pinned down. One of the puppets noticed the marble in his hand and tried to force it open. Twice fell deeper into panic and confusion, crying out and asking who they were and whether they were him, while he clung to the marble because it might save Toga. Closer to the tower, Deku stood with the other members of the League of Villains and demanded to know what Mr. Compress had given Twice. Deku was more troubled by their secrecy than by the item itself. Shigaraki, standing nearby, declared that they should tell him because he could not do anything about it now, and at that moment Shigaraki used his power to reduce a nearby opponent to dust. Mr. Compress revealed that Eri was inside the marble and that was why they had not informed Deku earlier. Deku protested, saying they had seen Eri before they left. Mr. Compress explained that Eri had wanted to come with them and that explaining everything right after Deku's surgery would have taken too long, so Twice had made a clone while Mr. Compress kept the real Eri safe. Deku asked why they had brought her at all. Shigaraki stated that he would not have agreed unless Eri was ready. Deku had little choice but to accept Shigaraki's assurance. Trumpet appeared before the gathered liberators in the van with a megaphone and announced that Curious had been killed and that she had given her life for their cause. He relayed a message from the Supreme Leader urging them not to let her death be in vain. The crowd cheered and their energy seemed renewed. Deku noted the effectiveness of the quirk as the liberators grew more aggressive. Most of the liberators advanced on Shigaraki, whose power was not ideal against large numbers. Deku tried to use his own quirk to disperse the attackers, but other members kept him occupied. Shigaraki faced the charging mass with weary irony, then lashed out. His touch caused the attackers to fall apart and disintegrate into dust in rapid succession. Deku asked whether Shigaraki's quirk had changed, but there was no time to dwell. Deku used his power on the ground beneath the van to try to reach Trumpet as the vehicle began to drive away. Trumpet cursed as Deku attempted to pursue the van, but an ice wall rose between them. A hooded figure said that Deku could not chase them, and blue flames suddenly erupted, melting the ice. Dabi stepped forward and challenged the hooded opponent. Back at the shed, Twice struggled desperately. He managed to free one hand and struck one of the puppets, then rushed to Toga in an attempt to free her. The puppets pinned him down again and began beating him. A kick caused Twice to lose his grip on the marble, and one of the puppets seized it. The other puppets restrained Toga more brutally and rendered her unable to move. Twice shouted for them to stop as they held him fast. Skeptic intended to keep Twice restrained so they could recruit him, but Twice struggling annoyed him. Skeptic ordered the puppets to break Twice's arm and then his legs. Twice screamed in pain as the puppets carried out the command. He had always feared being hurt and feared that he might vanish like a clone if he took too much damage. His past being unlucky, abandoned, and driven into crime had left him unable to trust anyone. Jiren had been the one to direct him to the League, a place where he had finally placed his trust. Twice's mind reeled, but he held on to the memory of why he had acted, to protect Eri and Toga, who had been kind to him. Despite everything, that duty remained at his core. Twice declared happily that he was not disappearing, his fears dissolving. Everything he had been afraid of seemed gone. He felt like the original and believed he could keep himself from ever being afraid again. He announced that it was time to show how terrifying his quirk could be. In an instant, the puppets were tossed aside as Twice's clones began to appear in rapid succession. Twice could make 2 copies, and each of those copies could make 2 more, quickly forming an overwhelming swarm. He ordered the clones forward, and they surged past the puppets, multiplying and knocking them aside in fluid, chaotic motion. Nearby members of the Liberation Group tried to intervene but were overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught. With his multiplied strength, Twice reclaimed Toga and the marble. As the clones pressed forward, one produced a facsimile of Mr. Compress. Mr. Compress asked why there were so many of him twice over. Twice said he would explain later and insisted they needed Eri's help because Toga was badly injured. Twice handed the marble to Mr. Compress, who quickly restored Eri. Eri opened her eyes and took in the sea of Twice around her, noting how many there were. One of the clones approached carrying Toga, who lay motionless and seriously hurt. The clone implored Eri to help. Eri's eyes widened when she saw Toga in that state and she rushed forward. She placed Toga on the ground, took a steadying breath, and reminded herself that this should be no different from their practice. She thought about having wished she had gained control of her power earlier, remembering the times she could not help. Determined to save Toga as others had saved her, Eri used her ability Rewind. Toga's injuries receded in a non-graphic, rapid reversal that resembled the kind of stylized restoration scene in an action anime. As the visible signs of harm faded, Eri stopped her power and hoped it had been enough. When Toga's eyes opened, Eri exhaled in relief. Twice declared happily that it had worked. Many of the Twice clones rushed forward to embrace Eri and began praising her, making her flush with embarrassment. Many people questioned where Deku had gone, since no one could see him. During the battle between the ice and flame users, Deku had slipped away, using the large-scale destruction as cover to move into the sewers. He noted that the ice users' work had likely caused the water to vanish and headed toward the tower while the fighting continued above. Deku made his way under the tower and climbed out through a hole he created. A few onlookers noticed him, but he quickly incapacitated them without fanfare so they would not reveal his presence. He told himself they could not announce his arrival as he approached the elevator and pressed for the top floor. Redestro stood before a window, watching the conflict between his liberation soldiers and the League of Villains below. When the elevator opened behind him, he glanced back to see Deku step out and demanded to know how Deku had managed to slip past those stationed outside. Deku explained that he had navigated the sewers now clear of water. Redestro observed that if anyone had used the sewers, the ice user would have dealt with them, but since that fighter was occupied, the plan had worked. He expressed surprise that Deku, who he called quirkless, arrived first and accused him of abandoning his allies to get there. Deku pushed back against being labeled quirkless, saying that such a term reflected how he was born, not who he had become. Redestro insisted the distinction mattered and linked it to a deeper history. A woman who had fought for the rights of those with quirks had been killed years ago. Deku responded that he knew of that woman from school and that her death had led to changes in how the government treated people with abilities, though an organization had risen and later been captured. Redestro stated he was the son of the founder of the Meta Liberation Army and carried on his father's will. Deku made clear he despised those ideals, arguing that unrestricted quirk use would allow abuse by the powerful and sharing a personal memory of someone who had made his childhood difficult because of a superior quirk. He vowed to stop Redestro before the dream could be realized. Redestro retorted that Deku's experience shaped his thinking, suggesting that Deku's mentality would always mirror that of a quirkless child. Deku countered by pointing to the League of Villains' own contradictions, citing Toga's reckless dream as an example of how dangerous such ambitions could be. Redestro proclaimed that they would all die for their weak ambitions. The clash escalated when Deku lunged forward and Redestro's arms swelled in size and struck, sending Deku leaping back as walls crumbled and glass shattered. Redestro warned that if they interfered with his plans he would not tolerate it, and Deku, smiling, decided to make things more difficult for him. Deku grabbed Jiren, destroyed the chair binding him, and they both fell as Redestro was caught beneath collapsing rubble. Deku hoped they had a plan. Jiren admitted concern as they plummeted. Deku remarked that the landing would not be pleasant and made sure they hit the ground in a way that minimized harm. They crashed into a cloud of dust that cushioned them. Deku sustained several injuries but used his restoration ability on himself and then on Jiren so they could both move. Redestro, pinned beneath large pieces of debris, pushed some rubble aside and declared that they were not going anywhere. Deku observed that falling off a multi-story building was supposed to kill people. Redestro approached, larger than before, and noted that since they could recover from wounds he would have to kill them in a single strike. Deku shoved Jiren and urged him to move as a giant fist slammed into the ground nearby, the shockwaves making it hard to stand. Deku shaped the ground into large spikes aimed at Redestro, but Redestro smashed them aside and warned that simple tricks would not stop him. They would have to come closer. Deku teased that Redestro's behavior was different from the smug man in his tower and asked if something had made him angry. Redestro replied that he was livid, that he kept his anger bottled up, and that he planned to use all of it to crush them. Deku cautioned Redestro not to be blinded by his emotions and created more spikes along with 4 walls around Redestro, but Redestro dismissed the effort as amateurish and destroyed everything with a single swing. Deku used the resulting rubble to close in from behind and reached out to grab Redestro, but Redestro's hands seized Deku's arm and with a crushing motion disabled it. Deku used his power to shatter the hold and freed himself. Redestro taunted that if Deku had tried to use his other arm he would have broken that too, leaving him useless, and he positioned himself between Deku and where Deku's arm had been. Deku declared that he would get his arm back, and Redestro mocked him to come and take it. Deku formed new stone structures over Redestro and dropped them to pin him, but Redestro knocked any falling debris aside. Anticipating Deku's closing move, Redestro grabbed Deku again. Deku used his leg as bait. When it was damaged, he reformed himself using his power and continued the fight. Redestro announced that a pretender with a quirk could not defeat him and began to gather energy fueled by his stress. He unleashed that energy toward Deku in a massive blast. The explosion launched Deku backward with a force like a bomb. He was winded and badly hurt, several of his limbs badly damaged, and his vision blurred. Redestro proclaimed this as the undeniable strength of quirks and railed against a society that suppressed those with true gifts. Deku used Overhaul's ability to reconstruct himself, but, facing such overwhelming force, doubted he could win. Redestro mocked him as a weak boy trying to seem strong. Deku protested that Redestro did not get to decide the worth of his conviction and insisted that the League of Villains Shigaraki, Toga, and their allies were the reason he would fight. A voice from behind told Deku he should not struggle alone. Deku turned to see Shigaraki walking forward, accompanied by multiple twice clones. Shigaraki suggested Deku rely on his friends more often and said he would tag in to demonstrate how terrifying the League could be. Deku smirked and stood up, apologizing for how he had appeared. Shigaraki teased that Deku's usual complex strategies had been missing. Deku explained that he had not known Redestro's quirk and had not had time to plan. Shigaraki agreed that everyone had their problems. Redestro insisted that the number of opponents would not matter and vowed to destroy them and end the League of Villains. Deku responded calmly that he had studied Redestro's quirk and already found a way to defeat him. Shigaraki asked why Deku had not used that method sooner, and Deku explained that Redestro's ability both enlarged him and fired blasts of stress energy. Deku had assumed it was only monstrification, so the blasts had taken him by surprise. Redestro prepared another energy blast and declared that weak villains could disappear. Deku touched the ground and caused it to break apart, tumbling into the sewers below. As Redestro fell into the sewers, he momentarily lost control of his charged energy, which burst upward into the sky. Redestro climbed out, glaring at Deku. Shigaraki informed Deku that Gigantomachia had awakened earlier than expected. Deku reminded him that the plan had been for the liberation to wear Gigantomachia down, but Shigaraki said they were not doing so. It seemed Gigantomachia had not been using his full strength and was now tearing his way here. Shigaraki asked Deku to slow him down. Deku protested that he had just figured out Redestro's quirk and now was being asked to fight someone else, but Shigaraki insisted no one else could slow Gigantomachia. Deku agreed on the condition that if Redestro were allowed to fire a blast at him, Deku would hold Shigaraki responsible. Deku ran toward the approaching wreckage and watched buildings begin to collapse as Gigantomachia advanced. He wondered how one fended off a human-sized battering ram. When Gigantomachia tore through more buildings, Deku positioned himself on top of a massive cement wall about as tall as the giant. Gigantomachia mocked a wall as an obstacle and threw a fist right through it. Deku altered part of the wall into liquid concrete and, as Gigantomachia pulled his arm back, he re-solidified the concrete around it. The giant shook the concrete off his arm, but Deku had already repaired the wall. Gigantomachia warned Deku not to test him and prepared to demolish the barrier with rapid punches. Instead of following the expected pattern, Deku summoned a huge block of concrete beneath Gigantomachia, forcing him back a few steps. Gigantomachia claimed not to have felt anything, but noticed the wall already repaired. Deku replied that he simply had not decided to hurt him yet and that when he did, Gigantomachia would feel it. The giant laughed that neither Shigaraki nor Deku could beat him and charged forward. Deku insisted that Shigaraki in his current state could defeat Gigantomachia and vowed to prove he could as well. As the giant closed in and raised a fist to smash Deku and the wall in one strike, Deku did not dodge. He raised his hand and accepted the blow, which drove him through the wall and into the ground. Deku lay in a crater formed by Gigantomachia's strike. The pit was a ruin of shattered stone and debris. Gigantomachia's arm had been badly damaged when it had struck Deku, and the impact had thrown Deku through a wall, leaving him battered and struggling to rise. Deku winced and noted that, despite the damage to his body, the Nomo form still allowed him to move. He forced himself upright and used Overhaul to stitch himself back together. Gigantomachia cried out in shock at the condition of his arm. Deku approached cautiously. Startled, Gigantomachia swung. his remaining arm out of reflex to keep Deku at bay. The motion sent Deku crashing into a nearby building, but Deku managed to seize the giant's other arm. Using Overhaul, Deku began repairing the damaged limbs, commenting that it was easier when he ignored his own safety. Ujiko's voice came through Deku's earpiece, ordering him to fix Gigantomachia at once because he was necessary for Shigaraki. Deku warned that he could not restore limbs if Shigaraki destroyed them further, then continued to work. Gigantomachia watched Deku with a vacant, almost reverent expression and declared that Deku was worthy of standing with all for one's successor. The giant stretched out a hand and allowed Deku to climb into his palm. Gigantomachia then walked toward the central battlefield to observe the clash between Shigaraki and Redestro. The ground trembled and distant buildings crumbled as Shigaraki's quirk evolved, now able to affect targets at a greater range. When the dust settled, Shigaraki stood over Redestro, who had severed his own legs with a piece of metal in a desperate attempt to halt the spreading decay. The area around them had been reduced to a barren, desolate plain as Shigaraki's power turned everything to dust. Deku took a moment to look at the ruined horizon and, despite the devastation, found a strange, quiet beauty in the simplicity of the ruined landscape. He allowed himself a small, sad smile as he thought of how far Shigaraki had come in his desire to remake the world. Gigantomachia, eyes wet, murmured the word successor in a trance. Deku noticed members of the Liberation gathered around the crater, all staring at Shigaraki. Gigantomachia set Deku down, and Deku walked over to where Shigaraki stood, asking if the battle was over. Shigaraki smiled and stated that they would take over this army. A single-person-formed mob began to move toward them, twice, running forward and chanting names in a staccato rhythm. Deku greeted twice and asked how he could be producing so many clones now, and whether they could be dispensed with since the battle had ended. The twice copies exchanged looks and replied that they would take care of it and walked away. Deku admitted he had a bad feeling about Twice's plan. Shigaraki preferred not to dwell on it. Dabi and Spinner approached, surveying the barren battlefield. Dabi boasted that he had defeated the ice user and would have eliminated them if not for intervention, while Deku joked that he must have been swatted away during his own fight with Gigantomachia. Spinner marveled that the League had defeated the Liberation. Shigaraki announced their intent to stop identifying merely as the League of Villains, insisting they would become something much larger. Magna approached with interest, and Mr. Compress followed beside her. Deku listed who was still missing, Toga and Eri, and mentioned that Twice should return soon. Toga waved energetically, Twice strode up unmasked with Eri riding on his shoulders, and Deku breathed a relieved sigh at their arrival. Shigaraki teased Deku about his doubt, and Deku admitted he had not been optimistic given the circumstances. Dabi asked Twice about his little army of clones. Twice simply said that they were gone. Eri asked Twice to put her down. He obliged, and Eri ran to Deku and hugged his leg. Eri cheerfully reported that she had used her power to rewind Toga's injuries. Deku patted Eri's head and smiled, then cast a concerned look toward Toga. Toga assured everyone she was all right, explaining that her quirk had been turned against her and had left her shaken. She added that she needed some additional support, though she did not elaborate further. Deku responded with a brief, grateful embrace to steady her, then stepped back, both of them regaining their composure. Later, in a Liberation hideout, Deku sat on a couch with Toga beside him and Eri nestled between them. Other members were scattered around the room and a platter of sushi rested on the coffee table. A television quietly displayed news coverage. The Liberation had prepared a cover story to explain the damage and place the blame on an anonymous, rogue group of villains. Deku reached for a piece of sushi and remarked that fanatics could be frightening. Eri asked what a fanatic was, and Deku explained that a fanatic was someone so devoted to a cause that it could verge on obsession. Mr. Compress observed that, despite internal losses, a single command from a leader was enough to bring many followers into line. Toga noted that the Liberation had even supplied funds for new outfits. She wore a coat over her old-school uniform, while Eri's power could not restore torn clothing. Toga suggested Deku get a new outfit with a pinned cape effect, imagining how it would look when the wind blew. Deku replied that such a costume would be impractical. Dabi, lounging across the room, scoffed and told him to save the theatrics for another time. The group settled into a tense calm, each processing the aftermath of the battle and the uncertain future that lay ahead. Toga stuck her tongue out and Deku let out a small chuckle. Spinner moved up beside the table and asked Dabi if he could have Dabi's share. Dabi replied that Spinner could, since he hated fish. In a corner, Twice wept while Magna tried to calm him. Everyone avoided the subject. Having to find a way to kill clones of himself had taken a heavy toll on Twice's psyche. He alternated between apologizing for having to kill the clones and insisting that he was the original. Toga said that she felt bad for him. Twice suddenly shouted that he wanted sushi, startling everyone, then immediately apologized and begged not to be punished. A knock at the door heralded Skeptic's entrance, followed by trumpet, and Skeptic announced that it was time for the ceremony. Twice protested loudly that he hadn't had enough sushi. Eri, unsettled by Twice's outburst, noted that he was being very loud. Twice apologized to Eri and said he was still upset about his sushi. Skeptic reminded him that it had been their money that paid for the meal, and Twice pointed out that they were the ones who had decided not to wipe out the city completely. Deku tried to calm Twice, telling him they could have more sushi later. Trumpet urged Skeptic to stop arguing. As they were leaving, Dabi grabbed Deku's arm and asked him to meet someone after the ceremony. Dabi explained that the person who wanted to join the league would be the one who looked most out of place. Deku joked about Gigantomachia, and Dabi replied that Deku would forget. Gigantomachia existed when he saw this newcomer. Backstage, through the curtain, Redestro's voice could be heard delivering a speech from his mechanical wheelchair while Shigaraki sat on a throne beside him. Redestro apologized for the people lost in the battle against the League of Villains and said he had been wrong to see the League as an obstacle. He announced that the Liberation Army would be reborn under a new name with Shigaraki Tamura as leader and declared that Shigaraki would lead them on the path of liberation. The members of the League took their places to the left of Shigaraki, with Deku standing directly beside him. Eri remained behind the curtain. To the right stood the surviving leaders of the Liberation Army. Shigaraki removed the hand covering his face, revealing bruises and bandages, but his eyes remained clear and focused on his goal. As he stood, he reached for a walking stick while his body was still recovering. Deku offered to have Overhaul fix him, and Shigaraki warned that it might be dangerous to find out who could kill a person faster with a touch. Redestro, smiling, offered refreshment, and Shigaraki brusquely told him to leave, prompting Redestro to withdraw. Shigaraki stumbled and fell. Deku asked again if he wanted help, and Shigaraki insisted that he was fine. Ujiko commented over the earpiece that things seemed to be looking up for Shigaraki with the new name. Deku said he had Gigantomachia's obedience and had met the bare minimum of what had been requested, and he planned to stick around a bit longer. He walked through the crowd searching for the person who looked most out of place, doubting Dabi's claim until he caught sight of red feathers in the corner of his eye. Pushing through people, he found Hawks, the hero with large red wings, blonde hair, and a yellow visor. Deku approached Hawks, and Hawks smiled in greeting. Deku noted that Hawks had once been number 3 on the hero billboard chart. Hawks said he was now number 2. Deku realized he had missed the new ranking announcement and quickly pulled out his phone to save the video. Hawks gave a dry laugh at Deku's sudden enthusiasm. Deku explained that a rise in the ranks could mean many things, from increased power to a hero starting their own agency. Eri caught up, pouting at almost being left behind, and Hawks smiled and waved at her. Eri asked if Hawks was one of the fanatics she had been warned about, and Hawks denied it. Deku confirmed that Hawks was the number 2 hero. Eri pressed to know what the number 2 hero was doing here. Hawks answered that he wanted to join up, and Eri kept asking why in her persistent, childlike way. Hawks said that he believed in what they were doing. Eri asked why. Hawks explained that the freedom of quirks was a wonderful thing and that he was trying to find a way out of the conversation. Eri reminded him that he had said he was not a fanatic. Hawks repeated that he was not. Eri looked around at the others and observed that those who believed in the cause all seemed like fanatics. Hawks replied that Dabi had been the one who recruited him. Eri asked why. Hawks felt overwhelmed by the simple questions, and Deku stood nearby with an amused smile. Hawks wanted something that the little girl could not answer with why, so he turned the question back on her and asked why she was with them. Eri looked up at Deku and smiled, saying that they were her family. Eri then caught the scent of food. With the speeches finished and the crowd shifting toward a banquet, she tugged Deku's arm so she would not be separated and quickly went to find the delicious smell. Once Deku was out of sight, Hawks breathed a huge sigh of relief. If it had been someone else, he could have handled it better, but he had to use simple answers for the child, which made things worse. Hawks resolved that he would have to report that Eri was here and was happily working for the Paranormal Liberation Front. Deku sat in one of the back rooms watching the hero billboard chart videos while Eri sat beside him snacking on sweets she had found during the celebration. Most of the clips showed heroes expressing gratitude for their ranks and promising to continue the fight against villains. Eri noted that Hawks seemed different from the other heroes in the video. Hawks had been talking about approval ratings and how heroes needed to be less passive now that the symbol was gone. Deku paused the video to process what Hawks had said. Eri asked if Hawks did not want heroes to be better, taking his words at face value. Deku explained that he needed a moment. He resumed the video, which ended with Endeavor, the #1 hero, making an announcement. Deku then pulled up footage of Hawks' heroics. Hawks flying overhead, using his feathers to help people and take down villains. Deku wondered aloud what someone like Hawks could gain by becoming aligned with villains. Toga appeared and informed Deku that Shigaraki was gathering everyone for something important. She clamped herself around Deku's arm and dragged him out of the room, with Eri following right behind. Deku was led into a room with a large table where every lieutenant sat, and Shigaraki presided at the head. Deku took a seat opposite Ridestro while Eri stayed outside. Shigaraki announced that he would be with the doctor for the next 4 months, and once he returned they would begin their assault on the heroes. Ridestro would handle the liberation as he had before, and Deku would assist in restructuring the new Liberation Army. Skeptic objected that he did not need Deku's assistance. Shigaraki pointed out that, when it came to quirks, Deku was the most knowledgeable person besides the doctor. Deku requested that every member provide their quirk and the person they were currently working with. Dabi interrupted, warning everyone not to question Deku on quirks because Deku could rant for hours. Dabi instructed them to give Deku the information and a room, and for their own safety not to enter it. A few people chuckled at Dabi's comment. Skeptic gave up arguing and agreed to bring the information after the meeting. Deku raised the issue of Hawks, asking why they had not removed him since Hawks' nature seemed at odds with Shigaraki's goal of destroying everything. Dabi admitted he did not trust Hawks, but argued that if the #2 hero was willing to help, they should use his popularity to their advantage. Trumpet added that Hawks would be monitored. Deku demanded a contingency plan in case all their secrets were leaked. Ridestro said it would take every hero to stop them and that their undercover heroes would likely notice something. Deku accepted that answer and let the topic rest. After the meeting, Deku pulled Mr. Compress and Twice aside and asked if they could keep Eri entertained while he focused on restructuring. Both agreed to help. Deku then took an empty room and began the work he had been assigned. Skeptic gathered all the requested information and handed it to him. Deku organized and memorized the quirks, sorting them into 3 groups under each lieutenant and breaking them into smaller teams. He emphasized working in small teams and never operating solo. The Liberation Army had been defeated by the League before with only a few members, so Deku focused on preventing the heroes from exploiting the same advantage. Deku reflected that even when working together, certain quirks were simply more powerful than others. All Might would not be a legend if teamwork alone could overcome such force. He spent weeks grouping and coordinating quirks, losing sleep as he immersed himself in the work. At the end of the second week, Toga walked in and noticed the bags under Deku's eyes. Deku muttered that losses were inevitable in a war against heroes, especially in a country that trained people as heroes from a young age. With Twice and the Nomu they had a numerical advantage, but Deku felt like he was forgetting something. He flinched as Toga surprised him from behind. He turned and saw Toga grinning. She remarked that it was rare she was able to surprise him, and she giggled at the reaction. She did not bother activating her quirk with the small amount of blood she had managed to get. Toga reminded Deku of the Kamino incident, saying that the heroes had surprised them there and nearly captured them. She noted that it had been the same day she had become him, and she smiled at the memory. Deku observed that the police and top heroes had surrounded their hideout without their knowledge. Toga then pointed out that it would not be difficult for the heroes to ambush their current location in the same way. Deku admitted that he had been so focused on how to respond to a frontal assault that he had overlooked the possibility of an ambush. Toga wrapped her arms around Deku's shoulders and giggled, offering a light-hearted suggestion that they could use the heroes' own tactics against them, emphasizing that using other schemes was Deku's strength. Deku smiled, admitted he felt exhausted, and leaned back against Toga. She teased that he had been on edge for 2 weeks and must not have slept much. Deku's eyes closed slowly as he slumped against her, and Toga smirked as she traced a finger along his neck, remarking that he had become more trusting of her recently. Deku warned that he was not asleep yet, and Toga hugged him a little tighter, laughing that it was more fun when he was awake. Deku later handed Skeptic a flash drive and explained that it contained the complete restructuring plan for the Liberation Front, and that other files on the drive were important. Skeptic expressed doubt, saying the plan seemed counterintuitive to the building's design. Deku acknowledged the concern but insisted that, with Shigaraki in charge, Skeptic would have to trust the plan whether he liked it or not. Skeptic ground his teeth in annoyance. Hawks joined them and casually asked what they were discussing. Deku summarized that they were sorting out who should serve under which lieutenant. Hawks teased Deku about how many people he had assigned under himself. Deku replied that he had placed no one under him and that he was his own group. Hawks suggested Deku come with him for a while, but Deku declined because he still had work to do. Twice suddenly called for help with the Destro material, shouting as he ran around the corner. Hawks offered assistance politely and asked what Twice needed. Twice said he did not understand the Destro stuff and did not want to look foolish in front of everyone. Deku interjected that Twice had plenty of time and that he would help. Skeptic added that learning Destro's ways would help Deku, as being part of the organization could ease some hostility directed at him. Deku brushed the comment off, saying he was only helping because Shigaraki was leader and that he was used to people disliking him for being quirkless. A few hours later, Deku and Eri sat in a large room playing cards. Eri asked for a 3 and Deku told her to go fish, then asked for a 7. Eri pouted as she handed Deku a 7 and accused him of cheating. Deku chuckled and explained that he remembered the numbers she asked for, which helped him keep track of her hand. Eri considered whether she should ask for cards she did not have. Deku praised the idea as thinking outside the box and patted her on the head. Mr. Compress and Spinner entered the room, prompting Eri to wave excitedly. Mr. Compress commented about finding where Deku had snuck off to. Deku reminded him that he had spent 2 weeks organizing and asked not to be complained to. Spinner remarked that it felt strange being in charge of so many people. Toga burst into the room, complaining about having to be paired with an annoyance, then noticed everyone else and reacted with a brief exasperated comment. Mr. Compress teased that they were worth little more than an offhand remark. Toga complained that she had been paired with Skeptic and found his rambling unpleasant. Deku explained that the pairings were based purely on skills. Toga was good at infiltrating and gathering information, and Skeptic was good at compiling it. Toga hissed and kicked at Dabi's chair when he entered and took a seat. Dabi waved off her irritation. Eri, bored by the adult conversation, suggested they play a game and held up the deck of cards. Dabi refused to play at first, but Deku insisted that he be dealt in. With everyone gathered and the cards dealt, Toga reached toward one of Dabi's cards and he slammed his hand down onto the cards in response. Toga teased that she thought he would not play. Dabi clicked his tongue, lifted his hand, and reluctantly joined the game. Deku called out that there would be no excuses when they lost. Spinner accused Dabi of cheating when Dabi's hand was positioned in a way that exposed cards. Dabi suggested Spinner keep his hand closer to avoid showing cards. Mr. Compress gently pushed Spinner back to keep the game fair. Toga urged everyone to just play. The game continued, and Dabi emerged as the winner, declaring that children's games were not very interesting. Toga and Eri stuck out their tongues at him playfully. Hawks arrived as the others were leaving and asked if they were done with their game. Deku noted that Hawks had been helping Twice with the Destro book. Hawks said he had been assisting Twice with notes but wanted to speak with Deku privately. When they were alone, Deku felt on edge. Hawks asked if Deku wanted to go on patrol with him. Deku stared at Hawks as Hawks offered his usual calm smile. Hawks explained that when the Liberation Front took control of the country, people would be able to freely use their quirks. He noted that this would not mean the end of heroes, since not everyone would have a quirk strong enough to defend themselves. Hawks proposed that once everything settled, Deku might need a job and being a hero in a new era could be good for him. Deku responded that the idea sounded like either a trap or the result of Hawks spending too much time with Twice. Hawks outlined a plan to forge quick documents claiming Deku was a sidekick and to patrol a nearby town, emphasizing that Deku's face and hair would need to be covered. Deku said he had no desire to be a hero anymore. Hawks countered that a destroyed dream did not have to mean it was gone and urged Deku to think it over. Hawks smiled and began to walk away as Deku returned to the room. Alone, Hawks took a deep breath and thought things through. He considered that some members of the League were decent people forced into difficult situations. If he could win them over and offer a better future, his mission might succeed. Deku, meanwhile, suspected a trap and weighed whether to ignore it or spring it to prove Hawks wrong. Deku sighed as he stood over the hero suit he had made with his overhaul quirk. The design borrowed elements from the hero Kamui woods but used metal instead of wood, with thin metal gauntlets and greaves integrated into the fabric for comfort. 2 slots on the back held metal poles that he could reshape with his quirk. Hawks handed Deku a falsified hero license that bore the name Iron Heart and explained the full title as the Shield Hero, Iron Heart. Hawks instructed Deku to use overhaul only on small metal objects to form shields for defending civilians. Deku agreed, intending to use the patrol as a way to expose any trap Hawks might be setting. Hawks asked if he was ready. Deku said he wanted to get it over with. Hawks warned that with that attitude no one would believe he was a hero. Deku took a deep breath, tried to be positive, and told Hawks he was ready. Deku created a shield and attached it to some of Hawks' feathers. Hawks' feathers were strong enough to lift a single person each, so with 5 of them Hawks could carry Deku to the nearby city. Being lifted into the air made Deku uneasy, so he reshaped his greaves into an extra shield to secure himself. In the air, Deku looked down and observed how small everything appeared. Hawks remarked that flying like this was an experience he would not have had if he were not a pro hero. Deku spoke about analyzing ways quirks could be used for recreational purposes when the Liberation Front succeeded, and the two discussed what Hawks' feathers might do in a more peaceful society before they arrived at the city. Hawks dropped Deku off at the edge of town and explained that this city was small and close to several others, so heroes here tended to be independent visitors rather than agency-based. Another out-of-town hero on patrol would not raise suspicion. Hawks said he would monitor from the sky and encouraged Deku to show some hero spirit. Deku began his patrol using the basics Hawks had taught him and what he had learned from watching heroes his whole life. A few children waved at the new hero. Deku waved back. One child shouted that the hero looked like Metal Kamui, sparking a discussion among his friends. Deku felt a pang of envy, remembering that the only person he had often talked to at that age was himself. About half an hour later, Deku rounded a corner and heard a voice demanding compliance in a threatening tone. He moved closer and saw a man covered in fur, wearing a white shirt and black shorts, whose appearance suggested a mutant-type quirk modeled on an animal. The man was backing up and using threats to control the crowd while holding a boy. Deku stepped forward and used a shield to strike the man's arm, forcing him to release the boy. The boy bolted to his mother and hugged her tightly. The man reacted by swinging with long, dangerous-looking claws, but Deku blocked the attack with a shield. He formed a second shield to defend against the other hand and used a kick to create distance. Deku then reshaped the two shields into a long metal pipe and landed a decisive blow that left the man unconscious without lingering on the injury. Police officers soon arrived. One officer thanked Deku for his help and asked for a name for the report. Deku identified himself as the Shield Hero, Iron Heart. The officers said they could handle the situation and that the crowd would likely want to thank Deku as well. The officers secured the man and drove off. The rescued boy looked up at Deku with admiration and complimented his quirk. Deku felt relief that the boy was safe. Onlookers took pictures of the hero and the child he had saved. A loud crash and rising smoke in the distance drew Deku's attention. He moved toward the disturbance. A woman surrounded by small, star-shaped glass orbs stood amid the smoke and proclaimed herself an acolyte of the group that worshipped the Star Servant, warning that the light of endeavor would bring destruction. Deku asked if she would stop. The woman launched a few glass shards that Deku easily blocked with a shield. She smiled and sent more shards, taunting him about the cursed light. Deku realized quickly that her plan was to break the glass against his defenses and then use the fragments to create a more dangerous situation for him. Deku decided the best option was to charge forward and merge the metal into a giant shield. As he moved closer to the acolyte, he found himself surrounded by a lattice of glass. One wrong step could be dangerous. Thinking quickly, he reshaped the shield and the metal on his arms into a lance and drove it forward. The tip was blunt to avoid permanent harm, and the impact staggered the acolyte and sent her tumbling backward. Deku walked over to the acolyte and asked if she was ready to give up. The acolyte looked up at the mask, smiled, and warned him that no matter which path he chose, tragedy awaited. She then wrapped herself in glass and began to float away from Deku. A blast of fire shattered the glass and sent the woman crashing back to the ground. Hawks, who had been watching the situation, felt uneasy about the sudden inferno. The flames likely came from a certain hero accompanied by 2 UA students. Hawks landed beside Deku and tried to act casual while hoping things would go smoothly. He complimented Deku on handling the villains. Deku said the glass user had not been defeated by him. A man with a flaming beard and a blue outfit had done it. Hawks cheerfully asked Endeavor what had brought him to the scene. Endeavor explained that they were following up on a small cult. They had already taken out the group's leader, Star Servant, and were now cleaning up the rest. Bakugo approached and complained that they still could not reach a villain faster than Endeavor. Todoroki said they just had to keep trying, noting that despite everything, Endeavor was a professional for a reason. Bakugo teased that Endeavor was supposed to be too busy for sidekicks and demanded to know who Toyakami was. Hawks said he had simply bumped into him, glancing toward Endeavor. Bakugo looked at Deku and Deku returned the stare. Deku could not remember much about Bakugo from before joining the league, but seeing his face made his stomach tighten. It did not take long for Bakugo to realize who the armored figure was, and Deku could tell that Bakugo had made the connection. Everyone felt a subtle shift in the air. Todoroki had the impression he had met the armored person before, and Endeavor noticed Bakugo's unease. Eyes flicked between Hawks and Deku. Any move now could change everything everyone had worked toward. Hawks found himself in the worst position. Capturing Deku now would remove a major threat from the Liberation Front and cripple their plans, but helping Deku escape would put Hawks at greater risk of losing trust and possibly provoke violence. He weighed the options, knowing each choice carried heavy consequences. Endeavor stayed calm, patted Bakugo on the back, and then reached down to rest a hand on Deku's shoulder. He praised Deku for his work and expressed the hope that he would continue to protect the people of the city. Deku thanked him. As the group began to disperse, Endeavor spoke quietly, assuming that the armored figure was Deku. Bakugo nodded, and he and Deku glanced back at each other before moving on. Hawks told the 3 students to continue the patrol because he still had matters to discuss with Endeavor. He knew the situation was risky. Deku already distrusted him and being alone with Endeavor could look bad. In agreement, Bakugo and Todoroki left while Deku followed behind Endeavor. The 2 students flanked the villain as they walked a couple of blocks in tense silence. The atmosphere grew heavier with every step. Bakugo grew twitchy and Deku became increasingly irritated. Deku turned down an alley and paused to face the others. Deku asked what would happen now, pointing out that he was a villain allied with the number 2 hero. Bakugo wanted to shout, but he knew Deku would only say what suited him. Todoroki asked whether Deku planned to join them. Deku replied with bitter sarcasm that he would love going to prison for his crimes and that while he might like them to join him, Todoroki's being with his father suggested he had moved past some issues. Deku sighed, shook his head, and glanced at Bakugo. Bakugo accused Deku of murdering people connected to All Might to continue a petty vendetta, referencing Togata and Night Eye and the fact that their connections to All Might could not be ignored. Deku observed that it had been over a year since that day and that even a short time as a hero had changed his perspective. Acting like a hero had brought back memories of being with All Might on the roof, and those memories complicated his thoughts. Bakugo demanded to know what Deku was ranting about. Deku admitted he was talking to himself, then shifted and produced a metal rod that he formed into a shield. He began backing deeper into the alley. When Bakugo asked where he was going, Deku announced that he would no longer stay around the heroes. Unsure when they might try to capture him, he intended to leave first. Bakugo refused to let him walk off. As Bakugo rushed forward, Deku revealed the other metal rod and fashioned it into a spear, moving toward Bakugo. Bakugo used his quirk to propel himself backward as Deku extended the spear with his greaves, creating a dangerous near-miss. Todoroki intervened, attempting to end the fight quickly by forming a thick wall of ice that filled the alleyway and trapped Deku. Deku, familiar with Todoroki's abilities and having removed his greaves, used his own skill to alter the ice and turn it against Todoroki. The water reformed into jagged ice projectiles that shot up from the ground, forcing Todoroki to use flames to remelt the threat. With fire obscuring Todoroki's vision, Deku raised his shield and moved his spear forward. Bakugo yanked Todoroki back, and the spear only pierced his costume. Bakugo braced himself and charged his gauntlet to unleash an explosion into the alley. Deku raised his shield and prepared for the blast, expecting Bakugo would follow up with one for all to close in and capture him. Feathers suddenly burst into the alley, knocking Bakugo's hand away from his gauntlet and tangling around Deku. More feathers arrived, lifting Deku into the air and pulling him away. Hawks announced that he could not let them have him, then flew off with Deku while waving to the students. Bakugo could only watch, furious at himself for letting Deku slip away. Endeavor approached Bakugo and stated that they had to let Deku go. Bakugo demanded to know why, arguing that Deku was dangerous and even seemed to possess a different quirk, so capturing him should have been the priority. Endeavor shook his head and said that the relevant information was classified. While they argued, Deku rode Hawk's wings. Deku admitted that he had been testing whether Hawks would save him or set a trap. Hawks laughed briefly and strained, questioning whether Deku had been testing his loyalty. Deku said he had expected Hawks might hand him over to Endeavor. When they arrived at the Liberation Front headquarters, Deku stripped off the hero uniform and changed into his old suit. He walked to the room reserved for the League of Villains and collapsed onto a couch, thoughts of heroes and his own choices crowding his mind. It had been over a year since the confrontation on the roof with All Might. All Might's words had shattered Deku's world and sent him into a deep depression that had made it hard to think. Bakugo's and All Might's voices still echoed in his head. Now that his life had improved, the events from a year ago felt distant and almost childish. Without the fog of depression, Deku asked himself why he had wanted to be a hero in the first place. If his goal had been to save lives, many roles could have allowed that. He could have become a police officer as All Might had once suggested. His fascination with heroes had been tied to All Might himself. Deku realized that he had wanted to be like All Might, but he could not define what that truly meant. If proving himself meant becoming capable, why had he not learned to build support items, develop self-defense, or find other ways to compensate for being quirkless? Instead, he had fixated on a notebook that cataloged heroes, doing little to earn the title. When his idol told him the same harsh truth, Deku had fallen apart. The reason he had sought to be a hero in the first place had been shallow, a desire for fame and the feeling of belonging that fame brought. He laughed quietly at himself and admitted he had been a fool. At that moment, Eri burst into the room, excited to have found him. The little girl ran up to Deku with Toga close behind. Toga teased him for not letting them know he had returned. Deku smiled and pushed himself up. He thought that even if he could go back and change the past, he would not. These days with everyone felt better than almost any day that had come before. After a brief, peaceful moment, Deku suddenly collapsed to the floor, coughing and expelling a dark residue from his warp quirk. The room around him was large, lined with shelves filled with vials and equipment. Approaching some of the vials let Deku realize that each contained a different quirk, and he quickly became absorbed in studying them. Ujiko remarked that it seemed Deku already understood. Ujiko explained that the quirks on display were old or impractical for fighting pro heroes. He added that those quirks were combined with others to create something superior, the only way he believed they could combat what he called the quirk singularity. Deku admitted that he had only heard the term briefly online and had never given it much thought. Ujiko answered that it was not surprising, since he had been ostracized when he first proposed the theory and no one had believed him. Deku entered a room filled with Nomu in tubes as Ujiko said that someone capable of creating the Nomu must have had proof for the singularity theory. Ujiko admitted that he had not had enough proof at the time or the theory would have been accepted, and now the proof was woven into daily life where no one noticed it. As Deku walked past the tubes, he noticed multiple white Nomu and wondered whether these were the high-end models Dabi had mentioned and why Ujiko had shown him all of this. Ujiko instructed him to step into the next room and the automatic door at the end opened. In the next room Deku saw another tube containing Shigaraki. Ujiko sat in a chair at the far end. Deku asked why he had been given a tour of the lab instead of being brought straight to this place. Ujiko said that the tour was meant to make Deku understand the value of quirks. With many quirks combined he had created Nomu and altered their bodies to wield multiple quirks. He added that he had even created a Nomu with a complete personality and a unique quirk, the one known to others as Kurogiri. Deku was taken aback by the revelation about Kurogiri, but given Ujiko's accomplishments, the fact did not entirely surprise him. He asked Ujiko to explain the quirk singularity in more detail. Ujiko stated that the name was self-explanatory. Quirks could evolve to a point where users could no longer control them. He pointed to members of the League as examples, saying that Dabi illustrated quirks that were too powerful for the body and that overuse could seriously injure a user. He noted that children and heroes already faced problems when repeated quirk use caused harmful side effects. Deku remembered heroes who had pushed themselves until they were hurt and asked about Toga. Ujiko described Toga as an extreme example of a quirk overtaking someone's mind, and observed that many people's personalities had become closely tied to their quirks. He warned that the difference between the current generation and those 2 generations before was already stark and implied the consequences could be worse in another 2 generations. Deku asked whether mutations caused quirk singularity, thinking back to Eri. Ujiko agreed that mutations were likely a cause. They were rare and the user had little control when the quirk first appeared. He pointed out that Deku had encountered both Shigaraki and Eri in a short time, 2 mutation cases that supported the theory. Regarding Shigaraki, Ujiko explained that he had had to adapt Shigaraki's body and mind to All for One and that he had refined Deku's earlier research on that quirk before applying it to another subject. Deku asked who had been used as that test subject. Ujiko said the subject had a quirk that harmed his own body, another example that supported the theory. Ujiko had promised that, by using All for One, the man could gain a regeneration quirk. Deku glanced back at the room of Nomu and noted that Ujiko already had copies of regeneration in his creations. Ujiko conceded that he could have given the man a regeneration quirk but instead wanted to observe the effects of his version of All for One, which accelerated the damage when the subject overused his quirk. Ujiko requested that Deku watch over the subject and report what happened so the information could be used to help Shigaraki. Deku, curious to see a copy of All for One, agreed and asked where the subject was. Ujiko indicated a small Nomu that looked creepier than the others and activated it. In a disorienting swirl, Deku was transported elsewhere. Moments later Deku found himself in a ruined city with 4 people nearby. A beast-like figure, a woman, a figure wrapped like a mummy, and a white-haired man Deku assumed was 9. The other 3 tensed and prepared to attack at his sudden arrival, but 9 held them back. 9 demanded to know who Deku was and how he had found them. Deku identified himself as a member of the League of Villains and explained that he had come on behalf of the Doctor to ensure no further complications arose with their quirks. A short bridge of quiet followed as everyone assessed one another and the situation settled. 9 stared at Deku for a moment, then walked toward him and told him that Deku's quirk was intriguing and that he intended to take it for himself. Deku explained that the quirk could only restore recent damage and could not help because the body was constantly deteriorating. He felt uneasy about how little he knew of 9 and his companions. All he had been able to piece together were All for One, weather manipulation, and now quirk analysis. He added that he would not have been chosen if his quirk were simply going to be taken. 9 acknowledged this and said he doubted Deku would give it up easily. He suggested moving elsewhere because the heroes would be arriving soon. As the group moved away from the wreckage, Nine's companions discussed Deku out of his earshot. Slice, the red-headed woman, questioned whether they should bring him along. Chimera suspected Deku was a watchdog rather than an ally. Nine admitted he planned to defeat Deku if the opportunity presented itself, but for now he needed a quirk capable of helping him overcome his illness before confronting the League. He glanced back at Deku to judge him. When they reached a safe distance, Nine turned back to Deku and said that Deku likely had questions, but he could not answer them. Deku had known what he was signing up for when he accepted the doctor's experiment. Deku responded that he expected to assist as long as he could benefit from the experiment. Deku nodded and looked at Nine's companions, noting their loyalty. Nine confirmed that they shared his beliefs and would work together to make their goals real. Deku changed the subject to the city's destruction and asked why Nine had used his quirk if it harmed him. Nine admitted he had thought he'd found a quirk that could cure his illness but had been mistaken. He produced a driver's license bearing the Shimano family name and an address on Nabu Island, explaining that quirks were hereditary and that Nabu Island would be their destination. Deku absorbed this information and realized Nine's current abilities included weather manipulation, all for one, and quirk analysis. He concluded quirk analysis must be imperfect, otherwise Nine would not have misidentified the quirk he had taken. The group seized a ferry and set sail for Nabu Island. During the trip, Deku sought to learn more about Nine's dreams while Slice and Mummy stayed near Nine and Chimera steered the ship. Deku asked about their ambitions. Nine made clear that, despite their power, they were dismissed and treated as nothing. He believed the strong should be in control rather than ruled by the weak. Deku recalled someone he knew who was powerless and had been bullied and pushed down by those stronger than him. He questioned who truly held power when both the strong and the weak could be oppressed. Nine insisted that they were branded as villains for demonstrating their strength. He argued that a quirkless person could not change their position and therefore was unfit to rule over those who were stronger. Deku countered that he had encountered several ideologies during his time with the League. Some opposed government restrictions on quirks, and a criminal group had regarded quirks as a disease and developed a prototype quirk-destroying drug. The prototype had circulated months earlier and produced temporary but notable results. He did not know if a finished product had reached the streets before the group dissolved. Slice observed that Nine's faction had been involved. Nine suggested that Deku must have been watching their movements closely when he had contact with the doctor. Deku asked what would happen to the strong if struck by such a bullet. Nine replied that he did not expect it to matter once people realized strength had meaning. He believed only the weak would rely on those bullets and would be dealt with if they tried. Nine then asked how Deku had ended up with the League. Deku hesitated, mindful of Nine's philosophy, and did not reveal that he himself was quirkless. He said instead that the quirkless friend he had mentioned earlier had committed suicide and that he sought change on that friend's behalf. Nine reflected that their ideals were likely too different. The conversation faded and the group remained silent until the next day, when Chimera announced land. Everyone rushed to the deck to see the island looming ahead. The ferry broke through the barrier and struck the docks, sending people scattering. Nine ordered Chimera and Mummy to prevent anyone from stopping them and assigned them to create distractions. When Chimera asked if there were any specifics, Nine answered that he could act as he saw fit. Mummy acknowledged the order. Slice transformed her hair into blades and began wrecking boats in the harbor before heading to disable a communication tower. Nine turned to Deku and asked what Deku intended to do. Deku leaped from the ferry with the others and said he would do reconnaissance. He did not expect to find Class 1A from UA Hero Academy already on the island. News of the villains had put the heroes in motion. Deku climbed to the top of a hill overlooking the island to plan. From there he could see Mummy and Chimera below. Chimera relied on his physical strength in the fight on the beach, and Mummy animated bandage-wrapped objects to assist him. A small explosion nearby startled Deku into moving away. Bakugo landed on a nearby building and then leapt, intercepting Deku in midair. Bakugo moved faster than Deku had seen before, combining explosive power with a vestige of one-for-all-like speed. The sudden force sent Deku hurtling toward another structure. Deku recovered from the impact and emerged through the front entrance calmly. He noted to himself that it was quite a dramatic way to be greeted. Bakugo demanded to know what Deku was doing there and accused him of being a villain. Deku smiled and proposed making a deal. He then asked how many villains there were, what their goals were, and what their weaknesses were. Deku told Bakugo that he had information that could be useful, especially about the villains' goals. Bakugo asked whether that meant their goals were separate from Deku. Bakugo then rejected any deal because of the incident with Overhaul, refusing to work with him again. Deku replied that this was a pity and that he would find a different pawn. He warned that someone on the island was the target and that Bakugo should find out who if he wanted to avoid casualties. Bakugo leapt forward, and even anticipating the increased speed, Deku struggled to keep pace. Deku did not dodge and took an explosion to the arm. He reached out, grabbed Bakugo's gauntlet, and forced it free. Using his power to rearrange the mechanism, Deku returned the gauntlet to working order and fired it back at Bakugo. The explosion from his own weapon slammed Bakugo into the ground and left the building behind him burning and ruined. Bakugo rose to his feet only to hear a scream, and a large, strange creature, the child from the Shimano family, appeared. Bakugo had to let Deku escape in order to help. Deku moved toward the area where the bandaged villain had been operating and positioned himself on a nearby rooftop to observe. He watched Kirishima and Kaminari struggling to fend off the bandaged figure and the animated objects under that villain's control. Kirishima hardened himself and charged to confront the bandaged foe, proclaiming that nothing would stop Red Riot. Deku thought through the tactics. If the bandaged villain tried to wrap Kirishima, Kaminari could send a discharge through the wrapping, and Kirishima's hardening could break the bindings. The fight unfolded exactly as Deku had predicted. The bandaged villain's attempts to ensnare Kirishima failed as Kaminari's lightning disrupted the controlled objects. Up close, Kirishima unleashed a barrage of hardened strikes that knocked the bandaged villain unconscious. Deku dropped from the rooftop and landed beside the fallen bandaged villain. He applauded Kirishima's effort and then said he intended to take the villain's body for examination. Kirishima registered Deku's presence and tension rose. In the next instant, Kirishima charged at Deku, calling for cover and attempting to strike. Kaminari began to ready a lightning blast to support his friend. Before Kaminari could act, Kirishima was struck and collapsed, rendered immobile and gravely wounded. Kaminari screamed in shock and prepared a full-voltage shot aimed at Deku. Deku, now marked by the effects of the confrontation, turned to Kaminari and explained that Kirishima was not beyond saving if Kaminari agreed to a deal. He made clear that he could restore Kirishima, but only in exchange for cooperation. Kaminari watched helplessly as Deku used his power to revive Kirishima, and then, in a chilling demonstration of control, Deku ended him again to make his point. The sight left Kaminari horrified. Deku observed that monsters were once people with dreams and then shifted to the terms of his bargain. He told Kaminari that if he wanted his friend back, he should comply. If he refused, the consequences would be severe. Faced with the horror of what he had witnessed and the apparent certainty that his friend could not escape, Kaminari reluctantly agreed. Deku produced a small earpiece and warned Kaminari to keep it in his ear at all times. Tampering with it would trigger lethal consequences. Kaminari, still shaken, placed the receiver in his ear. Deku then fulfilled his promise. He restored Kirishima to consciousness and shoved him to the ground before leaving the scene. Kaminari rushed forward, assisted his classmate to his feet, and checked him over. Kirishima was disoriented and could only remember fragments of the fight. Deku considered his next move. From a distance he saw a large balloon-like version of Bakugo on a hill and heard a child nearby cry for help. He decided that would be his next destination. He approached the area where most of the heroes were converging and moved carefully to avoid detection. As he arrived, multiple lightning strikes had already landed. Several heroes, including Bakugo, Ida, and Todoroki, were down, felled by the force of the attack. Other heroes stood between the assailant and the injured students. Slice appeared on the scene, but with several combat-oriented heroes incapacitated, the villains held the advantage. 9, kneeling and visibly in pain from overusing his quirk, focused on a cluster of children who were nearly within his reach. Slice tried to help 9 move away, but he insisted the children were right there and motioned for one of them to be grabbed. While 9 concentrated on the boy, Uraraka and Azui worked to rescue their unconscious friends. Deku watched them maneuver and felt the girl's recoil as their eyes met his. A flock of birds, summoned by one of the villains, separated Deku from the rescuers. The birds also forced a group of children into Shoji's protective formation. Deku quietly mocked the near success and appeared amused by 9's struggle. 9 barked orders that the child must not be allowed to escape. Deku noted that the island's boundaries would prevent any easy getaway. Slice pulled a flare gun and fired it into the air. Chimera saw the signal and hurried to their location, having been keeping the students distracted as part of his role. When Chimera arrived, Deku sat idly while Slice worried over 9. Deku looked at Chimera, then at 9, and let out a disappointed sigh. Slice told Deku that he had better have something to say as she helped 9 onto Chimera's back. Deku replied that he did have something to say, whether she wanted to hear it or not. Slice was ready to lash out at his arrogance, but Chimera intervened and reminded them that there were more important things to attend to. Chimera headed back to the ship with Slice, and Deku followed. They carried 9 into the cabin and laid the child on a bed while Deku remained outside. He looked up at the cloudy sky and thought that it would probably rain. As the rain began, Slice emerged from the cabin glaring at Deku and warned that 9 would be awake by morning and they would talk until then. Deku asked if she was still upset about his earlier comment. Slice inhaled and asked what had been on his mind. Deku explained that taking the child back at that moment would have been the better option. He said the heroes now knew their quirks and their target, and they were down a member, which made the situation worse. Slice countered that the others were young but their team was stronger and more experienced. With a sigh, Deku stepped closer and performed a quick, flashy demonstration. In an instant, a vivid projection showed an exaggerated, dramatic sequence in which Slice appeared to be taken down by a child and then theatrically fell onto the deck. Deku captured the projection with a photo and immediately ended it, returning Slice to normal before the rain could wash anything away. He presented the image as proof that things could go badly and warned that if they failed again there might not be another chance. He added that the professionals would likely notice the break in communication with the UA students and be on their way, fail again, and they could lose the child and never reach 9. Deku turned and headed toward another cabin, leaving Slice to consider his words. Once out of sight, he allowed himself a small, satisfied smile and tapped his earpiece to listen in on Kaminari's conversation. As the sun rose, 9's last chance to claim the quirk had arrived. Slice had gone ahead to scout where the student heroes had gone, and Chimera and 9 waited for her return while Deku kept up the pretense that let him aid whoever he wished. Within the hour, Slice returned and reported to 9 that the heroes had taken their target to the mountain on the edge of the island. Unless they crossed the water, there was only one entrance. Chimera suggested the heroes were probably planning an ambush. 9 insisted they would go straight to them, claiming a true king did not need tricks. Deku felt a cold realization at 9's words, remembering that kings often relied on strategy rather than pride. He moved with the group to the island's edge, where a narrow path wound up the mountain. He knew they were walking into a trap meant to separate them. Yayazer had devised the plan, and aside from a brief encounter in a forest, this would be Deku's first clear view of what she could do. He had never paid much attention to her before but found it odd that someone with a useful quirk had achieved so little. A giant beam of light suddenly struck down from the mountain. Slice and Chimera dodged while Deku ducked behind 9, who raised his shield to guard against the blast. Deku observed that only 2 of them had been separated from 9 and wondered whether the heroes would continue their plan or adjust to isolate him as well. 2 mortars were launched to extend the separation. The explosion sent Slice tumbling into a hole that led to a cave, while Chimera ended up trapped between small cliffs with students surrounding him. Boulders began to fall toward 9 and Deku, but 9's lasers destroyed many of them. 9 identified Zero as the source of the barrage and targeted him with follow-up shots. Zero used his tape quirk to pull himself clear and launched another volley of boulders, kicking up dust that the lasers turned into more debris. As the villains pressed higher up the mountain, Uraraka created an artificial rockslide by releasing logs that had been holding it back. Even with 9's lasers, Deku found himself forced to act when the terrain shifted. He touched the ground and caused a portion of the earth they stood on to rise while lowering the ground beside them, channeling most of the slide away from the villains. 9 destroyed what drifted toward them. Mineta attempted to restrain 9 with his pop-off quirk. 9 blocked the projectiles and reflected them so they stuck to the ground near Uraraka and Zero. 9 thanked Deku's prior analysis for giving him a good understanding of their quirks and announced that it was time to remove what he called pests. Aoyama interjected, declaring that they would not let 9 succeed, and a beam tried to strike 9 from behind, only to be blocked by his shield. Deku destroyed the ground behind himself, causing a landslide that swept up the heroes and forced them off balance. 9 charged his laser, preparing to finish off Uraraka and Zero. Bakugo then leapt from the mountain and charged at 9, intent on stopping him, but 9 blocked and pushed Bakugo aside. Bakugo prepared another strike, and Deku put himself between Bakugo and 9, stating that he could not allow the villains to continue as they pleased. Bakugo accused Deku of targeting children and questioned how low he would sink. Deku answered that he would go as far as necessary. Tension rose as Bakugo tried to go around Deku, but a metal pole swung into his path and forced him to back off. Mineta freed his friends from his quirk, but 9 summoned a giant serpent that crashed into them. Bakugo reacted with a focused explosion in his hand and closed in. With a swift maneuver, Bakugo generated a blinding explosion that forced Deku to cover his eyes. Bakugo managed to get around Deku, but Deku caused the ground to rise and envelop Bakugo. Bakugo blasted his way free, yet Deku remained between him and 9. Bakugo activated a short, intense burst of one-for-all energy surrounding him as his hair flared and his movements became even more explosive. He used this surge to launch a rapid, powerful attack. Deku, sensing a familiar pattern, braced himself, recalling his previous encounter with a similarly charged punch. Bakugo did not throw a fist, he fired a high-energy explosive at Deku. The blast struck Deku's shoulder and continued toward 9. 9 raised his shield as the impact knocked him back. Deku was worse off. He briefly lost feeling in his right arm and his body showed signs of internal modification beneath the surface. He used Overhaul's quirk to stabilize and recover enough to continue the fight. Bakugo, startled by Deku's altered appearance, recognized traits reminiscent of Nomu-type modifications. Seeing that hesitation, Deku charged, but Bakugo created a smokescreen. A hand struck at Deku's wrist and a smaller, thinner arm seemed to reach for him, but it was not Bakugo returning through the smoke. Uraraka emerged instead. Deku warned that Uraraka might not survive if things escalated. Uraraka responded that she would not run from the situation because she aspired to be a hero. Deku glanced back at the broken metal pole from Bakugo's earlier attack and sighed. Both Deku and Uraraka had quirks that could neutralize the other with a single touch, and the exchange would be dangerous. Deku lowered the ground beneath her to force her into the air. He had to keep his distance to avoid a fatal clash. Deku deliberately dropped his guard to create an opening. Uraraka noticed and reached for him, and Deku did the same. Both knew that if their quirks activated fully on contact, the outcome could be catastrophic. Uraraka pressed her fingers to Deku's chest, forcing him to start floating upward. Their hands brushed against her helmet, which shattered from the impact and sent pieces outward. Uraraka flinched and closed her eyes to avoid the falling debris. The confrontation paused as both sides re-evaluated their positions. A short, neutral pause allowed the scene to shift toward the next move. A flinch caused her to lose control of her power, freeing Deku. Deku's swipe barely missed Uraraka as an injured Zero pulled her away in time. Deku turned to engage Bakugo, who had been keeping 9 distracted, when a giant bolt of lightning split the sky, striking Bakugo and blasting everyone aside. The shockwave sent Deku tumbling as well. When he rose, Deku noticed 9 limping. 9 had overused his quirk fighting through the traps and the others. Deku looked for Bakugo but could not find him, and the rest of the group had managed to flee. In Bakugo's place lay a badly hurt Kaminari. Deku ordered him to get up, then delivered a sharp kick and used a stabilizing technique to bring Kaminari back to his senses. Kaminari reacted with surprise, and Deku explained that they still needed him because he might produce another bolt of electricity. 9 had already pushed ahead, cutting down anyone who tried to stop him. He tore through the mountain's defenses until only he, a young boy, and the boy's sister remained. The sister tried to defend her brother, but she was too weak and Nine took her as a hostage. Nine threatened the girl and held her fast. The little boy stammered that he would save his sister and charged forward. Nine taunted that this would make his dreams come true as he reached for the boy. Deku noticed Bakugo charging to prevent Nine from stealing the boy's quirk. Just as Bakugo closed in, a spike erupted from the ground and forced Bakugo aside. Bakugo cursed and glanced back toward Deku. That split second let Nine seize the boy and steal his quirk. Nine laughed triumphantly at his success. Bakugo lunged at Nine, but Nine parried each strike easily and called down another, more powerful lightning storm. Kaminari moved to intercept that bolt again, but the surge was too much and he collapsed unconscious. Bakugo pushed his burst mode again, but Nine conjured massive tornadoes around the island. Even with Bakugo pouring everything into his attacks, Nine simply summoned more and more chaos. Nine boasted that he was invincible. As a tornado bore down on Bakugo and his burst mode drained away, a focused, stinging attack from Bakugo began to disrupt Nine's control and the tornadoes started to loosen. Nine became confused as his shields and beams failed to respond. Bakugo seized the opening, reactivated his burst, and closed in. He poured every last bit of power into a single, decisive explosion he called Nuclear Blast. The blast engulfed Nine and sent him careening down the mountainside. The force of the explosion tossed Nine through trees and scree until he crashed into the ocean. Bakugo gripped his arm as pain flared through him when his burst deactivated, but he forced himself to stay conscious. Deku was still a threat. When Bakugo scanned the battlefield, Deku was gone. Deku had departed after calling for the doctor, teleporting to a nearby island. He walked across a calm shore dotted with flowers and looked back toward the ruined mountain in the distance. Nine crawled from the ocean, coughing and weakened, his body stinging from salt water and the blows he had taken. He realized what had happened and accused Deku of being responsible. Deku stood over him and explained that he had been running an experiment to test the doctor's quirk bullets, that he had waited and manipulated events to bring Nine down from his high point. Nine protested that Deku's strength could have helped him rule, but Deku replied that he wanted someone like Nine to experience being powerless so that one question could be answered. Nine asked what question he meant. Deku asked how it felt to be quirkless and helpless when strength was all one had, then told Nine he already knew the answer. Nine was defeated and his threat was ended. Kaminari was talking with the other students when Deku's voice came through the earpiece, warning Kaminari that, before he panicked, he was the only one who could hear him. Kaminari felt his hair stand on end. Excusing himself from the group, he touched the earpiece and said that now was not a good time. Deku told him that he had overheard the conversation and that he could listen in at any time. He recommended one small course of action and cautioned that anything more ambitious would raise questions about where the idea had come from. Deku said the simple move might allow Kaminari to save a life if he had the skill, and warned that if they failed the villains would succeed and Deku would adjust his plans. When the conversation ended, Deku smiled to himself and noted that tomorrow would be his last day there, after which he could return to the League. Among the scorched and torn flowers on the island, Deku stood and took in the ocean breeze. He looked across to the island he had come from and saw the destruction there. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a shadow. Hawks had been tracking reports of the quirk stealer's movements. His lead had brought him to the area not long after Deku had taken down Nine. Hawks observed Deku on a nearby island and felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. He wondered why Deku was there, whether it was an unlikely coincidence or an intercept. Hawks did not know why Deku had been absent from Liberation Headquarters, and Deku did not know what had happened during his absence. A week before Deku's mission, the captured Nomu known as Kurogyri had given a single word during interrogation: hospital. That word alone was not enough, given how many hospitals existed in Japan. The more useful piece of information came from Twice, who had let slip during a conversation with Hawks that Shigaraki was powering up in a mountain in Kyoto and would be waiting there. Those two clues, the mountain and the hospital, allowed the heroes to pinpoint Shigaraki's location. Under the pretext of pursuing a quirk-stealing villain, Hawks had been quietly passing along the information he uncovered. Knowing he could not avoid the encounter, Hawks landed in front of Deku. The sight of the damaged flowers and the ruined mountain in the distance raised questions, but none weighed on Hawks as heavily as the central one. Did Deku already know? Deku assumed Hawks had arrived to help the students on the island and had expected some pro-hero today, though he had not known who. Hawks found himself in an awkward position. If he acted defensively, Deku might suspect something and react accordingly, but if Deku already knew, casual behavior could be dangerous. Deku asked if something was the matter. Hawks replied that he was only curious about Deku's connection to the quirk stealers so he would know what to omit from his report. Fix it. There was nothing more to say and thanked Hawks for the help, then extended his hand. The gesture carried more meaning than a mere handshake. With Deku's quirk, a single touch could be lethal, so the offer was a request for trust rather than a greeting. Hawks took Deku's hand without hesitation and returned the gesture, promising that Deku could request anything he needed. He smiled as he pulled his arm away, then took to the skies and headed toward the destroyed mountain. Deku did not notice anything amiss and contacted the doctor. Hawks, prioritizing the long-term plan, had chosen a path that would not alert Deku if he had previously reached out to allies. The doctor teleported Deku to the facility. As Deku stepped out of the black sludge, Ujiko asked if it was done. Deku confirmed that 9 was gone and that the quirk bullets had been successful, his gaze falling on Shigaraki's tank. Ujiko expressed confidence that his work was perfect and that Shigaraki was healthy and growing stronger. Deku admitted he was not entirely convinced. Ujiko suggested that Deku might be seeking more power. Deku reflected on Bakugo, the one he had written as Kaken in his book, and how their fight on the island had made him certain that when Bakugo mastered one for all, Deku would stand no chance. He confessed that the knowledge he would not be able to beat him left a nauseating feeling, as if his body remembered things his mind could not. Ujiko reminded him that he had succeeded in giving 9 multiple quirks and asked whether pursuing further risk would be worth it. Deku stared at Shigaraki's tank and said he would prefer to discuss it when Shigaraki was awake, since he did not want both of them incapacitated. Ujiko understood and arranged for Deku to be returned to his comrades, saying it would not be long before Shigaraki awoke. In another teleportation, Deku arrived back at Liberation Headquarters. Inside the room he claimed as a member of the Meta Liberation Army, Deku headed to the meeting room to catch up on the last few days. Skeptic was the person he most wanted to see. If anything had happened while he was gone, Skeptic would know. Skeptic assured him that nothing suspicious had occurred and that he had been keeping a close eye on Hawks, with nothing out of the ordinary to report. Toga greeted Deku warmly and urged him to stop worrying about Hawks and spend time with her. Skeptic moved to pull Deku out of the room, reminding Toga about the meeting. Dabi dismissed the interruption, saying Toga had not been contributing much. Toga stuck out her tongue and giggled, mentioning that they could see Eri after a date and that Eri had been with Twice when Twice was available. For the time being, the Meta Liberation Army felt a fragile peace, but the heroes were quietly setting their plans in motion. In a little over a month, their next moves would shatter the happiness Deku had found with his friends. Having been back for over a month, Deku allowed himself to relax a little. The spies reported no suspicious activity from the heroes, and Hawks continued to appear aligned with the Paranormal Liberation Front. If no information leaked, Hawks would be nothing more than a decoy. If he passed anything to the heroes, he would become a dangerous opponent. Deku asked one of the Liberation members whether anyone had seen Hawks. The member said he would usually have been spotted by now but had not been seen. When Deku asked if Hawks had left the premises, the member replied that no such report had been received. Deku thanked him and dismissed him, feeling increasingly uneasy. For the past month, Deku had pressed Hawks for information. While Hawks had told him basic details about the organization's structure and known bases useful to the heroes but common knowledge inside the front, Deku could not tell what deeper intelligence the hero might have shared. Hawks' cooperation made it impossible to gauge what was truly at risk. Deku's phone buzzed with a call from Skeptic. Skeptic reported that Twice had revealed the hospital's location. Deku's eyes widened. He considered the possibility that Hawks was betraying them, or that the heroes already knew the information. His thoughts were cut off by an earth-shaking roar. The building trembled. Giant cement hands erupted from the ground and began tearing through the outer wall. Deku clicked his tongue and reached for the ground, intending to reshape the walls with his quirk, but the cement reformed and kept demolishing the structure. Deku recognized the technique as Cementoss's work. Heroes poured through the breach while Liberation soldiers moved to intercept. The heroes, however, were prepared. They pushed forward with practiced coordination, driving the soldiers back. Edgeshot identified Deku and charged. Edgeshot moved with blinding speed, stretching and thinning his form into precise blade-like strands that passed through Deku in several places, an attempt to disable him. Edgeshot explained that he could render an opponent unconscious by interrupting circulation, noting how effective such precise strikes could be. Spikes then erupted from the ground and struck at Edgeshot, forcing the hero to retreat. Deku explained that Edgeshot's slender attacks required perfect accuracy, and that by slightly altering his internal arrangement he could make it impossible for those attacks to hit anything vital. Deku touched his torso and subtly shifted his internal structure, closing and sealing the wounds left by the strikes. Edgeshot prepared to aim for a larger target, but Deku sealed himself in an earth cocoon that left no gaps for PNTRTN. He opened the ground beneath his feet and slid down into the underground assembly hall. The room was crowded with Liberation members and with Redestro standing at the podium. Redestro demanded to know what Deku was doing there, alarmed by the news of the hero's attack. Dark marks spread across Redestro's face as he growled that they would crush the intruders and repel them. Deku shook his head and insisted that Redestro follow the plan. The members believed in him and needed his presence above ground, and Deku needed Redestro to give the signal when everything was in place. Redestro nodded, and the Liberation members began to file out of the underground with Deku standing at the center. Voices echoed from the emergency passage as heroes entered. A shadow shot out of the corridor and destroyed the steps, then paused at the bottom to find the room empty except for Deku standing calmly at the center. Deku realized that students were mixed among the invading heroes. He touched the ground. Spikes erupted from above and below Dark Shadow, pinning it and restricting its movement in a swift, decisive maneuver. At the entrance, Fat Gum and Tsukuyami noticed a student's confused expression. Fat Gum asked what the student saw. The student replied that Deku was alone and merely standing there. Above ground, someone observed that leaving Deku alone was dangerous. He was a schemer and might be preparing something. The exit to the underground had been destroyed, and the other routes had been sealed by allies, making the situation more tense. On the second floor, Toga peered down at the struggle between heroes and villains and remarked that they would soon be drawn into the fight. Compress replied that Deku had prepared for this, though he seemed to have disappeared. The last place he had been seen was at the entrance. Toga asked what he was looking for, and Compress asked whether she had seen Eri. Toga raised an eyebrow, suggested Eri was likely safe, and pointed out that she was not with Compress, Deku, or Toga, which left Twice as the most likely guardian. Hawks stood at the entrance to a small room, 2 swords of compacted feathers held ready. Twice lay pinned on the ground beneath a blanket of feathers that kept him restrained, and Eri floated in the air, kept clear of the crowd so her quirk would not endanger anyone. Eri struggled and demanded to be set down. Twice, bewildered by Hawks's actions, asked what was happening. Hawks explained that Eri had been rescued from the League and would be kept safe and given a proper life away from villainous influences. He said Twice and the other young villain would be given a chance at rehabilitation after they faced the consequences of their actions, and he asked them not to struggle so that Eri would not be traumatized by what might otherwise occur. Eri cried for Hawks to get away from Twice while still struggling against the restraining feathers. The only thing she could do was watch, helpless, as Hawks closed in on Twice. Twice, tears forming, questioned why he had trusted Hawks and lamented that he had wanted to believe he was a good person. Hawks insisted that he was a hero the country trusted to keep them safe. Twice rejected that claim, tearing at his mask as a feather brushed past, and accused the heroes, naming several of abandoning them when their lives were falling apart. Hawks pleaded that he did not want to fight Twice and asked him to stay down. Twice answered angrily that he would trade anything for the League's happiness and that being with the League had been the only good thing in his life. Eri warned Twice that he would be hurt and tried to explain that she could not help from where she was and could not rewind if he was harmed. Twice declared that he would not let his mistakes become the League's destruction and activated his quirk, Sad Man's Parade. Clones began to multiply from him 2, then 4, then many more growing quickly. Hawks used his feathers to strike at the copies, dispersing them so they unraveled and disappeared. Hawks observed that villains often used sentiment to escape and said he could not let that trick work. He offered that there could still be a future if Twice surrendered quietly. Eri begged Hawks to stop hurting Twice, tears falling as she frantically attempted to activate her quirk but found nothing nearby to use. Hawks repeated that he did not want to hurt Twice and wished the villain would come quietly. Twice, thinking of the League as his only friends, recreated every member in his mind and, unconsciously, created an image of Eri among them. Joy flared in Eri at seeing herself included, but that joy collapsed into terror when Hawk's feathers scattered the copies, causing them to flicker and vanish. The sight dredged up traumatic memories for her. Hawks accused Twice of being twisted and continued to disperse the clones, saying the copies would never reach him. He argued that strength and intelligence mattered little if they could not be effectively used and that he prioritized speed because heroes should fear villains who never gave up. Twice rushed forward in defiance, but Hawk's feathers struck, knocking him to the ground and pinning him in place. Hawks warned coldly that if neither side relented, someone could be seriously hurt. Twice responded that none of this would have been necessary if society had accepted them in the first place. He said a single mistake had led to his exile and that, by contrast, the League forgave him after he had made a mistake that cost someone an arm. They still considered him their friend. He formed another clone between himself and Hawk's feather and vowed that even if they never forgave him after this, he would do everything he could to help them. Flames erupted in the room. Dobby emerged from the blaze and used the interruption to strike, aiming at Hawks and at the feathers restraining Eri. Torches of flame licked at the air and left scorch marks on Eri's clothing. Dobby unleashed more fire to try to overwhelm Hawks, but Hawks forced himself free using his feathers and dragged himself away, wounded but not defeated. Hawks accused Dobby of being willing to burn his own friend just to strike him and questioned what Twice could possibly see in the villains. Dobby flashed a grin and said that, bratty as she was, Eri was still one of them. Hawk's brief confusion was interrupted by Eri leaping through the flames and calling to rewind. She rushed toward Hawks and Twice, the small figure determined. Hawks knew enough about that quirk to move away from Twice. If he had stayed nearby, Eri's rewind might have affected him as well. Dobby urged Twice not to worry and promised that with his quirk, Twice could turn the battle in their favor. Twice nodded and, cradling Eri, began to run toward the exit as Dobby sent more flames to cover their retreat. Eri caught sight of Hawks at the exit and cried out in alarm. Twice summoned more clones to defend them, but Hawks dispelled them with ease. Dobby fired a warning and targeted Hawks with flames, declaring that they would not be allowed to escape. Twice ducked and moved with Eri as the fire passed overhead, and Hawks was forced back again. Twice rushed to the edge of the building and looked down at the battle below. The Paranormal Liberation Front and the League were losing ground against the heroes. Twice resolved that he could save them and began producing more clones in an attempt to turn the tide. Hawks took the full force of Dobby's flames in order to reach Twice. If Hawks allowed Twice to continue, the villains could seize victory. Focused on the fighting below, Twice did not notice Hawks rushing through the flames. Eri, looking over his shoulder, saw the incoming hero and activated her quirk, prepared to rewind any damage he might cause. Hawks, desperate, charged at Twice and slammed him against the railing, knocking the wind out of him. In the chaos, Twice lost his grip on Eri and she slipped from his arms, beginning to fall. Twice screamed Eri's name and conjured a clone to leap after her, hoping it would multiply and form a cushion. Eri's descent felt slow as she looked up and saw Twice straining to save her, fear and concern flooding her gaze. Hawks, still approaching from behind, struck Twice with a feather, and the impact incapacitated the villain. The clone that had tried to reach Eri began to flicker and fade as its form dispersed. Tears filled Eri's eyes as she reached up toward the failing copy. Maybe she could do something if she somehow got back to the platform. Maybe she could save Twice, however small the chance. but maybe it would always remain only a possibility. A few of Hawk's remaining feathers wrapped around Eri and pulled her away from the battle toward the heroes. She could only watch as the clone collapsed to the ground, as the people who cared for her fought desperately against the heroes, as Dabi battled Hawks, and as Twice's form grew smaller while it was carried away. Underground, the heroes cleared the destroyed stairwell hoping to stop whatever Deku had planned. Deku glanced at the heroes and then to the roof before sighing in disappointment. He lamented that none of his plans seemed to be going right that day. Fat Gum noted, with weariness, that despite everything, Deku still appeared confident. Deku told himself he would continue with his plan anyway, ignoring the hero's remark. Deku touched the ground and the whole room began to tremble. The heroes, briefed on Deku's overhaul quirk, prepared for spikes or other hazards to burst from the walls or floor. A hero warned that danger was coming from above as chunks of the roof began breaking apart and falling. Above, Toga and Compress had been captured by a hero with eel-like arms. That hero explained that there was no point in struggling, each villain's abilities had been studied and neutralized, including Toga's ability to erase her presence. Before the hero could escort them away, Twice's clone which had survived a fall attacked from behind and struck the hero, leaving him motionless. Toga cried out with relief that Twice was okay. Compress responded that it would be helpful to have more clones to find Eri. Twice kept repeating apologies, distraught, and explained that Hawks had tricked him and captured Eri. The clone was the last he could make and it was taking everything to hold himself together. Compress lowered his hat over part of his mask while Toga listened, letting Twice's confession sink in. Twice expressed remorse for the trouble he caused and said the others had been the best thing that ever happened to him. As the mask melted away, Twice smiled, and Toga rushed forward to embrace him, insisting that he had nothing to apologize for and reminding Twice that they all loved having him with them and might not have gone this far without him. Twice muttered a bitter wish against Hawks as the clone dissolved. Not long after Twice's loss, the ground began to shake and break apart again. Compress warned that Deku was likely responsible and urged Toga to move, but Toga had vanished. Compress climbed higher to avoid the collapsing ground as heroes and Liberation members were caught up in the chaos. When the collapse stopped, part of the ground split open and Deku climbed up through the opening, brushing off dust. Compress called out in relief that he was glad to see Deku and asked if any League members had been caught. Deku listened as Compress quickly explained Twice's death, Eri's capture, and Toga's disappearance. Deku clenched his teeth at the news of Twice's death, thinking that if he had not been underground he could have used Overhaul to save him, and blaming Hawks for letting things go wrong. Deku considered the different ways they might have prevented Twice's death. Compress observed that their friend's death affected the younger members the most, comparing Deku's reaction to Toga's. A black streak in the sky caught Deku's attention. He touched the side of the building and formed steps to reach where the shadow had landed. There, Deku found Dabi attacking Tokoyami while Tokoyami protected Hawk's injured body. Deku's gaze fell on Twice's body and his anger flared. He demanded that Tokoyami hand Hawks over, noting that Hawks was still breathing. Dabi told Deku not to interfere and insisted he would deal with the hero and the boy. Dabi argued that the kids had been corrupted by heroes, idolizing them even as those heroes harmed others and nearly caused a little girl to fall. Tokoyami clutched Hawks tighter and said he was only concerned for his mentor. Deku responded with hostility. Deku touched the building again and spikes emerged from the walls. Tokoyami leapt aside to avoid them as Dabi aimed his flames, weakening Tokoyami's quirk and forcing him to the lower floor. Spikes rose where Tokoyami landed and struck his arm, throwing him off balance. Dabi dropped to the lower floor, preparing to finish off the heroes, when something crashed through the interior of the building with a roar. Gigantomachia burst through, calling for its master. Using the distraction, Tokoyami managed to slip away with Hawks. Gigantomachia grabbed both Deku and Dabi, tossing them onto its back while declaring an order to gather allies. With Hawks safely away, Deku's anger surged and he turned it toward Dabi, accusing him of being present when Twice died and asking how he could have allowed it to happen. Dabi responded that there had been nothing more he could have done, answering nonchalantly, which only further angered Deku. Deku grabbed Dabi's collar and demanded an explanation, stating that they had all known Hawks was a traitor and had prepared for it. He could not understand how they had lost both twice and Eri. Dabi shoved Deku's hands away and punched him in the face, telling him to control himself and pointing out that Deku still had trouble handling loss. Dabi lectured that recent success had not made them invulnerable and that things would only get worse as they moved toward their goal. Deku could not react like this every time someone. Deku admitted he knew but confessed that he did not want to be alone. Dabi sighed and remarked that Deku feared solitude even if he did not fear for his own life. Deku explained that All for One had dulled certain senses so he could train and assist Shigaraki without being controlled by fear, and that he had been a frightened child before. Gigantomachia moved through the battlefield, throwing members of the League onto its back and even grabbing Skeptic at Dabi's request. It sensed Toga among a group of heroes and headed toward her. A hero shouted that a giant monster was coming. One hero volunteered to hold it off while the others prepared to attack from the side, and the team readied themselves to flank the creature. And Lady gave the order as she prepared to tackle the creature head-on. Another hero noted that other villains were following Gigantomachia. One hero questioned how the other knew the creature's name and reminded them they had been tasked with capturing Toga, only to be taken down by a swift attack. Another hero identified the intruder as Toga, and Toga moved between the heroes, disarming and incapacitating them quickly, her eyes filled with rage at the loss of twice. The disguise melted away to reveal Toga, knife in hand and showing signs of the earlier struggle. She declared that she would not let the heroes keep taking away the things she cared about, and that life in her world would become unbearable if her friends were gone. Deku called her name from Gigantomachia's back, and her expression softened. Toga murmured Deku's name and rushed toward Gigantomachia as it charged forward, forcing MD Lady to retreat as she struggled to slow it down. Gigantomachia scooped Toga up and placed her on his back, expressing relief that she was all right. Mr. Compress handed Toga a marble containing her clothes, and she quickly changed. Toga asked Deku whether the heroes saw them as people, questioning how the heroes could claim not to kill while twice had been taken from them. Deku replied that the heroes' opinions would not matter if they only stood in the way of the easier world Toga wanted to create, thinking that a deeper philosophical debate could wait until after the conflict. Toga drew her legs to her chest, asking if a world without acceptance would truly be easier if everything familiar was gone. Deku pulled her close and smiled, telling her that she had the League and that she had him, and that in the world she wanted, those they cared for would not be hurt. Toga nodded, and for the first time in her life she did not crave more violence. She simply wanted the moment to last a little longer. Rushing forward, Gigantomachia crushed everything in his way. The walls created by the hero Cementos and the giant hero MD Lady were nothing to this beast. He had but one goal, to reach the young master Shigaraki. The Liberation members and the heroes were thrown further into chaos by the rampage, and the heroes diverted their efforts to stop Gigantomachia and fend off the Liberation. Dabi noted that there still seemed to be heroes trying to stop them. Deku sighed and observed that Dabi would likely not listen if warned about exposing himself. Dabi responded that if they removed the heroes, no one would know they were back here, and he launched flames at the approaching heroes. They did not realize or care that the hero pursuing them was Kamui Woods, the number 7 hero. Kamui remarked that these were villains on top of a monstrosity, but a burst of Dabi's fire struck him and sent him hurtling. In desperation, Kamui propelled himself closer to Gigantomachia. As midnight was launched toward Gigantomachia, small marbles appeared in her path. The marbles released their contents, sending huge boulders against her and forcing her to the ground. Mr. Compress sighed that heroes should not be underestimated and held another marble, which disappeared with a wave of his hand. Dabi shrugged as Gigantomachia continued onward and wondered aloud if the heroes were still alive. Deku looked back and saw some Liberation members going after the injured Midnight and answered that they were not. His attention shifted when he saw Lady holding onto Gigantomachia's leg as she was dragged along the earth. Deku noted that there was another clingy hero. Dabi prepared to burn MT Lady, knowing that even if he hit Gigantomachia, it would not affect the giant. Before he could act, Gigantomachia's entire body shifted, forcing everyone to grab hold of something. Deku questioned whether the giant was sinking. Vines appeared and wrapped around the giant's neck as the student heroes emerged and grabbed the vines, forcing the beast to the ground. Deku muttered that it was a decent plan, but he was not in the mood to play along. The thought of Tsukuyomi being among the student heroes stirred something inside him as he ran up and touched the vines. Overhaul moved along the vines, destroying them as they headed toward their use. Before the quirks reached the target, Ishido dissolved the vines with her acid. With the vines removed, Gigantomachia began to stand again. Small devices fell from the air as Kaminari threw them onto the giant's back, landing among the villains. Deku's mind raced through possibilities for what they could be: bombs, suppressants, and, knowing Kaminari, suspected something acting as a lightning conductor. Mr. Compress reacted quickly. The masked villain threw marbles in response to Kaminari's devices. The marbles transformed into giant rocks and debris, smashing into the young hero before he could attack. Mr. Compress lamented the loss of his stock. Spinner began to speak, but Gigantomachia suddenly sank deeper into the earth. One student turned the ground into mud and hid explosives within it. Using the opportunity, Lady mustered her strength and leaped onto Gigantomachia, forcing him further into the mud. Deku prepared to jump off the giant's back and solidify the mud, but Toga clung to the back of his vest and whispered that they could not leave anyone behind. In that moment, a group of heroes leaped forward, each holding a container of an unknown liquid. Deku readied himself to overhaul Gigantomachia, intending to destroy and reconstruct the giant if the substance required it. He wondered if he could manage such a large body. Gigantomachia, seeing the situation, stopped resisting and buried his face in the mud. The sudden lack of resistance forced MT Lady to JRK forward as the bottles struck the top of Gigantomachia's head. The giant jerked his back up, headbutting MT Lady and throwing her aside. He declared that he could not be delayed. He had to reach his master. Gigantomachia stood and seized members of the League in his hand. He sensed another attacker and saw Kirishima climbing up. He moved to swat the young hero aside, but Kirishima leaped forward and threw a bottle toward the giant's mouth. Toga threw a knife and shattered the bottle. Kirishima retrieved another bottle, but Deku leapt off Gigantomachia's hand and fell toward him. Kirishima, identifying himself as Red Riot and claiming to leave no one behind, smiled and threw the bottle, seemingly satisfied that it reached its mark. Deku countered that it would be Kirishima who would fall before them. Deku struck Kirishima's chest, and Kirishima was caught in a sudden, tragic burst that dispersed his form across the battlefield in a dramatic, non-graphic manner. Magna's quirk activated, magnetizing Deku to Toga and pulling him back toward the group. Deku nodded in thanks and, seeing more heroes arriving, remarked silently that they just did not stop. He looked down at what remained of Red Riot and wondered how many more it would take before they joined twice. Before the awakening of Gigantomachia, the villains faced their worst-case scenario. Heroes had discovered Shigaraki's location and invaded it. Despite the doctor's best efforts, he could not stop the incursion. He considered extracting Shigaraki and himself or summoning Deku and the others to the site, but none of those plans could be carried out because he was captured and the pod holding Shigaraki was destroyed. To this day people wondered if splitting up had been the right call, because the impossible had happened. Shigaraki had awakened earlier than expected, and the casualties began to rise. Shigaraki felt a sudden chill as his eyes darted around the room, taking in tubes and wires. A nearby hero, hearing the voice, turned and reacted with stunned disbelief at seeing Shigaraki apparently alive despite reports that he had no pulse. Shigaraki pushed himself up, and as his hands met the cold floor the entire building began to come apart. The experiments had amplified Shigaraki's quirk beyond his control. Decay spread rapidly through the hospital like a corrupting wave. Anything it touched, walls, equipment, even heroes, crumbled and vanished in an instant. From the town below, Bakugo felt uneasy and told those nearby that he was nauseous. A voice he had never heard before slipped into his thoughts and warned him that something was coming. Todoroki noted Bakugo's distant look and chided him about complaining, but Bakugo insisted this was different. He was unnerved by more than just frustration over the evacuation. As they argued, Bakugo and Todoroki watched the hospital collapse and a wave of decay head toward the town. Bakugo ordered everyone to stop gawking and run. He trained his gauntlet on the advancing destruction and detonated an explosion, admitting to himself that it might not help but refusing to do nothing. The blast only scattered debris and the decay kept advancing. Other heroes tried to form barriers and blast at the wave with their quirks, but nothing could halt the spreading destruction. Only those with flight or extreme speed could outrun it. Many heroes simply disintegrated the moment the decay reached them. The mountain and the town below, once full of life, were left as a barren wasteland. On top of the desolate peak, Shigaraki stood alone. He surveyed the ruin and noted that his work here seemed undone, though a few machines had survived. He reached for a communicator and ordered Gigantomachia to bring everyone. Endeavor arrived in a blaze of fire and launched a massive attack at Shigaraki, calling on his title to burn the villain. The flames engulfed the villain, but Shigaraki remained standing, singed and damaged yet still moving, and he leapt through the flames toward the hero. Endeavor barely avoided the strike, maneuvered behind Shigaraki, and forced him back to the ground with a heavy blow. Endeavor, noting the villain's resilience, commented over his comms that Shigaraki seemed to be regenerating and requested any heroes who could engage without touching the ground to mobilize. His message was cut short when Shigaraki sprang up again and unleashed a powerful shockwave that knocked Endeavor to the ground. Shigaraki sensed that something about the hero's attention was off. Endeavor's focus kept drifting toward the ruined city, and he did not press his full strength. Endeavor felt uneasy in turn, suspecting that Shigaraki had a different target in mind. That suspicion made the hero press harder, trying to incinerate the villain, but Shigaraki continued to leap away, eyes fixed on the city. Shigaraki spoke the name of One for All aloud. Endeavor repeated the name back over his comm, confused, and the words carried across to other teams. Many heard but only a few grasped the implication. Bakugo told Todoroki that he had to go and blasted himself into the air. Todoroki used ice to pursue him and asked where he was headed, but Bakugo snapped that it was none of Todoroki's concern and that he should stop following. The strange voice in Bakugo's head grew more insistent and declared that Shigaraki had found them. Endeavor warned over the comms that something was wrong with Shigaraki and that the villain had his sights on the city. Shigaraki smiled and launched himself high into the air, heading toward the city and toward Bakugo. Todoroki observed that Bakugo was moving faster and asked where the villain was headed. Endeavor was surprised to hear his son on the comms and reported that the direction was southwest. Todoroki replied that it matched their own heading and suggested that Bakugo might know what Shigaraki wanted. Shigaraki disrupted communications by combining radio waves with a gust of air and fired the result out to silence the comms. Bakugo realized the comms were offline just before Shigaraki appeared in front of him with his hands extended. Shigaraki thought that he might be displeased if he personally killed Bakugo, but before anything could happen, a yellow blur intercepted the scene. Gran Torino arrived and moved Deku out of harm's way, and he criticized Shigaraki and the notion of meeting him at that level. Bakugo ground his teeth at the remark but could not protest under the circumstances. Gran Torino declared that the pro-heroes still had the strength to fight. As Shigaraki attempted to pursue Gran Torino, a large tail slammed into him and sent him farther into the air. Shigaraki glanced at his hands in confusion when some of his quirks seemed to falter. He looked out and saw Eraserhead and other heroes arriving in the distance. Shigaraki considered whether he might have finished this fight before his allies reached the scene or whether it would be more entertaining to wait for them to join.